Section 0 of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Introduction. If for no other reasons than because of the long time and monumental patience expended upon its preparation, the vicissitudes through which it has passed, and the varied and arduous labors bestowed upon it by the author and his editors, the history of Alexander Wheelock THAYER's Life of Beethoven deserves to be set forth as an introduction to this work. His work it is, and his monument, though others have labored long and painstakingly upon it. There has been no considerable time since the middle of the last century when it has not occupied the minds of the author and those who have been associated with him in its creation. Between the conception of its plan and its execution, there lies a period of more than 2 generations. 4 men have labored zealously and affectionately upon its pages, and the fruits of more than 80 men, stimulated to investigation by the first revelations made by the author, have been conserved in the ultimate form of the biography. It was 17 years after Mr. THAYER entered upon what proved to be his life task, before he gave the first volume to the world, and then in a foreign tongue. It was 13 more before the 3rd volume came from the press. This volume, moreover, left the work unfinished, and 32 years more had to elapse before it was completed. When this was done, the patient and self-sacrificing investigator was dead. He did not live to finish it himself, nor to see it finished by his faithful collaborator of many years, Dr. Dieters. Neither did he live to look upon a single printed page, in the language in which he had written that portion of the work, published in his lifetime. It was left for another hand, to prepare the English edition of an American writer's history of Germany's greatest tone poet, and to write its concluding chapters, as he believes, in the spirit of the original author. Under these circumstances, there can be no vainglory in asserting that the appearance of this edition of THAYER's Life of Beethoven deserves to be set down as a significant occurrence in musical history. In it is told for the first time, in the language of the great biographer, the true story of the man Beethoven, his history stripped of the silly, sentimental romance with which early writers and their later imitators and copyists invested it so thickly that the real humanity, the humanliness of the composer, has never been presented to the world. In this biography there appears the veritable Beethoven set down in his true environment of men and things, the man as he actually was, the man as he himself, like Cromwell, asked to be shown for the information of posterity. It is doubtful if any other great man's history has been so encrusted with fiction as Beethoven's. Except THAYER's, no biography of him has been written which presents him in his true light. The majority of the books which have been written of late years repeat many of the errors and falsehoods made current in the first books, which were written about him. A great many of these errors and falsehoods are in the account of the composer's last sickness and death, and were either inventions or exaggerations designed by their utterers to add pathos to a narrative which in unadorned truth is 100-fold more pathetic than any tale of fiction could possibly be. Other errors have concealed the truth in the story of Beethoven's guardianship of his nephew, his relations with his brothers, the origin and nature of his fatal illness, his dealings with his publishers and patrons, the generous attempt of the Philharmonic Society of London to extend help to him when upon his deathbed. In many details, the story of Beethoven's life, as told here, will be new to English and American readers. In a few cases, the details will be new to the world, for the English edition of Thayer's biography is not a translation of the German work, but a presentation of the original manuscript. So far as the discoveries made after the writing did not mar its integrity, supplemented by the knowledge acquired since the publication of the first German edition, and placed at the service of the present editor by the German revisers of the second edition. The editor of this English edition was not only in communication with Mr. Thayer during the last 10 years of his life, but was also associated to some extent with his continuator and translator, Dr. Dieters. Not only the fruits of the labors of the German editors, but the original manuscript of Thayer and the mass of material which he accumulated came into the hands of this writer, and they form the foundation on which the English Thayer's Beethoven rests. The work is a vastly different one from that which Thayer dreamed of when he first conceived the idea of bringing order and consistency into the fragmentary and highly colored accounts of the composer's life, upon which he fed his mind and fancy as a student at college. But it is, even in that part of the story which he did not write, true to the conception of what Beethoven's biography should be. Knowledge of the composer's life has greatly increased since the time when Thayer set out upon his task. The first publication of some of the results of his investigations in his Chronologisches Verzeichnis in 1865, and the first volume of the biography, which appeared a year later, stirred the critical historians into activity throughout Europe. For them, he had opened up 100 avenues of research, pointed out 100 subjects for special study. At once, collectors of autographs brought forth their treasures. Old men opened up the books of their memories. Librarians gave eager searchers access to their shelves. Churches produced their archives. And hieroglyphic sketches, which had been scattered all over Europe, were deciphered by scholars and yielded up chronological information of inestimable value. To all these activities, Thayer had pointed the way, and thus a great mass of facts was added to the already great mass which Thayer had accumulated. Nor did Thayer's labors in the field end with the first publication of his volumes. So long as he lived, he gathered, ordered, and sifted the new material which came under his observation and prepared it for incorporation into later editions and later volumes. After he was dead, his editors continued the work. Alexander Wheelock Thayer was born in South Natick, Massachusetts on October 22, 1817, and received a liberal education at Harvard College, whence he was graduated in 1843. He probably felt that he was cut out for a literary career, for his first work after graduation was done in the library of his alma mater. There, interest in the life of Beethoven took hold of him, with the plan in his mind of writing an account of that life on the basis of Schindler's biography as paraphrased by Moscheles, and bringing his statements and those continued in the Biographische Notizen of Wegeler and Ries, and a few English accounts into harmony. He went to Europe in 1849 and spent 2 years in making researches in Bonn, Berlin, Prague, and Vienna. He then returned to America and in 1852 became attached to the editorial staff of the New York Tribune. It was in a double sense an attachment. Illness compelled him to abandon journalism and sever his connection with the newspaper within 2 years, but he never gave up his interest in it. He read it until the day of his death, and his acquaintance with the member of the Tribune's staff, who was destined to have a part in the completion of his life work, began when, a little more than a generation after he had gone to Europe for the second time, he opened a correspondence with him on a topic suggested by one of this writer's criticisms. In 1854 he went to Europe again, still fired with the ambition to rid the life history of Beethoven of the defects which marred it as told in the current books. Schindler had sold the memorabilia which he had received from Beethoven, and Beethoven's friend Stefan von Breuning, to the Prussian government, and the precious documents were safely housed in the Royal Library at Berlin. It was probably in studying them that Thayer realized fully that it was necessary to do more than rectify and harmonize current accounts of Beethoven's life if it were correctly to be told. He had already unearthed much precious ore at Bonn, but he lacked the money which alone would enable him to do the long and large work which now loomed before him. In 1856 he again came back to America and sought employment, finding it this time in South Orange, New Jersey, where Lowell Mason employed him to catalog his musical library. Meanwhile, Dr. Mason had become interested in his great project, and Mrs. Mehitable Adams of Cambridge, Massachusetts, also. Together they provided the funds which enabled him again to go to Europe, where he now took up a permanent residence. At first he spent his time in research travels visiting Berlin, Bonn, Cologne, Dusseldorf, where he found material of great value in the archive of the old electoral courts of Bonn and Cologne, Frankfurt, Paris, Linz, Graz, Salzburg, London, and Vienna. To support himself, he took a small post in the legation of the United States at Vienna, but exchanged this after a space for the U.S. consulship at Trieste, to which office he was appointed by President Lincoln on the recommendation of Senator Sumner. In Trieste he remained till his death, although out of office after October 1st, 1882. To Sir George Grove he wrote, under date June 1st, 1895, "I was compelled to resign my office because of utter inability longer to continue Beethoven work and official labor together." From Trieste, when his duties permitted, he went out on occasional exploring tours, and there he weighed his accumulations of evidence and wrote his volumes. In his travels, Thayer visited every person of importance then living who had been in any way associated with Beethoven or had personal recollection of him. Schindler, the composer's factotum and biographer; Anselm Hüttenbrenner, in whose arms he died; Caroline van Beethoven, widow of nephew Karl; Charles Nita and Cipriani Potter, the English musicians who had been his pupils; Sir George Smart, who had visited him to learn the proper interpretation of the Ninth Symphony; Moscheles, who had been a professional associate in Vienna; Otto Jahn, who had undertaken a like task with his own, but abandoned it and turned over his gathered material to him; Mahler, an artist who had painted Beethoven's portrait; Gerhard van Breuning, son of Beethoven's most intimate friend, who as a lad of 14 had been a cheery companion of the great man when he lay upon his fatal bed of sickness. With all these and many others he talked, carefully recording their testimony in his notebooks and piling up information with which to test the correctness of traditions and printed accounts, and to amplify the veracious story of Beethoven's life. His industry, zeal, keen power of analysis, candor, and fair-mindedness won the confidence and help of all with whom he came in contact, except the literary charlatans whose romances he was bent on destroying in the interest of the verities of history. The Royal Library at Berlin sent the books in which many of Beethoven's visitors had written down their part of the conversations which the composer could not hear to him at Trieste, so that he might transcribe and study them at his leisure. In 1865, Thayer was ready with the manuscript for Volume 1 of the work, which contained a sketch of the courts of the Electors of Cologne at Cologne and Bonn for over a century, told of the music cultivated at them, and recorded the ancestry of Beethoven so far as it had been discovered. It also carried the history of the composer down to the year 1796. In Bonn, THAYER had made the acquaintance of Dr. Hermann Dietz, court counselor and enthusiastic musical litterateur, and to him he confided the task of editing and revising his manuscript and translating it into German. The reason which Thayer gave for not at once publishing his work in English was that he was unable to oversee the printing in his native land, where, moreover, it was not the custom to publish such works serially. He urged upon his collaborator that he practice literalness of translation in respect of his own utterances, but gave him full liberty to proceed according to his judgment in the presentation of documentary evidence. All of the material in the volume, except the drafts from Wegler, Ries, and Schindler, with which he was frequently in conflict, was original discovery, the result of the labors begun in Bonn in 1849. His principles he set forth in these words: "I fight for no theories and cherish no prejudices. My sole point of view is the truth. I have resisted the temptation to discuss the character of his, Beethoven's, works and to make such a discussion the foundation of historical speculation, preferring to leave such matters to those who have a greater predilection for them. It appears to me that Beethoven, the composer, is amply known through his works, and in this assumption the long and wearisome labors of so many years were devoted to Beethoven the man." The plan to publish his work in German enabled Thayer to turn over all his documentary evidence to Dietz in its original shape, a circumstance which saved him great labor, but left it for his American editor and continuator. The first German volume appeared in 1866. Its stimulative effect upon musical Europe has been indicated. Volume 2 came from the press in 1872, Volume 3 in 1879, both translated and annotated by Dietz. They brought the story of Beethoven's life down to the end of the year 1816, leaving a little more than a decade still to be discussed. The health of Thayer had never been robust, and the long and unintermittent application to the work of gathering and weighing evidence had greatly taxed his brain. He became subject to severe headaches, and after the appearance of the third volume he found it impossible to apply himself for even a short time to work upon the biography. In July of 1890 he wrote a letter to Sir George Grove, which the latter forwarded to this writer. In it he tells in words of pathetic gratitude of the unexpected honors showered upon him at Bonn when, at the invitation of the Beethoven Hausverein, he attended the exhibition and festival given in Beethoven's birthplace a short time before. Then he proceeds, "Of course the great question was on the lips of all. When will the fourth volume appear? I could only say, when the condition of my head allows it. No one could see or have from my general appearance the least suspicion that I was not in mental equal to my physical vigor. In fact, the extreme excitement of these 3 weeks took off from the time 20 years of my age, and made me young again. But afterwards in Hamburg and in Berlin the reaction came. Spite of the delightful musical parties at Joachim's, Hausmann's, Mendelssohn's, my head broke down more and more, and since my return hither, July 3rd, has as yet shown small signs of recuperation. The extreme importance of working out my fourth volume is more than ever impressed upon my mind, and weighs upon me like an incubus, but as yet is still utterly impossible for me to really work. Of course I only live for that great purpose, and do not despair. My general health is such that I think the brain must in time recover something of its vigor and power of labor. What astonishes me and almost creates envy is to see this wonderful power of labor as exemplified by you and my neighbor Burton. But from boyhood I have had head troubles, And what I went through for 30 years in supporting myself and working on Beethoven is not to be described, and excites my wonder that I did not succumb. Well, I will not yet despair. Thayer's mind, active enough in some things, refused to occupy itself with the Beethoven material. It needed distraction, and to give it that he turned to literary work of another character. He wrote a book against the Baconian authorship of Shakespeare's works, another one on the Hebrews in Egypt and their exodus, which Mr. E.S. Wilcox, a friend of many years, published at his request in Peoria, Illinois. He also wrote essays and children's tales. Such writing he could do and also attend to his consular duties. But an hour or two of thought devoted to Beethoven, as he said in a letter to the present writer, brought on a racking headache and unfitted him for labor of any kind. Meanwhile, year after year passed by, and the final volume of the biography was no nearer its completion than in 1880. In fact, beyond the selection and ordination of its material, it was scarcely begun. His friends, and the lovers of Beethoven the world over, grew seriously concerned at the prospect that it would never be completed. Sharing in this concern, the editor of the present edition developed a plan which he thought would enable Thayer to complete the work, notwithstanding the disabilities under which he was laboring. He asked the cooperation of Noveller, Ewer and Company of London, and got them to promise to send a capable person to Trieste to act as a sort of literary secretary to Thayer. It was thought that, having all the material for the concluding volume on hand, chronologically arranged, he might talk it over with the secretary, but without giving care to the manner of literary presentation. The secretary was then to give the material a proper setting and submit it to Thayer for leisurely revision. Very hopefully, and with feelings of deep gratitude to his friends, the English publishers, the American editor, submitted his plan. But Thayer would have none of it. Though unable to work upon the biography of an hour continuously, he yet clung to the notion that some day he would not only finish it, but also rewrite the whole for English and American readers. From one of the letters placed at my disposal by Sir George Grove, it appears that subsequently, in 1892, there was some correspondence between an English publisher and Mr. Thayer touching an English edition. The letter was written to Sir George on June 1st, 1895. In it he says, "I then hoped to be able to revise and prepare it," the Beethoven manuscript, "for publication myself, and was able to begin the labor and arrange with a typewriting woman to make the clean copy. How sadly I failed, I wrote you. Since that time the subject has not been renewed between us. I am now compelled to relinquish all hope of ever being able to do the work. There are two great difficulties to be overcome. The one is that all letters and citations are in the original German as they were sent to Dr. Dieters. The other, there is much to be condensed, as I always intended should be for this reason. From the very first chapter to the end of Volume 3, I am continually in conflict with all previous writers, and was compelled, therefore, to show in my text that I was right by so using my materials that the reader should be taken along step by step and compelled to see the truth for himself. Had all my arguments been given in notes, 9 readers out of 10 would hardly have read them, and I should have been involved in numberless and endless controversies. Now the case is changed. AWT's novelties are now, with few if any exceptions, accepted as facts, and can in the English edition be used as such. Besides this, there is much new matter to be inserted and some corrections to be made from the appendices of the 3 German volumes. The prospect now is that I may be able to do some of this work, or at all events go through my manuscript, page by page, and do much to facilitate its preparation for publication in English. I have no expectation of receiving any pecuniary recompense for my 40 years of labor, for my many years of poverty arising from the costs of my extensive researches, for my But enough of this also. In explanation of the final sentence in this letter, it may be added that Thayer told the present writer that he never received a penny from his publisher for the 3 German volumes, nothing more, in fact, than a few books which he had ordered and for which the publisher made no charge. Thus matters rested when Thayer died on July 15, 1897. The thought that the fruits of his labor and great sacrifices should be lost to the world, even in part, was intolerable. Dr. Dieters, with undiminished zeal and enthusiasm, announced his willingness to revise the 3 published volumes for a second edition and write the concluding volume. Meanwhile, all of Thayer's papers had been sent to Mrs. Jabez Fox of Cambridge, Massachusetts, the author's niece, and one of his heirs. There was a large mass of material, and it became necessary to sift it in order that all that was needed for the work of revision and completion might be placed in the hands of Dr. Dieters. This work was done at Mrs. Fox's request by the present writer, who also at Mrs. Fox's request undertook the task of preparing this English edition. Dr. Dieters accomplished the work of revising Volume 1, which was published by Weber, the original publisher of the German volumes, in 1891. He then decided that before taking up the revision of Volumes 2 and 3, he would bring the biography to a conclusion. He wrote not the 1 volume which Thayer had hoped would suffice him, but 2 volumes, the mass of material bearing on the last decade of Beethoven's life having grown so large that it could not conveniently be comprehended in a single tome, especially since Dr. Dieters had determined to incorporate critical discussions of the composer's principal works in the new edition. The advance sheets of Volume 4 were in Dr. Dieters' hands when, full of years and honors, he died on May 1st, 1907. Breitkopf and Hartel had meanwhile purchased the German copyright from Weber, and they chose Dr. Hugo Riemann to complete the work of revision. Under Dr. Riemann's supervision, Volumes 4 and 5 were brought out in 1908, and Volumes 2 and 3 in 1910 through 1911. Not until this had been accomplished could the American collaborator go systematically to work on his difficult and voluminous task, for he had determined to use as much as possible of Thayer's original manuscript and adhere to Thayer's original purpose, and that expressed in his letter to Sir George Grove. He also thought it wise to condense the work so as to bring it within 3 volumes, and to seek to enhance its readableness in other ways. To this end, he abolished the many appendices which swell the German volumes and put their significant portions into the body of the narrative. He omitted many of the hundreds of footnotes, especially the references to the works of the earlier biographers, believing that the special student would easily find the sources if he wished to do so, and the general reader would not care to verify the statements of one who has been accepted as the court of last resort in all matters of fact pertaining to Beethoven, the man. He also omitted many letters and presented the substance of others in his own words, for the reason that they can all be consulted in the special volumes which contain the composer's correspondence. Of the letters and other documents used in the pages which follow, he made translations for the sake of accuracy, as well as to avoid conflict with the copyright privileges of the publishers of English versions. Being as free as the German editors in respect of the portion of the biography which did not come directly from the pen of Thayer, the editor of this English edition chose his own method of presentation, touching the story of the last decade of Beethoven's life, keeping in view the greater clearness and rapidity of narrative which he believed would result from a grouping of material different from that followed by the German editors in their adherence to the strict chronological method established by Thayer. A large number of variations from the text of the original German edition are explained in the body of this work or in footnotes. In cases where the German editors were found to be in disagreement with the English manuscript, in matters of opinion merely, the editor has chosen to let Mr. Thayer's arguments stand, though as a rule he has noted the adverse opinions of the German revisers also. A prominent instance of this kind is presented by the mysterious love letter found secreted in Beethoven's desk after his death. Though a considerable literature has grown up around the immortal beloved since Thayer advanced the hypothesis that the lady was the Countess Teresa Brunswick, the question touching her identity and the dates of the letters is still as much an open one as it was when Thayer, in his characteristic manner, subjected it to examination. The editor has, therefore, permitted Thayer not only to present his case in his own words, but helped him by bringing his scattered pleadings and briefs into sequence. He has also outlined, in part, the discussion which followed the promulgation of Thayer's theory, and advanced a few fugitive reflections of his own. The related incident of Beethoven's vain matrimonial project has been put into a different category by new evidence which came to light while Dr. Riemann was engaged in his revisory work. It became necessary, therefore, that the date of that incident be changed from 1807, where Thayer had put it, to 1810. By this important change, Beethoven's relations to Teresa Malfatti were made to take on a more serious attitude than Thayer was willing to accord them. In this edition, finally, more importance is attached to the so-called Fischer manuscript than Thayer was inclined to give it, although he, somewhat grudgingly we fear, consented that Dr. Dieters should print it with critical comments in the appendix of his Volume 1. The manuscript, though known to Thayer, had come to the attention of Dr. Dieters too late for use in the narrative portion of the volume, though it was thus used in the second edition. The story of the manuscript, which is now preserved in the Museum of the Beethoven Haus Verein in Bonn, is a curious one. Its author was Gottfried Fischer, whose ancestors, for 4 generations, had lived in the house in the Rheingasse, which only a few years ago was still, though mendaciously, pointed out to strangers as the house in which Beethoven was born. Fischer, who lived till 1864, was born in the house which formerly stood on the site of the present building known as number 934. 10 years after Beethoven's eyes opened to the light in the Bonggasse. At the time of Fischer's birth, the Beethoven family occupied a portion of the house, and Fischer's father and the composer's father were friends and companions. There, too, had lived the composer's grandfather. Gottfried Fischer had a sister, Cecilia Fischer, who was born 8 years before Beethoven. She remained unmarried and lived to be 85 years old, dying on May 23, 1845. The festivities attending the unveiling of the Beethoven monument in 1838 brought many visitors to Bonn and a natural curiosity concerning the relics of the composer. Inquiries were referred to the house in the Rheingasse, then supposed to be the birthplace of the composer, where the Fischers, brother and sister, still lived. They told their story and were urged by eager listeners to put it into writing. This Gottfried did the same year, but keeping the manuscript in hand, he added to it, at intervals, down to the year 1857 at least. He came to attach great value to his revelations, and as time went on, embellished his recital with a mass of notes, many of no value, many consisting of iterations and reiterations of incidents already recorded, and also with excerpts from books to which, in his simplicity, he thought that nobody but himself had access. He was an uneducated man, ignorant even of the correct use of the German language. It is therefore not surprising that much of his record is utterly worthless. But mixed with the dross there is much precious metal, especially in the spinster's recollection of the composer's father and grandfather. For while Gottfried grew senile, his sister remained mentally vigorous to the end. Thayer examined the document and offered to buy it. but was dissuaded by the seemingly exorbitant price which the old man set upon it. It was finally purchased for the city's archive by the Oberbürgermeister, and thus came to the notice of Dr. Dieters. His use of it has been followed by the present editor. Henry Edward KREHBIEL, Blue Hill, Maine, USA, July 1914. Postscript. The breaking out in August 1914 of the war between Austria and Servia, which eventually involved nearly all the civilized nations of the world, led the publishers who had originally undertaken to print this work, as brought to a conclusion by the American editor, indefinitely to postpone its publication. In the spring of 1920, the Beethoven Association, composed of musicians of high rank who had given a remarkably successful series of concerts of Beethoven's chamber music in New York in the season 1919-20, at the suggestion of O.G. Sonic and Harold Bauer, resolved to devote the proceeds of the concerts to promoting the publication of Thayer's biography. To this act of artistic philanthropy, the appearance of the work is due. H.E.K., Blue Hill, Maine, USA, September 1920. End of section 0. Section 1, Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 1, Part 1. Introductory. The Electors of Cologne in the 18th century. Joseph Clemens, Clemens August and Max Friedrich. The Electoral Courts and their music. Musical culture in Bonn at the time of Beethoven's birth. Appearance of the city in 1770. One of the compensations for the horrors of the French Revolution was the sweeping away of many of the petty sovereignties into which Germany was divided, thereby rendering in our day a union of the German people and the rise of a German nation possible. The first to fall were the numerous Ecclesiastical-Civil members of the old, loose confederation, some of which had played no ignoble nor unimportant part in the advance of civilization. But their day was past. The people of these states had in diverse respects enjoyed a better lot than those who were subjects of hereditary rulers. And the old German saying, "It is good to dwell under the crook," had a basis of fact. At least they were not sold as mercenary troops. Their blood was not shed on foreign fields to support their prince's ostentatious splendor, to enable mistresses and ill-begotten children to live in luxury and riot. But the antiquated ideas to which the ecclesiastical rulers held with bigoted tenacity had become a barrier to progress, the exceptions being too few to render their farther existence desirable. These members of the empire, greatly differing in extent, population, wealth, and political influence, were ruled with few or no exceptions by men who owed their positions to election by chapters or other church corporations, whose numbers were so limited as to give full play to every sort of intrigue. But they could not assume their functions until their titles were confirmed by the Pope as head of the Church and by the Emperor as head of the Confederation. Thus the subject had no voice in the matter, and it hardly need be said that his welfare and prosperity were never included among the motives and considerations on which the elections turned. The sees, by their charters and statutes, we think without exception, were bestowed upon men of noble birth. They were benefices and sinecures for younger sons of princely houses, estates set apart and consecrated to the use, emolument and enjoyment of German John Lacklands. In the long list of their incumbents, a name here and there appears that calls up historic associations. A man of letters who aided in the increase or diffusion of the cumbrous learning of his time, a warrior who exchanged his robes for a coat of mail, a politician who played a part more or less honorable or the reverse in the affairs and intrigues of the empire, and very rarely one whose daily walk and conversation reflected in some measure the life and principles of the founder of Christianity. In general, as they owned their places wholly to political and family influences, so they assumed the vows and garb of churchmen as necessary steps to the enjoyment of lives and affluence and pleasure. So late as far into the 18th century, traveling was slow, laborious, and expensive. Hence, save for the few more wealthy and powerful, journeys at long intervals to a council, an imperial coronation, or a diet of the empire were the rare interruptions to the monotony of their daily existence. Not having the power to transmit their sees to their children, these ecclesiastics had the less inducement to rule with an eye to the welfare of the subjects. On the other hand, the temptation was very strong to augment their revenues for the benefit of relatives and dependents, and especially for the gratification of their own tastes and inclinations, among which the love of splendor and ostentatious display was a fruitful source of waste and extravagance. Confined so largely to their own small capitals, with little intercourse except with their immediate neighbors, they were far more dependent upon their own resources for amusement than the hereditary princes, and what so obvious, so easily obtained, and so satisfactory as music, the theater, and the dance. Thus every little court became a conservatory of these arts, and for generations most of the great names in them may be found recorded in the court calendars. One is therefore not surprised to learn how many of them were distinguished musical composers began life as singing boys in cathedral choirs of England and Germany. The secular princes, especially those of high rank, had besides their civil administration, the stirring events of war, questions of public policy, schemes and intrigues for the advancement of family interests, and the like, to engage their attention. But the ecclesiastic, leaving the civil administration as a rule in the hands of ministers, had little to occupy him officially but a tedious routine of religious forms and ceremonies. To him, therefore, the theater and music for the mass, the opera, the ballroom, and the salon were matters of great moment. They filled a wide void and were cherished accordingly. The three German ecclesiastical princes who possessed the greatest power and influence were the archbishops of Mayence, Treves, and Cologne, electors of the empire and rulers of the fairest regions of the Rhine. Peace appears hardly to have been known between the city of Cologne and its earlier archbishops, and in the 13th century a long-continued and even bloody quarrel resulted in the victory of the city. It remained a free imperial town. The archbishops retained no civil or political power within its walls, not even the right to remain there more than 3 days at any one time. Thus it happened that in the year 1257, Archbishop Engelbert selected Bonn for his residence and formally made it the capital of the electorate, as it remained until elector and court were swept away in 1794. Of the last 4 electors of Cologne, the first was Joseph Clemens, a Bavarian prince, nephew of his predecessor Maximilian Heinrich. The choice of the chapter by a vote of 13-9 had been Cardinal Fürstenberg, but his known or supposed devotion to the interests of the French king had prevented the ratification of the election by either the emperor or the pope, a new one being ordered resulted in favor of the Bavarian, then a youth of 18 years. The Pope had ratified his election and appointed a bishop to perform his ecclesiastical functions ad interim, and the emperor invested him with the electoral dignity, December 1, 1689. Vesey says of him, like two of his predecessors, he was the incumbent of 5 sees. He was Archbishop of Cologne, Bishop of Hildesheim, Liege, Ratisbon, and Friesingen. His love for pomp and splendor was a passion which he gratified in the magnificence of his court. He delighted to draw thither beautiful and intellectual women. Madame de Reisbeck and Countess Fugger, wife of his chief equerry, were his declared favorites. For 17 years, that is, until the disastrous year 1706, when Fenelon consecrated him, he delayed assuming his vows. He held the opinion, universal in the courts of those days, that he might with a clear conscience enjoy life after the manner of secular princes. In pleasing the ladies he was utterly regardless of expense, and for their amusement gave magnificent balls, splendid masquerades, musical and dramatic entertainments, and hunting parties. Saint Simon relates that several years of his exile were passed at Valenciennes, where, though a fugitive, he followed the same round of costly pleasures and amusements. He also records one of the Electors' jests, which, in effrontery, surpasses anything related of his contemporary, Dean Swift. Some time after his consecration, he caused public notice to be given that on the approaching 1st of April he would preach. At the appointed time he mounted the pulpit, bowed gravely, made the sign of the cross, shouted, Zum April, April Fool, and retired amid a flourish of trumpets and the rolling of drums. Dr. Enon labors energetically to prove that Joseph Clemens' fondness in later years for joining in old grand church ceremonies rested upon higher motives than the mere pleasure of displaying himself in his magnificent robes, and affirms that after assuming his priestly vows he led a life devoted to the church and worthy of his order. Thenceforth, never seeing Madame de Reisbeck, mother of his illegitimate children, except in the presence of a third person. It seems proper to say this much concerning a prince whose electorship is the point of departure for notices of music and musicians in Bonn during the 18th century. A prince whose fondness for the art led him at home and in exile to support both vocal and instrumental bands on a scale generous for that age, and who, moreover, made some pretensions to the title of composer himself, as we learn from a letter which, under date of July 20, 1720, he wrote to a court counselor, Rauch, to accompany 11 of his motets. It is an amusingly frank letter, beginning with a confession that he was an ignorant who knew nothing about notes and had absolutely no knowledge of music, wherefore he admits that his manner of composing is very odd, being compelled to sing anything that came into his head to a composer whose duty it was to bring the ideas to paper. Nevertheless, he is quite satisfied with himself. At all events, I must have a good ear and gusto, for the public that has heard has always approved. But the methodum which I have adopted is that of the bees draw and collect the honey from the sweetest flowers. So also I have taken all that time I have composed for good masters whose musical line pleased me. Thus I freely confess my pilfering, which others deny, and try to appropriate what they have taken from others. Let no one therefore get angry, as he hears old arias in it, for as they are beautiful, the old is not deprived of its praise. I ascribe everything to the grace of God who enlightened me, the unknowing, to do these things. Not all composers, royal or mean, are as honest as the old Elector. It is fortunate for the present purpose that the portion of the electoral archives discovered after a lapse of nearly 70 years, and now preserved at Dusseldorf, consists so largely of documents relating to the musical establishment of the court at Bonn during the last century of its existence. They rarely afford information upon the character of the music performed, but are sufficiently complete, when supplemented by the annual court calendars, to determine with reasonable correctness the number, character, position, and condition of its members. The few petitions and decrees hereafter to be given, in full, because of their connection with the Beethovens, suffice for specimens of the long series of similar documents, uniform in character and generally of too little interest to be worth transcription. In 1695, a decree issued at Liege by Joseph Clemens, then in that city as titular bishop, though not consecrated, adds 3 new names to the Hofmusicae, one of which, Van den Eden, constantly reappears in the documents and calendars down to the year 1782. From a list of payments at Liege in the second quarter of 1696, we find that Henry van den Eden, Heinrich van den Eden, was a bass singer, and that the aggregate of vocalists, instrumentists, with the organ blower, Kalkant, was 18 persons. Returned to Bonn, Joseph Clemens resumed his plan of improving his music, and for those days of small orchestras and niggardly salaries he set it upon a rather generous foundation. A decree of April 1, 1698, put in force the next month, names 22 persons with salaries aggregating 8,890 florins. After the death of Maximilian Heinrich, the government passed into the hands of Cardinal Fürstenberg, his coadjutor, who owned the position the intrigues of Louis XIV and now used it by all possible means to promote French interests. The king's troops under French commanders he admitted into the principal towns of the electorate, and for his own protection a French garrison of 10,000 men into Bonn. War was the consequence. An imperial army successfully invaded the province, and advancing to the capital subjected its unfortunate inhabitants to all the horrors of a relentless siege that ended October 15, 1689, in the expulsion of the garrison, now reduced to some 3,900 men, of whom 1,500 were invalids. Yet in the War of the Spanish Succession, which opened in 1701, notwithstanding the terrible lesson taught only 11 years before, the infatuated Joseph Clemens embraced the party of Louis. Emperor Leopold treated him with singular mildness. In vain. The Elector persisted. In 1702 he was therefore excluded from the civil government and fled from Bonn, the ecclesiastical authority in Cologne being empowered by the emperor to rule in his stead. The next year, the great success of the French armies against the Allies was celebrated by Joseph Clemens with all pomp in Namur, where he then was. But his triumph was short. John Churchill, then Earl of Marlborough, took the field as commander-in-chief of the armies of the Allies. His foresight, energy, and astonishing skill in action justified Addison's simile, whether sublime or only pompous, of the angel riding in the whirlwind and directing the storm. He was soon at Cologne, whence he despatched Cockburn to besiege Bonn. The great general executed his task with such skill and impetuosity that on May 15, 1703, all was ready for storming the city, when d'Allegre, the French commander, offered to capitulate, and on the 19th was allowed to retire. Now was Bonn for the third time wrested from the hands of the French and restored to the archbishopric, but alas, in a condition that aroused indignation, grief, and compassion on all sides, says Müller. Leopold was still kindly disposed toward Joseph Clemens, but he died May 5, 1705, and his successor, Joseph I, immediately declared him under the ban of the empire. This deprived him of the means and opportunities as elector for indulging his passion for pomp and display, while his neglect hitherto under dispensations from the Pope to take the vows necessary to the performance of ecclesiastical functions was likewise fatal to that indulgence as archbishop. But this could be remedied. Fenelon, the famous archbishop of Cambrai, ordained him subdeacon August 15, 1706. The bishop of Tournai made him deacon December 8th, and priest on the 25th. On January 1, 1707, he read his first Mass at Lille, and indulged his passion for parade to the full, as a pamphlet describing the incident and silver and copper medals commemorating it still evince. 2 years later, May 1, 1709, Joseph Clemens received from Fenelon in Reissel, Lille, episcopal consecration and the pallium. Upon the victory of Ordinata by Marlborough and the fall of Lille, he took refuge in Mons. The Treaty of Arstadt, March 1714, restored him to his electoral dignities, and he returned to the Rhine. But Dutch troops continued to hold Bonn until December 11, 1715. On the morning of that day, they evacuated the city, and in the afternoon the Elector entered in a grand, solemn procession, commemorated by an issue of silver medals. During all these vicissitudes, Joseph Clemens, from whatever source he derived the means, did not suffer his music to deteriorate, and returned to Bonn. No sooner was the public business regulated and restored to its former routine than he again turned his attention to its improvement. Joseph Clemens died November 12, 1723, having previously secured the succession to his nephew Clemens August, last of the 5 electors of Cologne, of the Bavarian line. The new incumbent, third son of Maximilian, Emanuel, Elector of Bavaria, and his second wife, a daughter of the celebrated John Sobieski of Poland, was born August 17, 1700, at Brussels, where his father resided at the time as Governor-General. From his 4th to his 15th year, he had been held in captivity by the Austrians at Klagenfurt and Graz. Then, having been destined for the church, he spent several years at study in Rome. As a child in 1715, he had been appointed coadjutor to the Bishop of Regensburg. In 1719, he was elected to the 2 sees of Paderborn and Münster, made vacant by the death of his brother Moritz, was chosen coadjutor to his uncle of Cologne in 1722, made his solemn entry into Bonn as elector May 15, 1724, was the same year also elected Bishop of Hildesheim in 1725, provost of the cathedral at Liege, 1728 Bishop of Osnabrück, and finally in 1732 reached the dignity of Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. His rule is distinguished in the annals of the electorate for little else than the building, repairing, renewing, and embellishing of palaces, hunting seats, churches, convents, and other edifices. At Bonn he erected the huge pile, the foundation of which had been laid by his uncle, now the seat of the university. The handsome city hall was also his work. The villa at Poppelsdorf was enlarged by him into a small palace, Clemensruhe, now the University Museum of Natural History. In Brühl, the Augustusburg, now a Prussian royal palace dates from his reign, and Münster, Mergentheim, Arnsberg, and other places show similar monuments of his prodigality in the indulgence of his taste for splendor. Monstrous were the sums, says Dr. Enan, squandered by him in the purchase of splendid ornaments, magnificent equipages, furniture costly for its variety, and of curious works of art. Upon festivities, sleighing parties, masquerades, operas, dramas, and ballets, upon charlatans, swindlers, female vocalists, actors, and dancers. His theater and opera alone cost him $50,000 annually, and the magnificence of his masked balls, twice a week, in winter, is proof sufficient that no small sums were lavished upon them. The aggregate of the revenues derived from the several states of which Clemens August was the head nowhere appears, but the civil income of the electorate alone had, in his later years, risen from the million of florins of his predecessor to about the same number of thalers, an increase of some 40%. Added to this were large sums derived from the Church and subsidies from Austria, France, and the sea-coast states, amounting to at least 14 million francs. Indeed, during the Electors' last 10 years, the French subsidies alone made an aggregate of at least 7,300,000 francs. In 1728, Holland paid an account of the Clemens Canal $76,000. At the centennial opening of the strong box of the Teutonic Order, he obtained the fat accumulations of 100 years, and 25 years later he opened it again. Yet, though during his rule peace was hardly interrupted in his part of Europe, he plunged ever deeper and more inextricably into debt, leaving one of large proportions as his legacy to his successor. He was a bad ruler, but a kindly, amiable, and popular man. How should he know or feel the value of money or the necessity of prudence? His childhood had been spent in captivity, his student years in Rome, where, precisely at that period, poetry and music were cultivated, if not in very noble and manly forms, at least with a Medicean splendor. The society of the Arcadians was in full activity. True, both Clemens August and his brother were under the age which enabled them to be enrolled as shepherds, and consequently their names appeared neither in Crescembini nor in Quadrio. But it is not to be supposed that two young princes, already bishops by election, and certain of still higher dignities in the future, were excluded from the palaces of Ruspoli and Ottoboni, from those brilliant, literary, artistic, and luxurious circles in which only half a dozen years before their young countryman, the musician Handel, had found so cordial a welcome. Those were very expensive tastes, as the citation from Enan shows, which the future elector brought with him from Rome. Italian palaces, Italian villas, churches, gardens, music, songstresses, mistresses, an Italian holy staircase on the Kreuzberg, leading to nothing, Italian pictures, mosaics, and whatnot. All these things cost money. But must he not have them? End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Section 2, Chapter 1, Part 2, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 1, Part 2. This elector is perhaps the only archbishop on record to whose epitaph may truthfully be added, he danced out of this world into some other, which happened in this wise. Having in the winter of 1760 through 61, by some unexpected stroke of good fortune, succeeded in obtaining from the usually prudent and careful bankers of Holland a loan of $80,000, he embraced the opportunity of making a long-desired visit to his family in Munich. Owing to a sudden attack of illness, he was once on the point of turning back soon after leaving Bonn. He persevered, however, reached Koblenz, and crossed over to the palace of the Elector of Treves at Ehrenbreitstein, where he arrived at 4 p.m., February 5, 1761. At dinner, an hour later, he was unable to eat. But at the ball which followed, he could not resist the fascination of the Baroness von Woldendorf, sister of his Transparency of Treves, and danced with her 8 or 9 turns. Of course, he could not refuse a similar compliment to several other ladies. The physical exertion of dancing, joined to the excitement of the occasion, and following a dreary winter's day journey, was too much for the enfeebled constitution of a man of 60 years. He fainted in the ballroom, was carried to his chamber, and died the next day. It seems to have been the etiquette that when an elector breathed his last, the musical chapel expired with him. At all events, no other explanation appears of the fact that so many of the petitions for membership, which are still preserved, should be signed by men who had already been named in the court calendars. It is also to be remarked that some of the petitioners receive appointments without salary. These seem to have been appointments of the kind which in later years were distinguished in the records and in the calendars by the term accessist, and which, according to best lights afforded by the archives, may be considered as having been provisional, until the incumbent had proved his skill and capacity, or until a vacancy occurred through the death or resignation of some old member. There are indications that the accessists, though without fixed salary, received some small remuneration for their services, but this is by no means certain. It would seem that both vocalists and instrumentists who received salaries out of the state revenues were limited to a fixed number, that the amount of funds devoted to this object was also strictly limited, and the costs incurred by the engagement of superior artists with extra salaries or by an increase of the number were defrayed from the elector's privy purse, that the position of accessist was sought by young musicians as a stepping stone to some future vacancy, which, when acquired, ensured a gradually increasing income during the years of service, and a small pension when superannuated, that the etiquette of the court demanded, even in cases when the elector expressly called some distinguished artist to Bonn, that the appointment should be apparently only in gracious answer to a humble petition, and that, with few exceptions, both singers and members of the orchestra were employed in the church, the theater, and the concert room. Clemens August made his formal entry into Bonn May 15, 1724. A number of petitions are passed over, but one, granted without salary, on February 18, 1727, from Van den Eden, must be given in its entirety.
Supplique très humble à Son Altesse Sérénissime Électorale de Cologne pour Gilles van den Ede. Bonn, daté 18 février 1727. Prince Sérénissime, Monseigneur. Van den Ede vient, avec tout le respect qui lui est possible, se mettre aux pieds de votre Altesse Sérénissime Électorale, lui représenter qu'ayant eu l'honneur d'avoir été second organiste de feu, Son Altesse Sérénissime Électorale d'heureuse mémoire, elle daigne lui vouloir faire la même grâce, ne demandant aucun gage si longtemps qu'il plaira à votre Altesse Sérénissime Électorale, promettant la servir avec soin et diligence. Quoi faisant, etc., etc.
On the same date, Van den Eden received his appointment as a second court organist. June 8, 1728, a decree is issued granting him a salary of 100 florins. To a third petition the next year, signed Van den Enden, the answer is an increase of his salary to 200 thalers, and thus a future instructor of Ludwig van Beethoven becomes established in Bonn. The records need not concern us now until we reach the following, which forms part of the history of the grandfather of the subject of this biography. March 1733. Decretum for Ludovicum van Beethoven as electoral court musician. Clemens August. Whereas His Serene Highness Elector of Cologne, Duke Clemens August in Upper and Lower Bavaria, etc., our gracious Lord, having on the humble petition of Ludovico van Beethoven graciously declared and received him as court musician, and assigned him an annual salary of 400 florins Rhenish, the present decree, under the gracious hand of His Serene Electoral Highness, and the seal of the Privy Chancellor, is granted to him, and the Electoral Councillor and Paymaster Resac is herewith commanded to pay the said Beethoven the 400 florins quartiliter from the beginning of this year, and to make a proper accounting thereof. March 1733. 13 years later, we find this. Allowance of an additional 100 thalers annually to the chamber musician Van Beethoven, inasmuch as His Serene Highness Elector of Cologne, Duke Clement August of Upper and Lower Bavaria, our most gracious Lord, has increased the salary of his chamber musician Van Beethoven by the addition of 100 thalers annually, which became due through the death of Joseph Kaiser, instrument maker. The court chamber councillor and paymaster Resac is hereby informed and graciously commanded to pay to him, the said Beethoven, the 100 florins a year in quarterly installments against voucher from the proper time, and to make the proper accounting. Witness, etc., Poppelsdorf, August 22, 1746. On May 2nd, 1747, Johann Ries became court trumpeter with a salary of 192 thalers. This is the first representative we have met of a name which afterwards rose to great distinction, not only in the orchestra of the Elector, but also in the world at large. On March 5th, 1754, he was formally appointed court musician, violinist, having set forth in his petition that instead of confining himself to the trumpet, he had made himself serviceable in the chapel by singing and playing other instruments. Later he took ill, and was sent to Cologne. We shall presently meet his two daughters and his son Franz Ries, the last of whom will figure prominently in the life history of Beethoven. Under date March 27, 1756, occur several papers, which have a double interest. They relate to the Beethoven family and are so complete as to exhibit the entire process of appointment to membership in the electoral chapel. The original documents are not calculated to give the reader a very exalted idea of the orthographical knowledge of the petitioner or the chamber music director Gottwald, but that fault gives us the clue to the correct pronunciation of the name Beethoven, the English Beet Garden. To His Electoral Serenity of Cologne, etc., my most gracious Lord, the humble petition and prayer of Jan van Beethoven, most reverend, most serene Elector, most gracious Lord, etc. May it please your electoral serenity graciously to hear the humble representations how in the absence of voices in your highest court chapel my insignificant self took part in the music for at least 4 years without the good fortune of having allotted by your serene electoral highness a small salario. I therefore pray your serene electoral highness most humbly that it graciously please you, in consideration of my father's faithful service for 23 years, to rejoice me with a decree as court musician, which high grace will infuse me with zeal to serve your serene highness with the greatest fidelity and zealousness. Your serene electoral highness's most humble, obedient, faithful servant, Johann von Beethoven. To the music director Gottwald, for a report of his humble judgment, attestation by the most gracious sign, manual, and seal of the Privy Chancellery, Bonn, March 19, 1756, signed Clemens August, L.S. Most Reverend, most Serene Elector, most Gracious Lord, etc. Your Serene Electoral Highness has referred to my humble judgment the petition of Johann von Beethoven. The supplicant prays your Electoral Highness for a gracious decree as accessist in the court music. He has indeed served for 2 years with his voice on the Duke's Saal, hopes in time to deserve the good will of your Serene Highness by his industry, and his father, who enjoys the grace of serving your Highness as bass singer, prays his appointment. I pray most humbly and obediently for instruction concerning your Highness's good will in the matter. Submit myself humbly and obediently to your Serene Highness's grace, and remain in greatest humility, your Serene and Electoral Highness's most humble and obedient servant, Gottwald, Director of the Chamber Music. A further report was made to the Elector as follows. Bonn, March 27, 1756. Coloniensis Gratiosa. Chamber Music Director Gottwald, ad supplicum, of Johann von Beethoven, has served 2 years on the Doxel, and hopes through his industry to serve further to the satisfaction of your Electoral Highness, to which end his father, who through your Highness's grace serves as bass singer, will seek completely to qualify him, which may it please your Serene Highness to allow. Idem, Gottwald at supplicam, Ernest Heveckes, accessist in the court music, reports that suppliant, though not fully capable as yet hopes by special diligence to make himself worthy of your Highness's service, and would be encouraged and rejoice in his efforts if your Serene Highness would graciously deign to grant him a decreto, humbly praying to be informed as to your Highness's wishes in the matter. Decretum, Court Musician's Decree for Johann van Beethoven. Clemens August. Whereas His Serene Electoral Highness of Cologne, Duke Clement August, in Upper and Lower Bavaria, etc., our gracious Lord, on the humble petition of Johann van Beethoven, and in consideration of his skill in the art of singing, also the experience in the same already gained, having graciously declared and accepted him as court musician, appoint and accept him by this writing. Therefore, the said Beethoven receives this decree with the gracious sign, manual, and seal of the Privy Chancellery, and those who are concerned to recognize him hereafter as an electoral court musician, and to pay him such respect as the position deserves. Bonn, March 25, 1756. Johann van Beethoven was 16 years old at this time. Why he should appear in the court calendar as an accessist 4 years after the publication of this decree appointing him court musician does not appear. But slender success has rewarded the search for means of determining the character and quality of that opera and music, upon which, according to Ihnen, Clemens August lavished such large sums. The period embraced in that elector's rule, 1724 to 1761, was precisely that in which the old Italian opera, the oratorio, and the sacred cantata reached their extreme limits of development through the genius of Handel and J.S. Bach. It closes at the moment when Gluck, C.P.E. Bach, and Joseph Haydn were laying the immovable foundations of a new operatic, orchestral, and pianoforte music, and before the perfected sonata form that found universal adoption in all compositions of the better class, not vocal. Little music, comparatively, was issued from the press in those days, and consequently new forms and new styles made their way slowly into vogue. Another consequence was that the offices of composer for the chamber, the church, the comedy, or however they were named, were by no means sinecures. Neither at their imperial court of Maria Theresia, nor at the court of any petty prince or noble whose servants formed his orchestra. Composers had to furnish music on demand, and as often as was necessary, as the hunter delivered game or the fisherman fish. What a volume of music was produced in this manner can be seen in the case of Joseph Haydn at Esterhaz, whose fruitfulness did not, in all probability, exceed that of many another of his contemporaries. The older Telemann furnished compositions to the courts of Beirut and Eisenach as well as to the Grey Friars at Frankfurt on the Main, and also performed his duties as musical director and composer at Hamburg. He wrote music with such ease that, as Handel said, he could write for 8 voices as rapidly as an ordinary man could write a letter. Under such conditions did the men write who are mentioned as official composers in our narrative. It is probable that not a note of theirs remains in existence, and equally probable that the loss is not at all deplorable, except as it leaves the curiosity of an antiquary unsatisfied. A few textbooks to vocal pieces performed on various occasions during this reign have been preserved, their titles being Componimento per Musica, music by Giuseppe dall'Abaco, director of the chamber music 1740, La Morte d'Abel, no date is given, but Il Signor Beethoven sang the part of Adamo, Esther, from the Italian of S.F.A. Aubert, the text partly in German, partly in Italian, and Agilda, drama per musica. After the unlucky ball at Ehrenbreitstein, the crook and scepter of Cologne passed from the Bavarian family, which had so long held them, into the hands of Maximilian Friedrich, of the Sorbian line Königsegg, Rothenfels. For a century or more, this house had enjoyed fat livings in the church at Cologne, in which the city's new elector was born on May 13, 1708. He was the 4th of his race who had held that important office of Dean of the Cathedral, from which post he was elevated to the electorship on April 6, 1761, and to the ecclesiastical principality of Münster the next year, with which 2 sees he was fain to be content. He was by nature an easy, good-tempered, indolent, friendly man, of no great force of character, qualities which in the incumbent of a rich sinecure just completing his 53rd year would be too fully confirmed and developed by habit to change with any change of circumstances, and which, says Stromberg, made him unusually popular throughout the land despite the familiar little verse. Bei Clemens August Tüchmann blau und weiß, da liebte man wie im Paradies. Bei Macht Friedrich Tüchmann sich schwarz und rot, da litt man Hunger wie der schwere Not. The condition of the finances had become such, through the extravagant expenditures of Clemens August, that very energetic measures were necessary, and to the effects of these, during the first few years of Max Friedrich's rule, in throwing many persons out of employment, these doggerel lines doubtless owe their origin. It was fortunate for the Elector's subjects that his indolence was made good by the activity and energy of a prime minister who found his beau ideal of a statesman in Frederick II of Prussia, whom in his domestic policy he imitated as far as the character of the two governments allowed. This was equally, if not more true, in the Principality of Munster. To the respect which one must feel for the memory of Belderbusch, the all-powerful minister at Bonn, is added, in the case of Fürstenberg, the equally powerful minister at Munster, admiration and regard for the man. The former was respected, feared, but not loved in the electorate. The latter was respected and very popular in the Principality. To Caspar Anton von Belderbusch, the new elector owed his elevation. To his care he entrusted the state. To his skill and strength of character he was indebted for release from the pecuniary difficulties which beset him, and for the satisfaction, as the years rolled by, of seeing his states numbered among the most prosperous and flourishing in Germany. Belderbusch's first care was to reduce the expenditure. He put a stop to building, says Ihnen, dismissed the number of the actors, restricted the number of concerts and court balls, dispensed with the costly hunts, reduced the salaries of court officials, officers, and domestics, lessened the état for the kitchen, cellar, and table of the prince, turned the property left by Clemens August into money, and comforted the latter's creditors with the hope of better times. But though economy was the rule still, where the elector considered it, due to his position, he could be lavish. Whatever opinions may be entertained as to the wisdom and expediency of clothing ecclesiastics with civil power, it would be unjust not to give the bright as well as the dark side of the picture. This is well put by Caspar Riesbeck in relation to the Rhenish states, whose princes were churchmen, and his remarks are in place here, since they relate in part to that in which the childhood and youth of Beethoven were spent. The whole stretch of the country, from here to Mayence, is one of the richest and most populous in Germany. Within this territory of 18 German miles there are 20 cities, lying hard by the shore of the Rhine and dating, for the greater part, from the period of the Romans. It is still plainly to be seen that this portion of Germany was the first to be built up. Neither morass nor heaths interrupt the evidences of cultivation, which stretch with equal industry far from the shores of the river over the contiguous country. While many cities and castles built under Charlemagne and his successors, especially Henry I, in other parts of Germany have fallen into decay, all in this section have not only been preserved, but many have been added to them. The natural wealth of the soil in comparison with that of other lands, and the easy disposition of its products by means of the Rhine, have no doubt contributed most of these results. Nevertheless, great as is the prejudice in Germany against the ecclesiastical governments, they have beyond doubt aided in the blooming development of these regions. In the 3 ecclesiastical electorates, which make up the greater part of this tract of land, nothing is known of those tax burdens under which the subjects of so many secular princes of Germany groan. These princes have exceeded the old assessments but slightly. Little is known in their countries of serfdom. The appanage of many princes and princesses do not force them to extortion. They have no inordinate military institution, and do not sell the sons of their farmers, and they have never taken so active a part in the domestic and foreign wars of Germany as the secular princes. Though they are not adept in encouraging their subjects in art and culture, varied agriculture has been developed to a high degree of perfection throughout the region. Nature does of its own accord what laws and regulations seek to compel, as soon as the rocks of offense are removed from the path. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Section 3, Chapter 1, Part 3 of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 1, Part 3. Henry Swinburne, whose letters to his brother were published long after his death, under the title of The Courts of Europe, writes under date of November 29, 1780, Bonn is a pretty town, neatly built, and its streets tolerably well paved, all in black lava. It is situated in a flat near the river. The Elector of Cologne's palace faces the south entry. It has no beauty of architecture, and is all plain white without any pretensions. We went to court and were invited to dine with the Elector Koenigsegg. He is 73 years old, a little hale black man, very merry and affable. His table is none of the best. No dessert wines handed about, nor any foreign wines at all. He is easy and agreeable, having lived all his life in ladies' company, which he is said to have liked better than his breviary. The captains of his guard and a few other people of the court formed the company, amongst whom were his two great nieces, Madame de Hatzfeld and Madame de Taxi. The palace is of immense size, the ballroom particularly large and low. The Elector goes about to all the assemblies and plays a trick-track. He asked me to be of his party, but I was not acquainted with their way of playing. There is every evening an assembly or play at court. The Elector seems very strong and healthy, and will, I think, hold the Archduke a good tug yet. This Archduke was Max Franz, youngest son of Maria Theresia, whose acquaintance Swinburne had made in Vienna, and who had just been chosen coadjutor to Max Friedrich. A curious proof of the liberality, not to say laxity, of the Elector's sentiments in one direction is given by Stramberg in his Rheinischer Antiquarius, to wit, the possession of a mistress in common by him and his minister Belderbusch, the latter fathering the children, and this mistress was the Countess Caroline von Satzenhofen, Abbess of Wheelock. The reduction which was made by Belderbusch upon the accession of Max Friedrich in the expenses of the theatre and other amusements does not appear, except in the cases of the chapel master, to have extended to the court music proper, nor to have been long continued in respect to the operetta and comedy. The first, in order of the documents and notices discovered relating to the musical establishment of this Elector, are of no common interest, being the petition of a candidate for the vacant office of chapelmaster and the decree appointing him to that position. They are as follows: Very Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, may it please your Elector Grace to permit a representation of my faithfully and dutifully performed services for a considerable space as vocalist, as well as, since the death of the chapel master, for more than a year his duties in duplo, that is to say, by singing and wielding the baton, concerning which my demand still remains ad referendum, much less have I been assured of the position. Inasmuch as because of particular recommendation Dos Mulen was preferred over me, and indeed unjustly, I have been forced hitherto to submit to fate. But now, gracious Elector and Lord, that because of the reduction in salaries, Chapel Master Dos Mulen has already asked his demission, or will soon do so, and I, at the command of Baron Belderbusch, am to begin de novo to fill his office, and the same must surely be replaced. Therefore, There reaches your electoral grace my humble petition, that you may graciously be pleased, inasmuch as the tocsil must be sufficiently supplied with music, and I must at all events take the lead in the occurring church ceremonies in puncto the chorales, to grant me the justice of which I was deprived on the death of your highness's antecessary of blessed memory, and appoint me chapel master, with some augmentation of my lessened salary, because of my services performed in Duplo, for which highest grace I shall pour out my prayers to God for the long continuing health and government of your electoral grace, while in deepest submission I throw myself at your feet. Your electoral grace's most humble servant, Ludwig van Beethoven, Passist. M.F. Whereas we, Maximilian Friedrich, Elector of Cologne, on the demission of our former chapel master, Touchemont, and the humble petition of our bass singer, Ludwig van Beethoven, have appointed the latter to be chapel master with the retention of his position as bass singer, and have added 97 Reichstaler species 40 albus to his former salary of 292 Reichstaler species 40 albus per annum, divided in quartillion, which appointment is hereby made in payment ordered by our grace, our exchequer, and all whom it may concern are called on to observe the fact and do what is required under the circumstances. Attest, etc. Bonn, July 16, 1761. Next in order, at an interval of rather more than a year, is the following short paper, in reply to a petition not preserved of the new chapel master's son. Supplicanten is hereby graciously assured that in the event of a vacatur of a court musician's salary he shall have special consideration. Attest our gracious sign, manual, and the impress of the seal of the Privy Chancellery. Max Friedrich, Elector, Belderbusch, L.S., Bonn, November 27, 1762. About December 1763, a singer, Madame Lentner, after some 4.5 years of service, threw up her appointment, giving occasion, through the vacancy thus caused, for the following petition, report, and decrees. Most Reverend Elector, most gracious Lord, will your electoral grace deign to receive the representation that by the acceptance of service elsewhere of court musician Dauber there has fallen to the disposition of your reverend electoral grace a salary of 1,050 Reichstaler, wherefore I, Johannes van Beethoven, having graciously been permitted for a considerable time to serve as court musician, and have been graciously assured by decree of appointment to the first vacancy, and have always faithfully and diligently performed my duties, and graciously been permitted to be in good voice, therefore my prayer is made to your reverend and electoral grace for a grant of the aforesaid 1,050 Reichstaler, or a gracious portion thereof, which act of highest grace I shall try to merit by fidelity and zeal in the performance of my duties. Your reverend electoral grace's most obedient servant, Johannes van Beethoven, vocalist. This petition was seconded by the father in the following manner. Most Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, your electoral grace, having graciously been pleased to submit for my humble report the humble petition of your highness's court musician, Johann Ries, that his daughter be appointed to the place in the court music of your highness made vacant by the discharged soprano Lentner, sublit A. Humbly obeying your gracious command, I submit an impartial report that for about a year the daughter of the court musician Ries has frequented the Doxal and sung the soprano part, and that to my satisfaction. But now that my son, Johannes van Beethoven, has already for 13 years sung soprano, contralto, and tenor in every emergency that has arisen on the Doxal, is also capable of the violin. Wherefore your reverend electoral grace, 27 November 1762, granted the accompanying decree, graciously bearing your own high sign manual sublet B. My humble and obedient, but not anticipatory opinion is that the court singer Lentner's vacated salary, add 300 florins, who went away without the gracious permission of your highness over a quarter of a year ago, and reported to me in specie she was going without permission and would not return, be graciously divided, so that my son be decreed to receive 200 florins, and the daughter of court musician Ries 100 florins. Zu euer Churchfürst, gnadenbeständiger, huldene Gnaden mich, und der Hengste lassen den tiefeste Submission erst sterbe. Your Reverend Electoral Grace's most humble and obedient Ludwig van Beethoven, Chapel Master. Increase of salary of 100 Reichsdaler for court musician Beethoven, M.F. Whereas we, Maximilian Friedrich, Elector of Cologne, on the humble petition of our court musician Johann van Beethoven, have shown him the grace to allow him 100 Reichsdaler out of the salary vacated by the departure of the singer Lentner, to be paid annually in quartillion, we hereby confirm the allowance, for which this decree is graciously promulgated, to be observed by our electoral exchequer, which is to govern itself accordingly. Attest P. Bonn, April 24, 1764. Under the same date, a decree was issued appointing Anna Maria Ries, daughter of Johann Ries, court singer, with a salary of 100 thaler, also out of that of the Lentner. A few days later, the following action was taken, MFE, to the electoral exchequer, touching the appointment of court musician Beethoven and the singer Ries. You are hereby graciously informed that our court musician Beethoven Jr. and the singer Ries will soon lay before you 2 decrees of appointment. Now, inasmuch as with this the salary of the former singer Lentner is disposed of, but since she received an advance of 37.5 Reichsdaler from our Master of Revenues, and 18 Reichsdaler species was paid to her creditors, we graciously command you herewith so to arrange the payment of the 2 salaries that the advance from the revenues and then the payment to the creditors be covered from the Lentner's salary, and that until this is done, the salaries of the before-mentioned Ries and Beethoven do not begin. We, etc., Bonn, April 27, 1764. On April 3, 1778, Anna Maria Ries received an additional 100 florins. A few more documents lead us to the family of Johann Peter Salomon. Ad supplicam Philip Salomon, to inform our chapel master, Van Beethoven, appointed on his humble petition, that we are not minded to grant the letter prayed for to the Prince Solkowski, but in case his son is not returned by the beginning of the coming month, October, we are graciously determined to make disposition of his place and salary. Attest Münster, August 8, 1764. Sent the 22nd ditto. In spite of this order of July 1, 1765, the Elector gave a document to the son, Johann Peter Salomon, certifying that he had served him faithfully and diligently, and had so conducted himself as to deserve to be recommended to everyone according to his station. On petition of Philip Salomon, the father, he and his daughter were appointed court musicians by decree dated August 11, 1764. Several papers dated April 26, 1768, although upon matters of very small importance, have a certain interest as being in part official communications from the pen of Chapelmaster van Beethoven, and illustrating in some measure his position and duties. They show, too, that his path was not always one bordered with roses. Being self-explanatory, they require no comment. 1. Most Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, will your electoral grace deign to listen to the complaint that when court singer Schwachafer was commanded in obedience to an order of His Excellency Baron von Belderbusch to alternate with Jacopina Salomon in the singing of the solos in the church music, as is the custom, the said Schwachafer, in the presence of the entire chapel, impertinently and literally answered me as follows: I will not accept your order, and you have no right to command me. Your electoral grace will doubtless recall various disorder on the part of the court chapel, indicating that all respect and ordinance is withheld from me, each member behaving as he sees fit, which is very painful to my sensibilities. Wherefore my humble prayer reaches your electoral highness that the public affront of the Schwachafer be punished to my deserved satisfaction, and that a decree issue from your highness to the entire chapel, that, at the cost of your gracious displeasure or punishment according to the offense, my order shall not be evaded. Your electoral grace's humble and most obedient servant, Ludwig van Beethoven. 2. To Chapelmaster van Beethoven, concerning the court musicians, MFE. Receive the accompanying command, to the end that its contents be conveyed to all of our court musicians or be posted on the Tocsaal. We remain, etc., Bonn, April 26, 1768. 3. Command respecting the court musicians. Having learned with displeasure that several of our court musicians have tried to evade the order issued by our chapelmaster, or refused to receive them from him, and conduct themselves improperly amongst themselves, all of our court musicians are hereby earnestly commanded, without contradiction, to obey all the commands given by our chapelmaster in our name, and bear peaceful relations with each other, since we are determined to proceed with rigor against the guilty to the extent of dismissal in certain cases. Signed, Bonn, April 26, 1768. On November 17, 1769, Johann van Beethoven submits a petition in which he exhibits anew his genius for devising methods for varying the spelling of his own name. That he could no longer live on $100 salary is evident when it is remembered that he has now been married 2 years. But as there were several applicants for the salary which had fallen to the disposal of the elector, it was divided among the 4 most needy. Beethoven's memorial contains a fact or two in regard to his duties as court musician, which are new. To his electoral grace of Cologne, etc., etc. The humble supplication and prayer of Johann Beethoven, court musician. Most Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, may your most reverend electoral grace graciously permit the presentation of this humble supplicando. How for many years I have served your highness faithfully and industriously on the Dukesaal and the theater, and also have given instruction in various subjecta concerning the aforesaid service to the entire satisfaction of your electoral grace, and am engaged now in study to perfect myself to this end. My father also joins in this supplique in his humble capacity of the theatre, and will participate in the gladness should your electoral grace graciously grant the favor. As it is impossible for me to live on the salary of $100 graciously allowed me, I pray your electoral grace to bestow upon me the $100 left at your gracious disposal by the death of your court musician, Philip Havoc. To merit this high grace by faithful and diligent service shall be my greatest striving. Your electoral grace's most humble Johannes Beethoven, court musician. In answer to this, there came the following decree. Whereas we, Max Friedrich, on the death of court musician Philip Havoc and the submissive petition of our court musician Philip Salomon, bestowed upon him the grace of adding 50 florins for his 2 daughters to the salary which he already enjoys out of the salary of the above-mentioned Havoc per year. We confirm the act hereby, wherefore we have graciously issued this decree, which our electoral court exchequer will humbly observe and make all necessary provisions. Attest P. Münster, 17th November, 1769. On the margin, gracious addition of 50 florin for the court musician Philip Salomon, and besides Brandt and Muris also in simile for court musician Johann Beethoven, 25 florin. There need be no apology for filling a few more pages with extracts from documents found in the Dusseldorf archives, for now a period has been reached in which the child Ludwig van Beethoven is growing up into youth and early manhood, and thrown into constant contact with those whose names will appear. Some of these names will come up many years later in Vienna. Others will have their parts to play in the narrative of that child's life. Omitting for the present a petition of Johann van Beethoven, we begin then with that of Joseph Demmer, of date January 23rd, 1773, which first secured him his appointment after a year's service and 3 months' instruction from the young Mr. van Beethoven. Most Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, etc. I have been accepted as chorister in the cathedral of this city at a salary of $80 per year, and have so practiced myself in music that I humbly flatter myself of my ability to perform my task with the highest satisfaction. It being graciously known that the bass singer Van Beethoven is incapacitated and can no longer serve as such, and the contrabassist Neusten cannot adapt his voice. Therefore, this my submissive to your reverend electoral grace, that you graciously be pleased to accept me as your bass singer, with such gracious salary as may seem fit. I offer, should it be demanded, to attend the operettas also, and qualify myself in a short time. It depends upon a mere hint from your electoral grace alone, that it shall not be burdensome to the cantor's office of the cathedral to save the loss of the $80 yearly which it has bestowed upon me. I am, in most dutiful reverence, your electoral grace's most obedient, Joseph Demmer. Pro memoria. Cantor Demmer earned at the utmost 106 Reichsthalers per year, if he neglected none of the greater or little Horace. Pays the Chamber Chancellor Kugelgen for board annually 66 Reichsthalers, for courtier lodging 12 Reichsthalers. Moreover, he must find himself in clothes and washing, since his father, the sub-sacristan in Cologne, is still overburdened with 6 children. He has paid 6 Reichsthalers to young Mr. Beethoven for 3 months. In response to another petition after the death of L. van Beethoven, the following decree was issued. Decree as court vocal bass for Joseph Demmer. Whereas His Electoral Grace of Cologne, M.F., our most gracious Lord, on the humble petition of Joseph Demmer, has graciously appointed and accepted him as His Highness's vocal bass on the Electoral Tocsil, with a yearly salary of 200 florins, divided in quartillion to begin with the current time. The appointment is confirmed hereby, and a decree granted to the same Demmer, of which, for purposes of payment, the Electoral Chancellery will take notice, and all whom it may concern will respect and obey the same, and otherwise do what is necessary in the premises. Attest P. Bonn, May 29, 1774. 2 years later, leave of absence, but without salary, was granted to Joseph Demmer to visit Amsterdam to complete his education in music. Further notes from documentary sources. 1774, May 26. Andreas Lucchesi, appointed court chapelmaster in place of Ludwig van Beethoven, deceased, with a salary of 1,000 florins. May 29. Salary of Anna Maria Ries raised from 230 florins to 300 florins. On May 13, 1775, together with the Ferdinand Troyer, violinist, she receives leave of absence for 4 months, to begin in June with 2 quarters' pay in advance. In the court calendar for 1775, which was printed about 7 months in advance, she is already described as Madame Drewers, née Ries. She was considered the best singer in the chapel. November 23rd. Franz Anton Ries has granted him $25 payable quarterly. 1775. March 23rd. Nicholas Simrock, appointed on petition court hornist on the Electoral Tocsil, in the cabinet and at table, and a salary of 300 florins, was granted April 1. This is the first appearance in these records of a name which afterwards rose into prominence. 1777, April 20th, B.J. Moirer, violoncellist, who has served in the court chapel from the beginning of the year till now on a promise of $100, prays for an appointment as court cellist at a salary of $400, appointed at a salary of $200. We shall have occasion to recur to him presently in connection with notices touching Beethoven. Under date May 22, 1778, J. van Beethoven informs the Elector that the singer Averdank, who is to be sent to chapelmaster sales at Koblenz, is to pay 15 florins per month for board and lodging, but that only a douceur is to be asked for her instruction, and that to take her thither will cost $20. There followed upon this the following document, to the humble announcement of court musician Beethoven touching the singer Averdank. Electoral Councillor Frolivesi is to pay to the proper authorities for a year beginning next month 15 florins a month, and for the traveling expenses 20 Reichsdaler once and for all as soon as the journey is begun. Attest P. Bonn, May 22, 1778. This pupil of Johann van Beethoven, Johanna Helena Averdank, born in Bonn on December 11, 1760, and brought forward by her teacher at a concert in Cologne, received $120 as a special grace on July 2, and was appointed court singer on November 18, 1780, with a salary of $200. She died 9 years later, August 13, 1789. End Chapter 1, Part 3. Section 4, Chapter 1, Part 4, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 1, Part 4. The petitions sent in to the Elector were rarely dated and were not always immediately attended to. Therefore, the date of a decretum is not to be taken as conclusive in regard to the date of facts mentioned in the petition. An illustration is afforded by a petition of Franz Ries. He has returned from a tour to Vienna and prays for a salary of 500 florin, not the half of what he can earn elsewhere. The petition is dated March 2nd. 2 months passing without bringing him an answer, he petitions again and obtains a decree on May 2nd that in addition to his salary of $28 to albus 6, he shall receive annexoville, again as much, that is, 400 florins. 1780, August, court organist Van den Ede prays that in consideration of his service of 54 years, he be graciously and charitably given the salary vacated by the death of court musician Salomon. 18 others make the same prayer. The decision of the Privy Council is in these words: to be divided between Huttenus and Esch. A decree as musical vocalist must first be given to the latter. 1781, February 15. The name of C.G. Neefe is now met with for the first time. He petitions for appointment to the position of organist in succession to Van den Ede, obviously aged and infirm. A decree was issued, placet e expediator, on the death of organist Van den Ede, and a salary of 400 florins granted. 1782, May 16, Johann van Beethoven petitions for the 3 measures, Malter, of corn. The archives of Dusseldorf furnish little more during the time of Max Frederick, save certain papers relating to the Beethoven family, which are reserved for another place. The search for means to form some correct idea of the character of the musical performances at the Elector's court during this reign has been more successful than for the preceding, but much is left to be desired down to the year 1778, when the theater was placed upon a different basis and its history is sufficiently recorded. Such notices, however, in relation to the operatic entertainments as have been found scattered, mostly in the newspapers of Bonn in those years, are numerous enough to give an idea of their character, while the remarks upon the festivities of the court connected with them afford a pretty lively picture of social amusement in the highest circle. We make room for some of the most significant occurrences, in chronological order. 1764, January 3, Galuppi's opera Il Filosofo di Campagna, given in the Electoral Theatre with great applause. January 8th, a grand assembly at the palace in the afternoon, a magnificent supper in the grand gallery at which many spectators were present, and finally a masked ball. March 23rd, second performance of La Buona Figliuola, music by Piccini. May 13, Elector's birthday, Le Nozze, music by Galuppi, and 2 ballets. May 20th, Il Filosofo again, the notice of which is followed by the remark that the Elector is about removing to Brühl for the summer, but will visit Bonn twice a week on the days when operas are performed. September 21, La Pastorella al Soglio, composer not named, probably Latilla, and 2 ballets. December 16, La Calamita di Curo, by Galuppi, and 2 ballets. This was the first performance of the Mignotti Company under the direction of Rizzi and Romanini. 1765, January 6, L'Avventura di Rodolfo, Puccini, given by the same company together with a pantomime, L'Alquino Fortunata per la Magia. After the play there was a grand supper at which the Pope's nuncio was a guest, and finally a masked ball, kept up till 6 o'clock in the morning. 1767, May 13, the Archbishop's birthday. Here is the program condensed from the long description of the festivities in the Bonnische Anzeiger. 1. Early in the morning, 3 rounds from the cannon on the city walls. 2. The court and public graciously permitted to kiss His Transparency's hand. 3. Solemn high mass with salvos of artillery. 4. Grand dinner in public, the Pope's nuncio, the foreign ministers, and the nobility being the guests, and the eating being accompanied by exquisite table music. 5. After dinner, a numerously attended assembly. 6. A serenata composed especially for this most joyful day, and a comic opera in the Palace Theatre. 7. Supper of 130 covers. 8. Bal Masque until 5 a.m. The two dramatic pieces were Serenata Festival, Trabaco, Diana ed El Reno, the authors unnamed, and Chiava Finta, drama giocoso dal celebre Don Francesco Garcia Spagnolo, the music probably by Puccini. Giovanni van Beethoven sang the part of Durindo. 1768, May 16, on the stage of the Court Theatre was performed with much applause a musical poem in German, specially written for the birthday of His Highness, and afterward an Italian intermezzo entitled La Nobiltà delusa. 1769. The festivities in honor of the birthday of the Elector took place May 17, when, according to the Anzeiger, an Italian musical drama written expressly for this occasion was performed. But the title suggests the possibility of a mistake. Il Riso di Appolina, with music by Betz, had been heard in 1701. 1771. A single discovery only for this year has rewarded search, that of a textbook, one of particular interest. Sylvain, Comedy in una acta, Mele, de Arietis, Represente, etc. Text by Marmontel, music by Greertree, Dans mon père Monsieur Louis van Beethoven, Maître de Chapelle, Dans mon fils aîné, Jean van Beethoven, etc. 1772, February 27, Le Donna Sempre Donna, music by Andreas Lucchesi. In March, on occasion of the opening of the Estates La Contadina in Corte, music by Sacchini. The pieces given on the birthday this year were Il Natale di Giova, music by Lucchesi, La Buona Figliuola, music by Piccini. On the 17th, the latter was repeated on the arrival of the French ambassador. 1773, May 30th, the Elector's birthday. The Inganno Scoperto, ovvero Il Cante Caramella, music by Lucchesi, in which Ludovico van Beethoven sang the part of Brunoro Contadino e Tamburino. There are three more operettas which evidently belonged to the succeeding winter when the Bonn Company had the aid of two singers from the Electoral Court of Treves. Their titles are La Improvvisata, ossia la Galanteria Disturbata, by Lucchesi, La Tre Amanti Ridicoli, by Galuppi, and La Moda, by Baroni. Ludwig van Beethoven did not sing in them. The means are still wanting to fill up the many gaps in the annals of this period or to carry them on during the next 3 years. Perhaps, however, the loss is not much of importance, for the materials collected are sufficient to warrant certain conclusions in regard to the general character of the court music. The musicians, both vocal and instrumental, were employed in the church, concert room, and theater. Their number remained without material change from the days of Christopher Petz to the close of Chapelmaster van Beethoven's life. Places in this service were held to be a sort of heritage, and of right due to the children of old incumbents, when possessed of sufficient musical talent and knowledge. Few, if any, names of distinguished virtuosos are found in the list of the members, and in all probability the performances never rose above the respectable mediocrity of a small band used to playing together in the light and pleasing music of the day. The dramatic performances appear to have been confined to the operetta, and the vocalists, who sang the Latin of the Mass, seem to have been required to be equally at home in German, Italian, and French in the theater. 2 visits of the Angelo Mignotti troupe are noted, and one attempt, at least, to place the opera upon a higher basis by the engagement of Italian songstresses was evidently made in the time of Clemens August. It may be concluded that no great improvement was made. It is certain that no permanent one was, for in the other case the Bonn theatrical revolution of 1778 had not been needed. This must be noticed in detail. Chronologically, the following sketch belongs to the biography of Ludwig van Beethoven as it embraces a period which happens in his case to be of special interest. Young as he was, the period from his 8th to his 14th year. But the details given, though of great importance for the light which they throw upon the musical life in which he moved and acted, would hardly be of so much interest to most readers as to justify breaking with them the course of the future narrative. It was a period of great awakening in theatrical matters. Princes and courts were beginning everywhere in Germany to patronize the drama of their mother tongue, and the labors of Lessing, Gatter, and other well-known names, in the original production of German or in the translation of the best English, Italian, and French plays, were justifying and giving ever new impulse to the change in taste. From the many itinerant troupes of players performing in booths, or in the larger cities and the playhouses, the better class of actors were slowly finding their way into permanent companies engaged and supported by the governments. True, many of the newly established court theaters had but a short, and not always a very merry life. True also that the more common plan was merely to afford aid and protection to some itinerant troupe. Still, the idea of a permanent national theater, on the footing of the already long existing court musical establishments, had made way, and had already been carried out in various places before it was taken up by the Elector at Bonn. It can hardly be supposed that the example of the Imperial court at Vienna, when the immense means at its disposal could exert any direct influence upon the small court at Bonn at the other extremity of Germany, but what the Duke of Gotha and the Elector at Mannheim had undertaken in this direction, Max Friedrich well may have ventured and determined to imitate. But there was an example nearer home, in fact in his own capital of Münster, where he, the Prince Primate, usually spent the summer. In 1775 Dobler's troupe, which had been for some time playing in that city, was broken up. The Westhus brothers in Münster built up their own out of the ruins, but it endured only a short time. Thereupon, under the care of the minister, H. von Furstenberg, one of those rare men whom heaven elects and equips with all necessary gifts to cultivate what is good and beautiful in the arts, a meeting of the lovers of the stage was arranged in May, and a few gentlemen of the nobility and a few from the parterre formed a council which assumed the direction. The Elector makes a considerable contribution. The money otherwise received is to be applied to the improvement of the wardrobe and the theater. The actors receive their honoraria every month. At Easter 1777, Saylor, a manager famous in German theatrical annals, and then at Dresden, finding himself unable to compete with his rival Bondini, left that city with his company to try his fortunes in Frankfurt on the Main, Mayence, and other cities in that quarter. The company was very large. The theater lexicon, article Mainz, makes it, including its orchestra, amount to 230 individuals. Much too large, it seems, in spite of the assertion of the theater lexicon to be profitable. Be that as it may, after an experience of a year or more, two of the leading members, Grossmann and Helmuth, accepted an engagement from Max Friedrich to form and manage a company at Bonn in order that the German art of acting might be raised to a school of morals and manners for his people. Taking with them a pretty large portion of Saylor's company, including several of the best members, the managers reached Bonn and were ready upon the Elector's return from Münster to open a season. The opening of the theater took place, says the Bonn Dramaturgische Nachrichten, on the 26th of November, 1778, with a prologue spoken by Madame Grossmann. Wilhelmina Blondheim, tragedy in 3 acts by Grossmann and Die Grosse Batterie, comedy in 1 act by Ehrenhofer. The same authority gives a list of all the performances of the season, which extended to the 30th of May 1779, together with the debuts, the dismissals, and other matters pertaining to the actors. The number of the evenings on which the theater was open was 50. A 5-act play, as a rule, occupied the whole performance, but of shorter pieces usually 2 were given, and thus an opening was found occasionally for an operetta. Of musical dramas only 7 came upon the stage, and these somewhat of the lightest order except the first, the melodrama Ariadne auf Naxos, music by Benda. The others were 1779, February 21, Julie, translated from the French by Grossmann, music by Desaidis. February 28th, Die und das Waldmädchen, operetta in 1 act, music by Duni. March 21, Der Hofschmied, in 2 acts, music by Philidor. April 9, Röschen und Kohlhaas, in 1 act, music by Monsigny. May 5th, Der Fassbinder, in 1 act, music by Oudinot. May 14, a prologue dedicated to the birthday festivities of His Electoral Grace of Cologne, May 13, 1779, by J.A. Freiherrn vom Hagen. The selection of dramas was, on the whole, very creditable to the taste of the managers. 5 of Lessing's works, among them Mina von Barnhelm and Emilia Galati, are in the list, and some of the best productions of Bach, Goethe, Engel, and their contemporaries. Of translations, there were Coleman's Clandestine Marriage and Jealous Wife, Garrick's Miss in Her Teens, Cumberland's West Indian, Hoadley's Suspicious Husband, Voltaire's Zara and Jeanette, Beaumarchais' Eugenie, 2 or 3 of the works of Molière and Goldini, etc. In short, the list presents much variety and excellence. Max Friedrich was evidently pleased with the company, for the Nachrichten has the following in the catalogue of performances. On the 8th of April, His Electoral Grace was pleased to give a splendid breakfast to the entire company in the theater. The company will occupy itself until the return of His Electoral Grace from Münster, which will be in the middle of November, with learning the newest and best pieces, among which are Hamlet, King Lear, and Macbeth, which are to be given also with much splendor of costume according to designs of famous artists. It may be remarked here that the Bonn Comedy House, for painting the interior of which Clemens August paid $468 in 1751, a date which seems to fix the time at which that end of the palace was completed, occupied that portion of the present University Archaeological Museum room next to the Koblenz Gate, with large doors opening from the stage into the passageway, so that this space could be used as an extension of the stage in pieces requiring it for the production of grand scenic effects. Above the theater was the Redutensaal of Max Franz's time. The Elector had, of course, an entrance from the passage of the palace into his box. The door for the public, in an angle of the wall now built up, opened out upon the grove of horse chestnuts. The auditorium was necessarily low, but spacious enough for several hundred spectators. Though much criticized by travelers as being unworthy so elegant a court, not to say shabby, it seems to have been a nice and snug little theater. Meanwhile, affairs with Saylor were drawing to a crisis. He had returned with his company from Mannheim and reopened at Frankfurt August 3, 1779, on the evening of the 17th, to escape imprisonment as a bankrupt. Whether through his own fault or that of another, the theater lexicon affirms the latter case. He took his wife and fled to Mayence. The company was allowed by the magistrates to play a few weeks with a view of earning at least the means of leaving the city, but on October 4th its members began to separate. Benda and his wife went to Berlin, but C.G. Niefe, the music director, and Opitz descended the Rhine to Bonn and joined the company there. Niefe assuming temporarily the direction of the music in the theater, of which more in another place. No record has been found of the repertory of the Bonn Theatre for the season 1779 through 1780, except that the opening piece on December 3rd, on the evening after the Electors' return from Münster, was a prologue, Wir haben ihn wieder, text by Baron von Hagen, with airs, recitatives, and choruses composed by Niefe, that the Deserteur was in the list, and finally Hiller's Jaeged. In June 1781, the season being over, the company migrated to Piermont, from Piermont to Cassel, and thence, in October, back to Bonn. The season of 1781 through 82 was a busy one. Of musical dramas alone, 17 are reported as newly rehearsed from September 1781 to the same time in 1782. That is, Die Liebe unter den Handwerken, L'amore artigiano, music by Gassmann, Robert and Calista, Guglielmi, Der Alchemist, Schuster, Das Tartarische Gesetz, die Antoine of Bonn, Der eifersüchtige Liebhaber, Le Amant Jaloux, Gretry, Der Hausfreund, Le Ami de la Maison, Gretry, Die Freundschaft auf der Probe, Gretry, Heinrich und Lieder, Niefe, Die Apotheke, Niefe, Eigensen und Launen die Liebe, Della, Tella, Romeo and Julie, Benda, Sophonisba, Declamation mit Musik, Niefe, Lucilla, Gretry, Milton und Elmira, Mila or Mühle, Die Semnetische Vermählungsfeier, Le Marriage des Semnites, Gretry, Ernst in Lucinda, Gretry, Günther von Schwarzburg, Holzbauer. It does not follow, however, that all these operas, operettas, and plays with music were produced during the season in Bonn. The company followed the Elector to Münster in June 1782 and removed thence to Frankfurt on the Main for its regular series of performances at Michaelmas. It came back to Bonn in the autumn. The season 1782 to 83 was as active as the preceding. Some of the newly rehearsed spoken dramas were Sir John Falstaff, from the English translations of Sheridan's School for Scandal, Shakespeare's Lear and Richard III, Mrs. Cowley's Who's the Dupe, and of original German plays, Schiller's Fiesco and Die Räuber, Lessing's Miss Sarah Samson, Schroeder's Testament, etc., etc. The number of newly rehearsed musical dramas, in which class are included such ballad operas as General Bourguignon's Maid of the Oaks, reached 20. That is, Das Rosenfest, music by Wolf of Weimar, Azalea, Johann Kuchel, bassoonist in the Bonn Chapel, Die Sklavin, La Schiava, Piccini, Semir et Azor, Gretry, Das Mädchen im Eichtaler, Maid of the Oaks, D'Antoine, captain in the army of the Elector of Cologne, Der Kaufmann von Smyrna, J.A. Justa, court musician in The Hague, Decided in Schühe, Alexander Frieser, or Frizzeri, Die Reue vor der Tat, Decides, Der Ednetanz, J.A. Hiller, Die Olympischen Spiele, Olympiade, Cecchini, Die Lügnerin aus Liebe, Salieri, Die Italierinnen zu London, Cimarosa, Das gute Mädchen, Piccini, Der Antiquaritätensammler, André, Die Entführung aus dem Surreal, Mozart, Die Eifersucht auf der Probe, Anfosi, Rangstreit und Eifersucht auf dem Lande, Sarti, Unwehrhaft kommt oft, Querchli, Felix oder der Findling, Monsini, die Pilgrimme von Mecca, Gluck. But a still further provision has been made for the Electors' amusement during the season of 1783 to 84 by the engagement of a ballet corps of 18 persons. The titles of 5 newly rehearsed ballets are given in the report from which the above particulars are taken, and which may be found in the theatrical calendar for 1784. With an enlarged company and a more extensive repertory, preparations were made for ongoing the theater upon the Elector's return, at the end of October, from Munster to Bonn. But the relations of the company to the court have been changed. Let the Theater Calendar describe the new position in which the stage at Bonn was placed. Bonn, His Electoral Grace, by a special condescension, had graciously determined to make the theatrical performance gratuitous, and to that end has closed a contract with His Highness's theatrical director Grossmann, according to which, besides the theater free of rent, the illumination, and the orchestra, he is to receive an annual subvention for the maintenance of the company. On His Highness's command, there will be 2 or 3 performances weekly. By particular grace, the director is permitted to spend several summer months in other places. The advantages of this plan for securing a good repertory, a good company, and a zealous striving for improvement are obvious. And its practical working during this, its only season, so far as can now be gathered from scanty records, was a great success. It will hereafter be seen that the boy Ludwig van Beethoven was often employed at the pianoforte at the rehearsals, possibly also at the performances of the company of which Niefe was the musical director. That a company consisting almost exclusively of performers who had passed the ordeal of frequent appearance on the stage and had been selected with full knowledge of the capacity of each, and which, moreover, had gained so much success at the Bonn court as to be put upon a permanent footing, must have been one of more than the ordinary, average excellence, at least in light opera, needs no argument. Nor need comments be made upon the influence which daily intercourse with it, and sharing in its labors, especially in the direction of opera, must have exerted upon the mind of a boy of 12 or 13 years, possessed of real musical genius. The theatrical season, and with it the company, came to an untimely end. Belderbusch died in January 1784. Madame Grossmann died in childbed on March 28th, and on April 15, the Elector followed them to another world. After the death of the Elector Maximilian Friedrich, the court theater was closed for the official mourning and the company dismissed with 4 weeks' salary. End of Chapter 1, Part 4. Section 5, Chapter 1, Part 5 of The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 1, Part 5. It is consonant to the plan of this introductory chapter that some space be devoted to sketches of some of the principal men whose names have already occurred, and to some notes upon the musical directors of Bonn who are known or may be supposed to have been friends of the boy Beethoven. These notices make no claim to credit of being the result of original research. They are, except that of Niefe, little more than extracts from a letter dated March 2nd, 1783, written by Niefe, and printed in Kramer's Magazine der Musik, Volume 1, pages 337 et sequentia. At that time, the Kapelldirektor, as Niefe calls him, was Gaetano Mattioli, born at Venice, August 7, 1750, whose appointments were concertmaster and musical director in Bonn, made on May 26, 1774, and April 24, 1777. He studied in Parma, says Nefa, with the first violinist Angelo Morigi, a pupil of Tartini, and in Parma, Mantua, and Bologna, conducted grand operas like Orfeo, Alcesta, etc., by the Chevalier Gluck with success. He owed much to the example set by Gluck in the matter of conducting. It must be admitted that he is a man full of fire, of lively temperament, and fine feeling. He penetrates quickly into the intentions of a composer and knows how to convey them promptly and clearly to the entire orchestra. He was the first to introduce accentuation, instrumental declamation, careful attention to forte and piano, or all the degrees of light and shade in the orchestra of the place. In none of the qualifications of a leader is he second to the famed Cannabich of Mannheim. He surpasses him in musical enthusiasm, and like him, insists upon discipline and order. Through his efforts, the musical repertory of this court has been provided with a very considerable collection of good and admirable compositions, symphonies, masses, and other works to which he makes daily additions. In the same manner, he is continually striving for the betterment of the orchestra. Just now, he's engaged in a project for building a new organ for the court chapel. The former organ, a magnificent instrument, became a prey of the flames at the great conflagration in the palace in 1777. His salary is 1,000 florins. The chapel master, appointed May 26, 1774, was Mr. Andrea Lucchesi, born May 28, 1741, at Mota in Venetian territory. His teachers in composition were, in the theater style, Mr. Cocci of Naples; of the church style, Father Paolucci, a pupil of Padre Martini at Bologna, and afterwards Mr. Serratelli, chapel master of the Duke of Venice. He is a good organist, and occupied himself profitably with the instrument in Italy. He came here with Mr. Mattioli as conductor of an Italian opera company in 1771. Taken altogether, he is a light, pleasing, and gay composer whose part writing is cleaner than that of most of his countrymen. In his church works he does not confine himself to the strict style affected by many to please amateurs. Nefa enumerates Lucchesi's compositions as follows: 9 works for the theater, among them the opera L'Isola della Fortuna, 1765, El Marito Geloso, 1766, Le Donna Sempre Donna, Il Matrimonio per Astuzia, 1771, for Venice, and the 2 composed at Bonn, Il Natal di Giova and L'Ingano Scoperto, various intermezzi and cantatas, various masses, vespers, and other compositions for the church, 6 sonatas for the pianoforte and violin, a pianoforte trio, 4 pianoforte quartets, and several pianoforte concertos. His salary was 1,000 florin. The organist of the court chapel was Christian Gottlob Nefa, son of a poor tailor of Chemnitz in Saxony, where he was born February 5, 1748. He is one of the many instances in musical history in which the career of the man is determined by the beauty of his voice in childhood. At a very early age he became a chorister in the principal church, which position gave him the best school and musical instruction that the small city afforded, advantages so wisely improved as to enable him in early youth to gain a living by teaching. At the age of 21, with 20 thalers in his pocket and a stipend of 30 thalers per annum from the magistrates of Chemnitz, he removed to Leipzig to attend the lectures of the university, and at that institution in the course of time he passed his examination in jurisprudence. Upon this occasion he argued the negative of the question: has a father the right to disinherit a son for devoting himself to the theater? In Chemnitz, Nefa's teachers in music had been men of small talents and very limited acquirements. And even in Leipzig he owed more to his persevering study of the theoretical works of Marburg and C.P.E. Bach than to any regular instructor. But there he had the very great advantage of forming an intimate acquaintance with, and becoming an object of special interest to, Johann Adam Hiller, the celebrated director of the Gewandhaus concerts, the then popular and famous composer, the introducer of Handel's Messiah to the German public, the industrious writer upon music, and finally a successor of Johann Sebastian Bach as cantor of the Thomas school. Hiller gave him every encouragement in his power in his musical career, opened the columns of his musical Wöchentliche Nachrichten to his compositions and writings, called him to his assistance in operatic composition, gave him the results of his long experience and friendly advice, criticized his compositions, and at length, in 1777, gave him his own position as music director of Sailor's Theatrical Company, then playing at the Linkische Bad in Dresden. Upon the departure of that troupe for Frankfurt on the Main, Niefe was persuaded to remain with it in the same capacity. He thus became acquainted with Fräulein Zink, previously court singer at Gotha, but now engaged for Sailor's opera. The acquaintance ripened into a mutual affection and ended in marriage not long afterward. It is no slight testimony to the high reputation which he enjoyed that at the moment of Sailor's flight from Frankfurt in 1779, Bandini, whose success had driven that rival from Dresden, was in correspondence with Niefe and making him proposals to resign his position under Sailor for a similar but better one in his service. Pending the result of these negotiations, Niefe, taking his wife with him, temporarily joined Grossmann and Helmut at Bonn in the same capacity. Those managers who knew the value of his services from their previous experience as members of the Sailor troupe paid a very strong, thorough, involuntary tribute to his talents and personal character by adopting such unfair measures as to compel the musician to remain in Bonn until Bandini was forced to fill his vacancy by another candidate. Having once got him, Grossmann was determined to keep him, and succeeded. As long as the Grossmann company remained undivided, Niefe accompanied it in his annual visits to Münster and other places. Thus, the sketch of his life, printed 16 years later in the first volume of the Allgemeine Musikszeitung of Leipzig, bears date Frankfurt on the Main, September 30th, 1782. But from that period, save perhaps for a short time in 1783, he seems not to have left Bonn at all. There were others besides Grossmann and Helmut who thought Niefe too valuable an acquisition to the musical circles of Bonn not to be secured. Less than a year and a half after his arrival there, the minister Belderbusch and the Countess Hatzfeld, niece of the Elector, secured to him, though a Protestant, an appointment to the place of court organist. The salary of 400 florins, together with the 700 florins from Grossmann, made his income equal to that of the court chapelmaster. It is difficult now to conceive of the forgotten name of C.G. Niefe as having once stood high in the list of the first North German composers. Yet such was the case. Of Niefe's published compositions, besides the short vocal and clavier pieces in Hiller's periodical, there had already appeared operettas in vocal score: Die Apotheke, 1772, Armer's Guckkasten, 1772, Die Einsprüche, 1773, and Heinrich und Lieder, 1777. Also, airs composed for Hiller's Dorf Barbier, and one from his own republished opera Zamir und Azur, 12 odes of Klopstock, sharply criticized by Forkel in his Musikalische Kritische Bibliothek, much to the benefit of the second edition of them, and a pretty long series of songs. Of instrumental music, He had printed 24 sonatas for pianoforte solo, or with violin, and from Breitkopf and Hartel's catalogues, 1772 and 1774, may be added the following works, included neither in his own list nor that of Gerber: a partita for string quartet, 2 horns, 2 oboes, 2 flutes, and 2 bassoons; another for the same instruments minus the flutes and bassoons; a third for the string quartet and 2 oboes only; and 2 symphonies for string quartet, 2 horns, 2 oboes, and 2 flutes. The Sophonisba music was also finished, and 20 years later, after Mozart had given a new standard of criticism, it was warmly eulogized in the Allgemeine Musikszeitung of Leipzig. At the date of this letter to Kramer, March 2, 1783, he had added to his published works 6 Sonaten am Klavier zu singen, Vademecum für Liebhaber des Gesangs am Klavier, the clavier score of Sophonisba, and a concerto for clavier and orchestra. His manuscripts, he adds, Kramer's Magazine, page 382, consists of A, the scores of the operetta which had appeared in pianoforte arrangements; B, the score of his opera Zemir and Uzur; C, the score of his opera Edelheit von Weltheim; D, the score of a bardic song for the tragedy The Romans in Germany; E, the scores of theatrical between acts music; F, the score of a Latin paternoster; G, various other small works. He had in hand the composition of the operetta Der Neue Gutsherr, the pianoforte score of which, as also that of Altheit von Weltheim, was about to be published by Dieck in Leipzig. A year before, at a concert for amateurs at the house of Mr. von Mosjow, he had produced an ode by Klopstock, Dem Unendlichen, for 4 chorus voices and a large orchestra, which was afterwards performed in Holy Week in the Fräuleinstiftskirche. In short, Neefe brought to Bonn a high-sounding reputation, talent, skill, and culture, both musically and literary, which made him invaluable to the managers when new French and Italian operas were to be prepared for the German stage. Great facility in throwing off a new air, song, entr'acte, or what not, to meet the exigencies of the moment. Very great industry, a cacoetis scribendi, of the very highest value to the students of Bonn's musical history in his time, and a new element into the musical life there. This element may have seemed somewhat formal and pedantic, but it was solid, for it was drawn from the school of Handel and Bach. Let us return to Neefe's letter to Kramer, again for some notices of music outside the Electoral Palace. Bilderbusch, the minister, retained a quintet of instruments, 2 clarinets, 2 horns, and a bassoon. The Countess von Bilderbusch, wife of a nephew of the minister, whose name will come up again, plays skillfully upon the clavier. The Countess von Hatzfeld, niece of the Elector, was trained in singing and clavier playing by the best masters of Vienna, to whom indeed she does very much honor. She declaims recitatives admirably, and it is a pleasure to listen to her sing arias di Parlamente. She plays the forte piano brilliantly, and in playing yields herself up completely to her emotions, wherefore one never hears any restless or unevenness of time in her tempo rubato. She is enthusiastically devoted to music and musicians. Chancellor and Captain von Schall plays clavier and violin. Though not adept on either instrument, he has very correct musical feeling. He knows how to appreciate the true beauties of a composition and how to judge them, and has large historical and literary knowledge of music. Frau Court Councillor von Belzer plays the clavier and sings. She has a strong masculine contralto of wide range, particularly downwards. Johann Gottfried von Maschau, of the finance department, and incumbent of diverse high offices, is a self-taught musician. He plays several instruments himself and has given his 4 sons and a daughter the best musical instruction possible in Bonn. All are pianists, and so many of them performers on other instruments that the production of quintets is a common family enjoyment. He is a devoted admirer of Haydn, with whom he corresponds, and in his large collection of music there are already 80 symphonies, 30 quartets, and 40 trios by that master. His rare and valuable instruments are so numerous that he could almost equip a complete orchestra. Every musician is his friend and welcome to him. Count Alstadt. In his house one may at times hear a very good quartet. Captain d'Antoine, a passionate admirer and knower of music, plays the violin and the clavier a little. He learned composition from the books of Marperg, Kernberger, and KREHBIEL, formed his taste in Italy. In both respects, the reading of scores by classical masters has been of great service to him. Among his compositions are several operettas, symphonies, and quartets in Haydn's style. The 3 messieurs, fascists, sons of the Russian agents here, are soundly musical. The 2 elder play the flute and the youngest plays the violoncello. According to Fischer, the members of this family were visitors at the house of the Beethovens. There are many more music lovers here, but the majority of them are too much given to privacy, so far as their musical practice goes, to be mentioned here. Enough has been said to show that a stranger fond of music need never leave Bonn without nourishment. Nevertheless, a large public concert institution under the patronage of His Electoral Grace is still desirable. It would be one more ornament of the capital and a promoter of the good cause of music. What with the theater, the court music, the musical productions in the church, and such opportunities in private, it is plain that young talent in those days in Bonn was in no danger of starvation for want of what Nietzsche calls musikalische Nahrung. So much upon the dramatis personae, other than the principal figure and his family. Let an attempt follow to describe the little city as it appeared in 1770. In other words, to picture the scene. By an enumeration made in 1789, the population of Bonn was 9,560 souls, a number which probably for a long series of years had rarely varied beyond a few score, more or less. One, therefore, that must very nearly represent the aggregate in 1770. For the town had neither manufacturers nor commerce beyond what its own wants supported. It was simply the residence of the Elector, the seat of the court, and the people depended more or less directly upon that court for subsistence. As a wag expressed it, all Bonn was fed from the Elector's kitchen. The old city walls, the Gargute Fortification, dass der Kirchfürst sicher genug darin halten kann, of Johann Hübner's description, were already partially destroyed. Within them the whole population seems to have lived. Outside the city gates it does not appear that, save by a chapel or two, the eye was impeded in its sweep across gardens and open fields to the surrounding villages, which, then as now, hidden in clusters of walnut and fruit trees, appeared, when looked upon from the neighboring hills, like islands rising upon the level surface of the plain. The great increase of wealth and population during the last 150 years, in all this part of the Rhine Valley under the influence of the wise national economy of the Prussian government, has produced corresponding changes in and about the towns and villages, but the grand features of the landscape are unchanged. The ruins upon the Drachenfels and Godsberg look down, as now, upon the distant roofs and spires of Bonn. The castle of Seeberg rose above the plains away to the east. The chapel crowned the Petersburg, the church with the marble stairs, the nearer Kreuzberg. The fine landing place, with its growing trees and seats for idlers, the villas, hotels, coffee houses, and dwellings outside the old walls, are all recent. But the huge ferry boat, the flying bridge, even then was ever swinging like a pendulum from shore to shore. Steam as a locomotive power was unknown, and the commerce of the Rhine floated by the town, gliding down with the current on rafts or in clumsy but rather picturesque boats, or impelled against the stream by the winds, by horses, and even by men and women. The amount of traffic was not, however, too great to be amply provided for in this manner, for population was kept down by war, by the hard and rude life of the peasant class, and by the influences of all the false national economic principles of that age, which restrained commerce by every device that could be made to yield present profit to the rulers of the Rhinelands. Passengers had for generations no longer been plundered by mail-clad robbers dwelling upon 100 picturesque heights, but each petty state had gained from the emperor's weakness vested rights and all sorts of custom levies and taxes. Risbeck, 1780, found 9 toll stations between Mayence and Koblenz, and thence to the boundary of Holland. He declares there were at least 16, and that in the average each must have collected 30,000 Rhenish florins per annum. To the stranger, coming down from Mayence, with its narrow dark lanes, or up from Cologne, whose confined and pestiferously dirty streets emitting unnamed stenches, were but typical of the bigotry, superstition, and moral filth of the population, all now happily changed, thanks to a long period of French and Prussian rule. Little Bonn seemed a very picture of neatness and comfort. Even its ecclesiastical life seemed of another order. The men of high rank in the church were of high rank also by birth. They were men of the world and gentlemen. Their manners were polished and their minds enlarged by intercourse with the world and with gentlemen. They were tolerant in their opinions and liberal in their views. Ecclesiastics of high and low degree were met at every corner as in other cities of the Rhine region, but absence of military men was a remarkable feature. Johann Hübner gives the reason for this in few and quaint words. In times of war, much depends upon who is master of Bonn, because traffic on the Rhine can be blockaded at this pass. Therefore, the place has this excellent fortification which enables the elector to hold his court in ample security within its walls, but he need not maintain a garrison there in time of peace, and in time of war troops are garrisoned who have taken the oath to the emperor and the empire. This was settled by the peace of Ryswick as well as Rastatt. While the improvement in the appearance of the streets of Bonn has necessarily been great, through the refitting or rebuilding of a large portion of the dwelling houses, the plan of the town, except in those parts lying near the wall, has undergone no essential change, the principal one being the open spaces where in 1770 churches stood. On the small triangular Römerplatz was the principal parish church of Bonn, that of St. Remigius, standing in such a position that its tall tower looked directly down the Archstrasse. In 1800, this tower was set on fire by lightning and destroyed. 6 years later, the church itself was demolished by the French and its stones removed to become a part of the fortifications at Wesel. On the small, round grass plot, as one goes from the Münster church toward the neighboring city gate, Neuter, stood another parish church, a rotunda in form, that of St. Martin, which fell in 1812 and was removed, and at the opposite end of the minster, separated from it only by a narrow passage, was still a third, the small structure dedicated to St. Gangolf. This too was pulled down in 1806. Only the fourth parish church, that of St. Peter in Dietkirchen, is still in existence, and was at a later date considerably enlarged. After the demolition of these buildings, a new division of the town into parishes was made, 1806. The city front of the Electoral Palace, now the University, was more imposing than now, and was adorned by a tall, handsome tower containing a carillon, with bells numerous enough to play, for instance, the overture to Monsini's Deserter. This part of the palace, with the tower and chapel, was destroyed by fire in 1777. The town hall, erected by Clemens August, and the other churches were as now, but the large edifice facing the University Library and Museum of Casts, now occupied by private dwellings and shops, was then the cloister and church of the Franciscan monks. A convent of Capuchin nuns stood upon the Kesselgasse. Its garden is now a bleaching ground. Let the fancy picture, upon a fine Easter or Pentecost morning, in those years, the little city in its holiday attire and bustle, the bells in palace and church tower ringing, the peasants in coarse but picturesque garments, the women abounding in bright colors, come in from the surrounding villages, fill the marketplace, and crowd the churches at the early masses. The nobles and gentry in broad flapped coats, wide waistcoats, and knee breeches, the entire dress often of brilliant colored silks, satins, and velvets, huge white flowing neckcloths, ruffles over the hands, buckles of silver or even of gold at the knees and upon the shoes, huge wigs becurled and bepowdered on the heads, and surmounted by the cocked hat, when not held under the arm, a sword at the side, and commonly a gold-headed cane in the hand, and if the morning be cold, a scarlet cloak thrown over the shoulders, are daintily picking their way to the palace to kiss his transparency's hand, or dashing up to the gates in heavy carriages with white-wigged and cocked-hatted coachmen and footmen. Their ladies, wearing long and narrow bodices with their robes, flow with a mighty sweep. Their apparent stature is increased by a very high-heeled shoes and by piling up the hair on lofty cushions. Their sleeves are short, but long silk gloves cover the arms. The ecclesiastics, various in name and costume, dress as now, save in the matter of the flowing wig. The Electors' company of guards is out, and at intervals the thunder of the artillery of the walls is heard. On all sides, strong and brilliant contrasts of color meet the eye. Velvet and silk, purple and fine linen, gold and silver, such were the fashions of the time, costly, inconvenient in form, but imposing, magnificent, and marking the differences of rank and class. Let the imagination picture all this, and it will have a scene familiar to the boy Beethoven, and one in which, as he grew up to manhood, he had his own small part to play. End of Chapter 1. Section 6, Chapter 2, The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 2. The ancestral Van Beethoven family in Belgium. Removal of the grandfather to Bonn. His activities as singer and chapelmaster. Birth and education of Johann van Beethoven. The parents of the composer. At the beginning of the 17th century, a family named Van Beethoven lived in a village of Belgium near Louvain. A member of it removed to and settled in Antwerp about 1650. A son of this Beethoven, named William, a wine dealer, married, September 11, 1680, Catherine Grandjean, and had issue 8 children. One of them, baptized September 8, 1683, in the parish of Notre Dame, now received the name Henry Adelard, his sponsors being Henry van Beethoven, acting for Adelard de Redink, Baron de Roquigny, and Jacqueline Grandjean. This Henry Adelard Beethoven, having arrived at man's estate, took to wife Maria Catherine de Hert, who bore him 12 children. The third named Louis, the 12th named Louis Joseph. The latter, baptized December 9, 1728, married November 3, 1773, Maria Theresa Schoyewex, and died November 11, 1808, at Oosterwijk. The second daughter, named like her mother, Maria Theresa, married September 6, 1808, Joseph Michaels Jacobs, and became the mother of Jacob Jacobs, in the middle of the 19th century, a professor of painting in Antwerp, who supplied, in part, the materials for these notices of the Antwerp Beethovens, although the principal credit is due to M. Léon de Berbe of that city. The certificate of baptism of Louis van Beethoven, third son of Henry Adelard, is to this effect: Antwerp, December 23, 1712, Baptizatus Ludovicus. Parents, Henricus van Beethoven and Maria Catherine de Hert. Sponsors, Petrus Belmert and Defona van Beethoven. It is a family tradition, Professor Jacobs heard it from his mother, that this Louis van Beethoven, owing to some domestic difficulties, according to M. Berber they were financial, secretly left his father's house at an early age and never saw it again, although in later years an epistolary correspondence seems to have been established between the fugitive and his parents. Gifted with a good voice and well educated musically, he went to Louvain and applied for a vacant position as tenor to the chapter ad sanctum Petrum, receiving it on November 2, 1731. A few days later, the young man of 18 years was appointed substitute for 3 months for the singing master Phonascus, who had fallen ill, as is attested by the minutes of the chapter under date November 2, 1731. The young singer does not seem to have filled the place beyond the prescribed time. By a decree of Elector Clemens August, dated March 1733, the month of Joseph Haydn's birth, he became court musician in Bonn, with a salary of 400 florins, a large one for those days, particularly in the case of a young man who only 3 months before had completed his 20th year. Allowing the usual year of probation to which candidates for the court chapel were subjected, Beethoven must have come to Bonn in 1732. This corresponds to the time spent at Louvain as well as to the petition of 1774 to be given hereafter, in which Johann speaks of his father's 42 years of service. There is another paper of date, 1784, which makes the elder Beethoven to have served about 46 years, but this is from another hand and of less authority than that written by the son. What it was that persuaded Ludwig van Beethoven to go to Bonn is unknown. Gottfried Fischer, who owned the house in the Rheingasse in which 2 generations of Beethovens lived, professed to know that Elector Clemens August learned to know him as a good singer at Liege, and for that reason called him to Bonn. That is not impossible, whether the Elector went to Louvain or Ludwig introduced himself to him at Liege. But it is significant that another branch of the Beethoven family was already represented at Bonn. Michael van Beethoven was born in Malines in February 1684. He was a son of Cornelius van Beethoven and Catherine Leopold. And beyond doubt, as the later associations in Bonn prove, closely related to the Antwerp branch of the family. Michael van Beethoven married Maria Ludovica Stoikus, or Stoikens, on October 8, 1707. His eldest son also bore the name of Cornelius, born in September 1708 in Malines. There were 4 other sons born to him during his stay in Malines, among them 2 who were named Louis, up to 1715. At a date which is uncertain, this family removed to Bonn. There, Cornelius, on February 20, 1734, married a widow named Helena de la Porta, née Kalem, in the church of St. Gangolf, Ludwig van Beethoven, the young court singer, being one of the witnesses. In August of the same year, Cornelius was proxy for his father, who evidently had not yet come to Bonn, as godfather for Ludwig's first child. Later, after his son had established a household, he removed to Bonn, for Michael van Beethoven died in June 1749 in Bonn, and in December of the same year, Maria Ludovica Stoikens, the widow van Beethoven. Cornelius became a citizen of Bonn on January 17, 1736, on the ground that he had married the widow of a citizen, and in 1738 he stands alone as representative of the name in the list of Bonn's citizens. He seems to have been a merchant, and is probably the man who figures in the annual accounts of Clemens August as purveyor of candles. He lost his wife, and for a second married Anna Barbara Marx, Virgo, on July 5, 1755, who bore him 2 daughters, 1756 and 1759, both of whom died young, and for both of whom Ludwig van Beethoven was sponsor. Cornelius died in 1764, and his wife in 1765, and with this the Malines branch of the family ended. Which one of the 2 cousins, for so we may in general way consider them, came to Bonn, Ludwig or Cornelius, must be left to conjecture. There is evidence in favor of the former in the circumstance that Cornelius did not appear as witness at the marriage of Ludwig in 1733. If Ludwig was the earlier arrival, then the story of his call by the Elector may be true. He was not disappointed in his hope of being able to make his way by reason of his knowledge of music and singing. The next recorded fact in history may be seen in the ancient register of the parish of St. Remigius, now preserved in the town hall of Bonn. It is the marriage on September 7, 1733, of Ludwig van Beethoven and Maria Joseph Pohl, the husband not yet 21 years of age, the wife 19. Then follows in the records of baptisms in the parish. 1734, August 8th. Parents: Ludwig van Beethoven, Maria Josepha Pohl. Baptized: Maria Bernardina Ludovica. Sponsors: Maria Bernardina Menz, Michael van Beethoven, in his place Cornelius van Beethoven. The child Bernardina died in infancy, October 17, 1735. Her place was soon filled by a son, Marcus Josephus, baptized April 15, 1736, of whom the parents were doubtless early bereaved, for no other notice whatever has been found of him. After the lapse of some 4 years, the childless pair again became parents by the birth of a son, whose baptismal record has not been discovered. It is supposed that this child, Johann, was baptized in the court chapel, the records of which are not preserved in the archives of the town and seem to be lost, or that possibly he was born while the mother was absent from Bonn, An official report upon the condition and characters of the court musicians made in 1784, however, gives Johann van Beethoven, born in Bonn and aged 44, thus fixing the date of his birth towards the end of 1739, or the beginning of 1740. The gradual improvement of the elder Beethoven's condition, in respect of both emolument and social position, is creditable to him alike as a musician and as a man. Poorly as the musicians were paid, he was able in his last years to save a small portion of his earnings. His rise in social position is indicated in the public records. Thus, the first child is recorded as the son of L. V. Beethoven, musicus, as sponsor to the eldest daughter of Cornelius van Beethoven. He appears as Dominus van Beethoven. To the second as musicus olicus. In 1761, he becomes Herr Kapellmeister, and his name appears in the court calendar of the same year, third in a list of 28. Homme de chambre honoraire. Of the elder Beethoven's appointment as head of the court music, no other particulars have been obtained than those to be found in his petition and the accompanying decree printed in Chapter 1. From these papers it appears that the bass singer has had the promise of the place from Clemens August as successor to Zudoli, but that the elector, when the vacancy occurred, changed his mind and gave it to his favorite young violinist, Touche-Moulin, who held the position for so short a time, however, that his name never appears as chapelmaster in the court calendar, he having resigned on account of the reduction of his salary by Belderbusch, prime minister of the new elector, who just at that period succeeded Clemens August. The elevation of a singer to such a place was not a very uncommon event in those days. But that a chapelmaster should still retain his place as singer probably was. Hasse and Graun began their careers as vocalists, but more to the point are the instances of Steffani, Handel's predecessor at the court of Hanover, and of Righini, successively chapelmaster at Mayence and Berlin. In all these cases, the incumbents were distinguished and very successful composers. Beethoven was not. Wegeler's words: the chapelmaster and bass singer had at an earlier date produced operas at the National Theatre established by the Elector, have been rather interpreted than quoted by Schindler and others. Thus, it is thought that under the luxury-loving Elector Clemens August, he produced operas of his own composition, a construction which is clearly forced and incorrect. Strange that so few writers can content themselves with exact citations. Not only is there no proof whatever, certainly none yet made public, that Chapelmaster van Beethoven was an author of operatic works, but the words in his own petition, inasmuch as the Tocsil must be sufficiently supplied with musique, can hardly be otherwise understood than as intended to meet a possible objection to his appointment on the ground of his not being a composer. Wegeler's words, then, would simply mean that he put upon the stage and conducted the operatic works produced, which were neither numerous nor of very high order during his time. His labors were certainly onerous enough without adding musical composition. The records of the Electoral Court, which have been described and in part reproduced in the preceding chapter, exhibit him conducting the music of chapel, theatre, and Tocsil, examining candidates for admission into the electoral music service, reporting upon questions referred to him by the Privy Council and the like, and all this in addition to his services as bass singer, a position which gave him the principal bass parts and solos to sing both in chapel and theatre. Wegeler records a tradition that in Gassmann's operetta L'Amore Artigiano and Rossini's Deserteur he was admirable and received the highest applause. If this be true, it proves no small degree of enterprise on his part as chapelmaster and of well-conserved powers as a singer, for these two operas were first produced, the one in Vienna and the other in Paris in 1769, when Beethoven had already entered his 58th year. The words of Demmer in his petition of January 23, 1773, "The bass singer Van Beethoven is incapacitated and can no longer serve as such," naturally suggest the thought that the old gentleman's appearance as Brunoro in Lucchesi's L'Inganno Scoperto in May 1773 was a final compliment to his master, the Elector, upon his birthday. He did not live to celebrate another. The death of Ludwig van Beethoven, Hofkapellmeister, is recorded at Bonn under date of December 24, 1773, one day after the 61st anniversary of his baptism in Antwerp. At home, the good man had his cross to bear. His wife, Josepha, who with one exception had buried all her children, and possibly on that very account became addicted to the indulgence of an appetite for strong drink, was at the date of her husband's death living as a boarder in a cloister at Cologne. How long she had been there does not appear, but doubtless for a considerable period. The son too was married, but though near was not in his father's house. The separation was brought about by his marriage, with which the father was not agreed. The house in which the chapel master died, and which he occupied certainly as early as 1765, was the next north of the so-called Kundenauer Hof, later the post office in the neighboring Bonngasse, and bore the number 386. The chapel master appears, upon pretty good evidence, to have removed hither from the Fischer House in the Rheingasse, where he is said to have lived many years, and even to have carried on a trade in wine, which change of dwelling may have taken place in 1767. When one recalls the imposing style of dress at the era, the short, muscular man with dark complexion and very bright eyes, as Wegeler describes him, and as a painting by court painter Redoux, still in possession of his descendants in Vienna, depicts him, presents quite an imposing picture to the imagination. Of the early life of Johann van Beethoven, there are no particulars preserved except such as are directly or indirectly conveyed in the official documents. Such of these papers as came from his own hand, if judged by the standard of our time, show a want of ordinary education. But it must not be forgotten that the orthography of the German language was not then fixed, nor that many a contemporary of his who boasted a university education or who belonged to the highest ranks of society wrote in a style no better than his. This is certain, that after he had received an elementary education he was sent to the gymnasium, for as a member of the lowest class, infima, of that institution, he took part in September 1750 as a singer in the annual school play, which it was the custom of the Musee Bonensis to give. It would seem, therefore, that his good voice and musical gifts were appreciated at an early period. Herein probably is also to be found the reason why his stay at the gymnasium was not of long duration. The father had set him apart for service in the court music, and himself, as appears from the statements already printed, undertook his instruction. He taught him singing and clavier playing. Whether or not he also taught him violin playing, in which he was capable, remains uncertain. In 1752, at the age of 12, as can be seen from his petition of March 1756 and his father's of 1764, he enters the chapel as soprano. According to Gottwald's report of 1756, he had served about 2 years. The contradiction is probably explained by an interruption caused by the mutation of his voice. At the age of 16, he received his decretum as accessist, on the score of his skill in singing and his experience already acquired, including his capability on the violin, which was the basis of the decree of April 24, 1764, granting him a salary of 100 Reichsdollars per annum. So, at the age of 22, the young man received the promise of a salary, and at 24 obtained one of 100 thalers. In 1769, he received an increase of 25 florins, and 50 florins more by the decree of April 3, 1772. He had, moreover, an opportunity to gain something by teaching. Not only did he give lessons in singing and clavier playing to the children of prominent families of the city, but he also frequently was called on to prepare young musicians for service in the chapel. Thus, Demmer says the memorandum heretofore given paid 6 Reichsdollars to young Mr. Beethoven for 3 months, and a year later the following resolve of the Privy Council was passed. Ad supplicandum, Johann Beethoven, the demands of the supplicant have been found to be correct. The Electoral Treasury is commanded to satisfy the debt by the usual withdrawal of the sum from the salary of the defendant. Bonn, May 24, 1775, attest P, which probably refers to a debt contracted by one of the women of the court chapel. A few years later, as we have seen, he seems to have been entrusted with the training of Johanna Helena Avrednock, whom he brought forward as his pupil in March 1778, and the singer Gazzanello was his pupil before she went elsewhere. It was largely his own fault that the musically gifted man was unfortunate in both domestic and official relations. His intemperance in drink, probably inherited from his mother, but attributed by old Fischer to the wine trade in which his father embarked, made itself apparent at an early date, and by yielding to it more and more as he grew older, he undoubtedly impaired his voice, and did much to bring about his later condition of poverty. How it finally led to a catastrophe we shall see later. According to the testimony of the widow Karth, he was a tall, handsome man, and wore powdered hair in his later years. Fischer does not wholly agree with her. Of medium height, longish face, broad forehead, round nose, broad shoulders, serious eyes, face somewhat scarred, thin pigtail. 3½ years after obtaining his salary of 100 thalers, he ventured to marry. Heinrich Kürverich, the father of his wife, was head cook in the palace at Ehrenbreitstein, in which Clemens danced himself out of this world, but he died before that event took place. His wife, as the church records testify, was Anna Clara Daubach. Her daughter, Maria Magdalena, born December 19, 1746, married a certain Johann Lehm, valet of the Elector of Treves, on January 30th, 1763. On November 28, 1765, the husband died, and Maria Magdalena was a widow before she had completed her 19th year. In a little less than 2 years, the marriage register of St. Remigius at Bonn was enriched by this entry. 12 dies Maris September, previa dispensatione super tribus denunciatinibus copulavi di Johannem van Beethoven, DNI Ludovici van Beethoven et Mariae Josephae Pol conjugum filium legitimum et Mariam Magdalenam Keferich viduum Leam et Ehrenbreitstein, Henrici Keferich et Anne Clarae Westorfs filium legitimam coram testibus Josepho Clemente Belserowski et Felipe Salomon. That is, Johann van Beethoven has married the young widow Lehm. How it came that the marriage took place in Bonn instead of the home of the bride, we are told by Fischer. Chapelmaster van Beethoven was not at all agreed that his son should marry a woman of a lower station in life than his own. He did not continue his opposition against the fixed determination of his son, but it is to be surmised that he would not have attended a ceremony in Ehrenbreitstein, and hence the matter was disposed of quickly in Bonn. After the wedding, the young pair paid a visit for a few days' duration to Ehrenbreitstein. Fischer describes Madame van Beethoven as a handsome, slender person and tells of her rather tall, longish face, a nose somewhat bent, gehofelt in the dialect of Bonn, spare, earnest eyes. Cecilia Fischer could not recall that she had ever seen Madame van Beethoven laugh. She was always serious. Her life's vicissitudes may have contributed to this disposition. The early loss of her father and of her first husband, and the death of her mother, scarcely more than a year after her second marriage. It is difficult to form a conception of her character because of the paucity of information about her. Wegeler lays stress upon her piety and gentleness. Her amiability and kindness towards her family appear from all the reports. Nevertheless, Fischer betrays the fact that she could be vehement in controversies with the other occupants of the house. Madame van Beethoven, Fischer continues, was a clever woman. She could give converse and reply aptly, politely and modestly, to high and low, and for this reason she was much liked and respected. She occupied herself with sewing and knitting. They led a righteous and peaceful married life and paid her house rent and baker's bills promptly, quarterly, and on the day. She was a domestic woman. She knew how to give and also how to take in manner that is becoming to all people of honest thoughts. From this, it is fair to assume that she strove to conduct her household judiciously and economically. Whether or not this was always possible in view of the limited income, old Fischer does not seem to have been informed. She made the best she could of the weaknesses of her husband, without having been able to influence him. Her care for the children in externals was not wholly sufficient. Young Ludwig clung to her with a tender love, more than to the father, who was only severe. But there is nothing anywhere to indicate that she exerted an influence upon the emotional life and development of her son, and in respect of this, no wrong will be done her if the lower order of her culture be taken into consideration. Nor must it be forgotten that in all probability she was naturally delicate, and that her health was still further weakened by her domestic troubles and frequent accouchements. The quiet, suffering woman, as Madame Carth calls her, died in 1787 of consumption at the age of 40 years. Long years after, in Vienna, Beethoven was wont, when among his intimate friends, to speak of his excellent, voortreffliche mother. At the time when Johann van Beethoven married, there was quite a colony of musicians and other persons in the service of the court in the Bonngasse, as that street is in part named, which extends from the lower extremity of the marketplace to the Cologne gate. Chapelmaster van Beethoven had left the house in the Rheingasse and lived at number 386. In the adjoining house, north, number 387, lived the musical family Ries. Farther down, the east house of that side of the way before the street assumes the name Kölnerstrasse was the dwelling of the hornist, afterward publisher, Simrock. Nearly opposite the chapelmaster's, the second story of the house number 515 was occupied, but not till after 1771, by the Salomons. The parterre and first floor by the owner of the house, a lace-maker or dealer in laces, named Classen. Of the two adjoining houses, the one number 576 was the dwelling of Johann Baum, a master locksmith, doubtless the Jean Courtin serrier of the court calendar for 1773. In number 617 was the family Hertel, 12 or 15 years later living under the Beethovens in the Wenzelgasse, and not far off of a family, Pohl, perhaps relations of Madame Beethoven the Elder. Conrad Pohl's name is found in the court calendars of the 1770s as one of the 8 electoral Heiducken footmen. In 1767, in the rear of the Klassenhaus North, there was a lodging to let, and there the newly married Beethovens began their humble housekeeping. Their first child was a son, Ludwig Maria, baptized April 2nd, 1769, whose sponsors, as may be read in the register of St. Remigius Parish, were the grandfather Beethoven and Anna Maria Lohe, wife of Jean Courtin, the next-door neighbor. This child lived but 6 days. In 2 years, the loss of the parents was made up by the birth of him who is the subject of this biography. End of chapter 2. Section 7, Chapter 3 of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 3. The Childhood of Beethoven. An inebriate grandmother and a dissipated father. The family homes in Bonn. The boy's schooling. His music teachers. Visits Holland with his mother. There is no authentic record of Beethoven's birthday. Wegeler, on the ground of custom in Bonn, dates it the day preceding the ceremony of baptism, an opinion which Beethoven himself seems to have entertained. It is the official record of this baptism only that has been preserved. In the registry of the parish of St. Remigius, the entry appears as follows. Parentes. D. Johannes van Beethoven and Helena Keverichs, conjuges. Proles. 17 Dies Maris, October, Ludovicus. Petrini. D. Ludovicus van Beethoven and Gertrudis Myrlis Dicta Baums. The sponsors, therefore, were Beethoven's grandfather, the chapelmaster, and the wife of the next-door neighbor, Johann Baum, secretary at the Electoral cellar. The custom obtaining at the time in the Catholic Rhine country not to postpone the baptism beyond 24 hours after the birth of a child, it is in the highest degree probable that Beethoven was born on December 16, 1770. Of several certificates of baptism, the following is copied in full for the sake of a remark upon it written by the master's own hand. Département du Rhin, Moselle Maria du Bonn. Extrait du registre de naissance. De la parole du Cérémonial Bon. Anno millesimo, septingentissimo, septuagesimo, didecima septima decembris baptizatus et Lovicus. Parentis D. Johannes van Beethoven et Helena Keverichs, conjuges, Petrini D. Ludovicus van Beethoven et Gertrudis Myrlis Dicta Baums. Pour extrait conforme delivery à la Marie de Bonn. Bonn, le 2 Juin 1810. Signatures and official seals. On the back of this paper, Beethoven wrote, 1772. Es scheint der Taufschein nicht richtig. Danach ein Ludwig vor mir. Eine Baumgarten war, glaube ich, meine Pate. Ludwig van Beethoven. The composer, then, even in his 40th year, still believed the correct date to be 1772, which is the one given in all the old biographical notices and which corresponds to the dates affixed to many of his first works, and indeed to nearly all allusions to his age in his early years. Only by keeping this fact in mind can the long list of chronological contradictions which continually meet the student of his history during the first half of his life be explained or comprehended. Whoever examines the original record of baptism in the registry at Bonn sees instantly that the certificate, in spite of Beethoven, is correct, but all possible doubt is removed by the words of Wegler. Little Louis clung to his grandfather with the greatest affection, and, young as he was when he lost him, his early impressions always remained lively. He liked to speak of his grandfather with the friends of his youth, and his pious and gentle mother, whom he loved much more than he did his father, who was only severe, was obliged to tell him much of his grandfather. Had 1772 been the correct date, the child could never have retained personal recollections of a man who died on December 24, 1773. A survey of the whole ground renders the conclusion irresistible that, at the time when the boy began to attract notice by his skill upon the pianoforte and by the promise of his first attempts in composition, his age was purposely falsified, a motive for which may perhaps be found in the excitement caused in the musical world by the then recent career of the Mozart children, and in the reflection that attainments which in a child of 8 or 10 years excite wonder and astonishment are considered hardly worthy of special remark in one of a few years older. There is unfortunately nothing known of Johann van Beethoven's character which renders such a trick improbable. Noteworthy is it that at first the falsification rarely extends beyond 1 year, and also that in an official report in 1784 the correct age is given. Here an untruth could not be risked, nor be of advantage if it had been. Dr. C. M. Kniesel, who championed the cause of the house in the Bonngasse in a controversy conducted in the Kölnische Zeitung in 1845, touching the birthplace of Beethoven, remarks that the mother was, as is known, a native of the Ehrenbreitstein Valley and separated from her relatives. He, Johann van Beethoven, was without relatives and in somewhat straitened circumstances, financially. What then was more natural than that he should invite his neighbor, Frau Baum, a respected and well-to-do woman in whose house the baptismal feast was held, to be sponsor for his little son? This last fact indicates clearly the narrowness of the quarters in which the young couple dwelt. Does it not also hint that the grandfather was now a solitary man with no home in which to spread the little feast? Let Johann van Beethoven himself describe the pecuniary condition in which he found himself upon the death of his father. Most Reverend Archbishop, most gracious Elector and Lord, will your electoral grace graciously be pleased to hear that my father has passed away from this world, to whom it was granted to serve his electoral grace Clemens August and your electoral grace and gloriously reigning Lord 42 years as chapelmaster with great honor, whose position I have been found capable of filling, but nevertheless I would not venture to offer my capacity to your electoral grace, but since the death of my father has left me in needy circumstances, my salary not sufficing, and I compelled to draw on the savings of my father, my mother still living, and in cloister at a cost of 60 Reichsdaler for board and lodging each year, and it is not advisable for me to take her to my home. Your electoral grace is therefore humbly implored to make an allowance from the 400 Reichsdalers vacated for an increase of my salary, so that I may not need to draw upon the little savings, and my mother may receive the pension graciously for the few years which she may yet live, to deserve which high grace it shall always bring my striving. Your electoral grace's most humble and obedient servant, and musicus John van Beethoven. There is something bordering on the comic in the coolness of the hint here given that the petitioner would not object to an appointment as his father's successor, especially when it is remembered that Lucchesi and Mattioli were already in Bonn, and the former had sufficiently proved his capacity by producing successful operas, both text and music, for the Electors' delectation. The hint was not taken. What provision was granted him, however, may be seen from a petition of January 8, 1774, praying for an addition to his salary from that made vacant by the death of his father, and a pension to his mother, who is kept at board in a cloister. A memorandum appears on the margin to the effect that the elector graciously consents that the widow, so long as she remains in the cloister, shall receive 60 Reichsdaler quarterly. Another petition of a year later has been lost, but its contents are indicated in the response dated June 1775 that Johann van Beethoven, on the death of his mother, shall have the enjoyment of the 60 Reichsdaler which had been granted her. The death of the mother followed a few months later and was thus announced in the Intelligenzblatt of Bonn on October 3, 1775. Died on September 30, Maria Joseph Pals, widow van Beethoven, aged 61 years. In a list of salaries for 1776, among the papers at Dusseldorf for the Musikpartie, the salary of Johann van Beethoven is given at 36 Reichsdaler, 45 Albus, payable quarterly. The fact of the great poverty in which he and his family lived and manifest from the official documents, which confirm the many traditions to that effect, and from the more important recollections of aged people of Bonn, brought to light in a controversy concerning the birthplace of the composer. For instance, Dr. Hennes, in his unsuccessful effort to establish the claims of the Fischer House in the Rheingasse, says the legacy left him, Johann van Beethoven, by his father did not last long. That fine linen, which, as I was told, could be drawn through a ring, found its way, piece by piece, out of the house. Even the beautiful large portrait showing the father wearing a tasseled cap and holding a roll of music went to the second-hand shop. This is an error, though the painting may have gone for a time to the pawnbroker. From the Bonngasse, the Beethovens were moved, when is uncertain, to a house, number 7 or number 8 on the left, as one enters the Dreieckplatz, in passing from the Sternstrasse to the Münsterplatz. They were living there in 1774, for the baptism of another son on the 8th of April of that year is recorded in the register of the parish of St. Gangolf, to which those houses belonged. This child's name was Caspar Anton Karl. The first 2 names from his sponsor, the minister Belderbusch, the third from Caroline von Satzenhofen, abbess of Wheelock. Was this condescension on the part of the minister and the abbess intended to soothe the father under the failure of his hopes of advancement? From the Dreieckplatz, the Beethovens migrated to the Fischer House, number 934, in the Rheingasse, so long held to be the composer's birthplace, and long thereafter distinguished by a false inscription to that effect. Whether the removal took place in Ludwig's 5th or 6th year is not known, but at all events it was previous to the 2nd of October 1776, for upon that day another son of Johann van Beethoven was baptized in the parish of St. Remigius by the name of Nicholas Johann. Dr. Hennes, in his letter to the Kölnische Zeitung, lays much stress upon the testimony of Cecilia Fischer. He says, "The maiden lady of 76 years, Cecilia Fischers, still remembers distinctly to have seen little Louis in his cradle and can tell many anecdotes about him," etc. This mistake is easily explained without supposing any intentional deception. 62 years afterwards, she mistook the birth of Nicholas Johann for that of Ludwig. According to Fischer's report, the family removed from this house in 1776 for a short time to one in the Neugasse, but returned again to the house in the Rheingasse after the palace fire in 1777. One thought which suggests itself in relation to these removals of Johann van Beethoven may perhaps be more than mere fancy, that in expectation of advancement in position upon the death of his father, he had exchanged the narrow quarters of the lodging in the rear of the Klassenhaus for the much better dwelling in the Dreieckplatz, but upon the failure of his hopes, had been fain to seek a cheaper place in the lower part of the town, down near the river. There is nothing decisive as to the time when the musical education of Ludwig van Beethoven began, nor any positive evidence that he, like Handel, Haydn, or Mozart, showed remarkable genius for the art at a very early age. Schlosser has something on this point, but he gives no authorities, while the particulars which he relates could not possibly have come under his own observation. Müller had heard from Franz Ries and Nicholas Simrock that Johann van Beethoven gave his son instruction upon the pianoforte and violin in his earliest childhood. To scarcely anything else did he hold him. In the dedication of the pianoforte sonatas, 1783, to the Elector, the boy is made to say, "Music became my first youthful pursuit in my 4th year," which might be supposed decisive on the point if his age were not falsely given on the title page. This much is certain, that after the removal to the Fischer house, the child had his daily task of musical study and practice given him, and in spite of his tears, was forced to execute it. Cecilia Fischer, writes Hennis, 1838, still sees him, a tiny boy, standing on a little footstool in front of the clavier to which the implacable severity of his father had so early condemned him. The Patriarch of Bonn, head burgomaster Windeck, will pardon me if I appeal to him to say that he, too, saw the little Louis van Beethoven in his house, standing in front of the clavier and weeping. To this writes Dr. Wegeler, "I saw the same thing. How? The Fischer house was, perhaps still is, connected by a passageway in the rear with a house in the Geigergasse, which was then occupied by the owner, a high official of the Rhenish Revenue Service, Mr. Bachen, grandfather of Court Councillor Bachen of this city. The youngest son of the latter, Benedict, was my schoolmate, and on my visits to him, the doings and sufferings of Louis were visible from the house." It must be supposed that the father had seen indications of his son's genius, for it is difficult to imagine such an one remaining unperceived. But the necessities of the family, with the failure of the petition for a better salary, sent in just at that time when the Elector was so largely increasing his expenditures for music by the engagement of Luchesi and Mattioli and in other ways, are sufficient reasons for the inflexible severity with which the boy was kept at his studies. The desire to say something new and striking on the part of many who have written about Beethoven has led to such an admixture of fact and fancy that it is now very difficult to separate them. One Schlosser tells his readers that the greatest joy of the lad was when his father took him upon his knees and permitted him to accompany a song on the clavier with his tiny fingers, while others tell the tale of his childhood in a manner to convey the idea that the father was a pitiless tyrant, the boy a victim and a slave. An error which a calm consideration of what is really known of the facts in the case at once dispels. There is but one road to excellence, even for the genius of a Handel or a Mozart, unremitted application. To this young Ludwig was compelled, sometimes, no doubt, through the fear or the actual infliction of punishment for neglect, sometimes, too, the father, whose habits were such as to favor a bad interpretation of his conduct, was no doubt harsh and unjust. And such seems to be the truth. At any rate, the boy at an early date acquired so considerable a facility upon the clavier that his father could have him play at court, and when he was 7 years old, produce him with one of the pupils at a concert in Bonn. Here is the announcement of the concert as it was reproduced in the Kölnische Zeitung of December 18, 1870, from the original. Advertisement. Today, March 26, 1778. In the musical concert room in the Sterngasse, the Electoral Court tenorist Beethoven will have the honor to produce two of his scholars, namely Mademoiselle Averdonk, court contraltist, and his little son of 6 years. The former will have the honor to contribute various beautiful arias, the latter various clavier concertos and trios. He flatters himself that he will give complete enjoyment to all ladies and gentlemen, the more since both have had the honor of playing to the greatest delight of the entire court. Beginning at 5 o'clock in the evening, ladies and gentlemen who have not subscribed will be charged a florin. Tickets may be had at the aforesaid Akademiesaal, also of Mr. Claren Aufterbach in Mühlenstein. Unfortunately, we learn nothing concerning the pieces played by the boy, nor of the success of his performance. That the violin as well as the pianoforte was practiced by him is implicitly confirmed by the terms in which Schindler records his denial of the truth of the well-known spider story. The great Ludwig refused to remember any such incident, much as the tale amused him. On the contrary, he said it was more to be expected that everything would have fled from his scraping, even flies and spiders. The father's main object, being the earliest and greatest development of his son's musical genius so as to make it a marketable commodity, he gave him no other school education than such as what is afforded in one of the public schools. Fischer says he first attended a school in the Neugasse taught by a man named Huppert, and thence went to Münsterschule. Among the lower grade schools in Bonn was the so-called Tirocinium, a Latin school, which prepared pupils for the gymnasium, but was not directly connected with it, but had its own corps of teachers. Like the whole educational system of the period, under the supervision of the Academic Council established by Max Friedrich in 1777. The pupils learned, outside of the elementary studies, arithmetic and writing are said to have been excluded, to read and write Latin, up to an understanding of Cornelius Nepos. Johann Krengel, a much respected pedagogue, was teacher at the time and was appointed municipal schoolmaster in 1783 by the Academic Council. In 1786, he transferred the school to the Bonngasse. To this school, young Beethoven was sent. When is uncertain. His contemporary and schoolfellow, Wurzer, electoral councillor and afterwards president of the Landgericht, relates the following in his memoirs. One of the schoolmates under Krengel was Ludwig van Beethoven, whose father held an appointment as court singer under the Elector. Apparently his mother was already dead at the time, for Ludwig van Beethoven was distinguished by uncleanliness, negligence, etc. Not a sign was to be discovered in him of that spark of genius which glowed so brilliantly in him afterwards. I imagine that he was kept down to his musical studies from an early age by his father. Wurzer entered the gymnasium in 1781. Beethoven did not. This, therefore, must have been the time at which all the other studies were abandoned in favor of music. In what manner his education was otherwise pieced out is not to be learned. The lack of proper intellectual discipline is painfully obvious in Beethoven's letters throughout his life. In his early manhood, he wrote a fair hand, so very different from the shocking scrawl of his later years as to make one almost doubt the genuineness of autographs of that period. But in orthography, the use of capital letters, punctuation, and arithmetic, he was sadly deficient all his life long. He was still able to use the French tongue at a later period, and of Latin he had learned enough to understand the texts which he composed. But even as a young schoolboy, his studies appear to have been made second to his musical practice, with which his hours out of school were apparently for the most part occupied. He was described by Dr. Muller as a shy and taciturn boy. the necessary consequence of the life apart which he led, observing more and pondering more than he spoke, and disposed to abandon himself entirely to the feelings awakened by music and later by poetry, and to the pictures created by fancy. One of those who were his schoolfellows, and who in after years recorded their reminiscences of him, not one speaks of him as a playfellow. None has anecdotes to relate of games with him, rambles on the hills, or adventures upon the Rhine and its shores, in which he bore a part. Music, and ever music, hence the power of clothing his thoughts and words, was not developed by early culture, and the occasional bursts of eloquence in his letters and recorded conversations are held not to be genuine, because so seldom found. As if the strong mind, struggling for adequate expression, should not at times break through all barriers and overcome all obstacles. Urged forward thus by the father's severity, by his tender love for his mother, and by the awakening of his own tastes, the development of his skill and talents was rapid, so much so that in his 9th year a teacher more competent than his father was needed. The first to whom his father turned was the old court organist van den Eeden, who had been in the electoral service about 50 years and had come to Bonn before the arrival there of Ludwig van Beethoven, the grandfather. One can easily imagine his willingness to serve an old and deceased friend by fitting his grandson to become his successor. And this might account for the Schlosser story that at first he taught him gratis, and that he continued his instructions at the command and expense of the Elector. The story may or may not be true, but nothing has been discovered in the archives at Dusseldorf confirming the statement. In fact, concerning the time, the subjects, and the results of van den Eeden's instruction, we are thrown largely upon conjecture. In his 8th year, says Maurer in his notices, court organist van den Eeden took him as a pupil. Nothing has been learned of his progress. This, if Moyer was correct in stating his age, would have been about 1778. It is after this that Moyer refers to his study under Pfeiffer. Independently of all, this Fischer says, his father not being able to teach him more in music, and suspecting that he had talent for composition, took him at first to an aged master named Santarini, who instructed him for a while. But the father thought little of this teacher, did not consider him the right man, and desired a change. This desire resulted in securing Pfeiffer through the mediation of Grossmann. There was no musician Santarini in the court chapel, but an actor named Santarini was a member of Grossmann's troupe. He cannot be considered in this connection. There is evidently a confusion of names, and the whole context, especially the reference to the aged master, shows that no other than van den Eeden was meant by the teacher who gave instruction for a short time before Pfeiffer. Schlosser does not say that this instruction was on the organ, and it is unlikely that the boy, who was destined for a more systematic instruction in pianoforte playing, was put at the organ at so early an age. It was a deduction, probably, from the fact that van den Eeden was an organist, and that later Beethoven displayed a great deal of dexterity upon that instrument. It is noteworthy that Wegeler says nothing definite as to whether or not Beethoven took lessons from van den Eeden. He merely thought it likely, because he knew no one else in Bonn from whom Beethoven could have learned the technical handling of the organ. But there were several such in Bonn irrespective of Nefa. Schindler makes certainty out of Wegeler's conjecture, and relates that Beethoven often spoke of the old organist when discoursing upon the proper position and movement of the body and hands in organ and pianoforte playing, he having been taught to hold both calm and steady, to play in the connected style of Handel and Bach. This may have been correct, so far as pianoforte playing is concerned. But Schindler had little knowledge of Beethoven's Bonn period, and the possibility of a confusion of names is not excluded, even on the part of Beethoven himself, who received hints from several organists. Meurer, after speaking of Pfeiffer, continues as follows. Van den Eeden remained his only teacher in thorough bass. As a man of 70, he sent the boy Louis, between 11 and 12 years old, to accompany the Mass and other church music on the organ. His playing was so astonishing that one was forced to believe he had intentionally concealed his gifts. While preluding for the Credo, he took a theme from the movement and developed it to the amazement of the orchestra so that he was permitted to improvise longer than is customary. That was the opening of his brilliant career. Meurer seems to know nothing of Neefe when he says that Van den Eeden was Beethoven's only teacher in thorough bass. What he says, too, about the lad's performance at the organ, as substitute, obviously rests upon a confounding of Van den Eeden with another of Beethoven's organ teachers, most likely Neefe. It is our conjecture that Van den Eeden taught the boy chiefly, and perhaps exclusively, pianoforte playing, he being a master in that art, but his influence was small. It must be remembered that Van den Eeden was a very old man, and whose successor Neefe had been chosen in 1781, and who died in June 1782. Nowhere does he, like the other teachers of Beethoven, disclose individual traits. He is a totally colorless picture in the history of Beethoven's youth. Nor does it appear that there was any intimacy between him and the Beethoven family, since otherwise he would not have been missing in the notices of Fischer, who does not even know his name. The judgment of the father that his instruction was inefficient was probably correct. A fitter master, it was thought, was obtained in Tobias Friedrich Pfeiffer, who came to Bonn in the summer of 1779, as tenor singer in Grossmann and Helmuth's theatrical company. Meurer, the violoncellist, in some reminiscences of that period, communicated to this work by Professor Jahn, says that Pfeiffer was a skillful pianist and gave the boy lessons, but not at any regular intervals. Often, when he came with Beethoven, the father, from the wine-house late at night, the boy was roused from sleep and kept at the pianoforte until morning. A course not particularly favorable to his progress at school, but one which may be readily credited in the light of what is known of Pfeiffer and Johann Beethoven, and one, moreover, which would cause the lessons to make an enduring impression upon the memory. There is some reason to think that the former was an inmate of the latter's family, which adds probability to the story. Although Pfeiffer was in Bonn but 1 year, Wegeler affirms that Beethoven owed most of all to this teacher, and was so appreciative of the fact that he sent him financial help from Vienna through Simrock. To what extent Wegeler's opinion as to Beethoven's obligation is correct, it would be difficult to decide. But the utter improbability that a single year's lessons from this man would profit a boy 8½ to 9½ years old more than those from any other of his teachers, much longer and systematically continued, is manifest. About this time, the young court musician Franz Georg Roventini lived in the same house with Beethoven. He was the son of a violinist, Johann Conrad Roventini, who had been called to Bonn from Ehrenbreitstein and who died in 1766. He was related to the Beethoven family. The young musician was much respected and sought after as teacher. According to the Fischer document, the boy Beethoven was among his pupils, taking lessons on the violin and viola, but these lessons, too, came to an early end. Roventini died on September 9, 1781, aged 24. A strong predilection for the organ was awakened early in the lad, and he eagerly sought opportunities to study the instrument, apparently even before he became Neefa's pupil. In the cloister of the Franciscan monks at Bonn, there lived a friar named Willibald Koch, highly respected for his playing and his expert knowledge of organ construction. We have no reason to doubt that young Ludwig sought him out, received instruction from him, and made so much progress that Friar Willibald accepted him as an assistant. In the same way he made friends with the organist in the cloister of the minorities and made the agreement to play the organ there at 6 o'clock morning mass. It would seem that he felt the need of familiarity with a larger organ than that of the Franciscans. On the inside of the cover of a memorandum book which he carried to Vienna with him is found the note, "Measurements, Fußmaß, of the Minorite pedals in Bonn." Plainly, he had kept an interest in the organ. Still another tradition is preserved in a letter to the author from Miss Augusta Grimm, dated September 1872, to the effect that Heinrich Thiessen, born in 1759, organist at Rheinbreitbach, near Honeck in the Rhine, studied the organ in company with Beethoven under Zenzer, organist of the Münsterkirche at Bonn, and that the lad of 10 years surpassed his fellow student of 20. The tradition says that already at the time Ludwig composed pieces which were too difficult for his little hands. "Why, you can't play that, Ludwig," his teacher is said to have remarked, and the boy to have replied, "I will when I'm bigger." When Beethoven's studies with Van den Eeden began and ended, whether they were confined to the organ or pianoforte or partook of both, these are undecided points. It does not appear that any instruction in composition was given him until he became the pupil of Neefa. In the facsimile which follows, the part devoted to thorough bass in the so-called Studien, the composer says, "Dear friends, I took the pains to learn this only that I might write the figures readily and later instruct others. For myself, I never had to learn how to avoid errors. For, from my childhood, I had so keen a sensibility that I wrote correctly without knowing it had to be so, or could be otherwise." This lends plausibility at least to another anecdote related by Meurer concerning an alleged precocious composition by Beethoven. About this time, the English ambassador to the Electors' court, named Kressner, who had extended help to the Beethoven family, living scantily on a salary of 400 florins, died. Louis composed a funeral cantata to his memory, his first composition. He handed his score to Luchesi and asked him to correct the errors. Luchesi gave it back with the remark that he could not understand it, and therefore could not comply with his request, but would have it performed. At the first rehearsal, there was great astonishment at the originality of the composition, but approval was divided. After a few rehearsals, the approbation grew, and the piece was performed with general applause. George Kressner came to Bonn in the autumn of 1755 and died there January 17, 1781, in the 81st year of his age. The "about this time" in Meurer's story agrees, therefore, well enough with that date. It is, however, a suspicious circumstance that Meurer had left the service and returned to Cologne in the spring of 1780, and therefore was not eyewitness to the fact. And another, that the circumstance was not remembered by other members of the court chapel, not even by Franz Ries, nor by Neefa, who, though not then a member, was already in Bonn. In 1780, continues Meurer, Beethoven got acquainted with Zambona, who called his attention to his neglected education, gave him lessons daily in Latin. Louis continuing a year, in his 6 weeks he read Cicero's letters, also logic, French and Italian, until Zambona left Bonn in order to become bookkeeper for Bartholdy in Mulheim. In the Geheime Staatskonferenz Protokollen, May 20, 1787, One reads, Stefan Zambona prays to be appointed Kammerportier, etc., to which is appended the remark, the request not granted. Zambona is a name, too, which half a dozen years later often appears in the Bonn Intelligenzblatt as that of a shopkeeper in the marketplace of that town. If the story of the cantata be doubtful, that of these private studies on the part of a boy in Beethoven's position, only in his 10th year, and a schoolboy then, if ever, like Hamlet's possible dreams in the sleep of the deaf, must give us pause. Mother and son undertook a voyage to Holland in the beginning of the winter of 1781. The widow, Karth, one of the Hertel family, born in 1780 and still living in Bonn in 1861, passed her childhood in the house number 462 Wenzelgasse, in the upper story of which the Beethovens then lived. One of her reminiscences is in place here. She distinctly remembered sitting, when a child, upon her own mother's knee, and hearing Madame van Beethoven, a quiet, suffering woman, relate that when she went with her little boy Ludwig to Holland, it was so cold on the boat that she had to hold his feet in her lap to prevent them from being frostbitten. And also that while absent, Ludwig played a great deal in great houses, astonished people by his skill, and received valuable presents. The circumstances of the cold feet, warmed in the mother's lap, is precisely one to fasten itself in the memory of a child and form a point around which other facts might cluster. Another incident related in connection with this journey to Holland, not as a fact, but as one which she had heard spoken of in her childhood, and one very difficult to comprehend, is that some person, whether an envious boy or heartless adult, she could not tell, drew a knife across the fingers of Ludwig to disable him from playing. End of chapter 3. Section 8, Chapter 4, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 4. Beethoven, a pupil of Neefe. His talent and skill put to use. First efforts at composition. Johann van Beethoven's family. Domestic tribulations. Christian Gottlob Neefe succeeded the persons mentioned as Beethoven's master in music. When this tutorship began and ended, and whether or not it be true that the Elector engaged and paid him for his services in this capacity, as affirmed by diverse writers, here again positive evidence is wanting. Neefe came to Bonn in October 1779, received the decree of succession to the position of court organist on February 15, 1781, and was thus permanently engaged in the Elector's service. The unsatisfactory nature of the earlier instruction, as well as of the high reputation of Neefe, placed in the strongest light before the Bonn public by those proceedings which had compelled him to remain there, would render it highly desirable to Johann van Beethoven to transfer his son to the latter's care. It would create no surprise, should proof hereafter come to light, that this change was made even before the issue of the decree of February 15, 1781. That even then the pupil was profiting by the lesson of the zealous Bachist. Whether this was so or not, it was more than ever necessary that the boy's talents should be put to profitable use, for the father found his family still increasing. The baptism of a daughter, Anna Maria Frankiska, after her sponsors Anna Maria Klemmers, Dicta Cox, and Franz Roventini, court musician, is recorded in the St. Remigius Register February 23, 1779, and her death on the 27th of the same month. The baptism of Augustus Franciscus Georgius van Beethoven, Franz Roventini, Musicus Olicus, and Helena Avridnung Petrini follows nearly 2 years later, January 17, 1781. There is no minister of state now to lend his name to a child of Johann van Beethoven, nor any lady abbess. Roventini, one of the youngest members of the orchestra, relative and friend of the family, and Frau Cox, the young contralto, whose musical education the father had superintended, take their places, another indication that the head of the family is gradually sinking in social position. It is Schlosser who states that the Elector urged Neefe to make it his particular care to look after the training of the young Beethoven. How much weight is to be attached to this assertion of a man who hastily threw a few pages together soon after the death of the composer, and who begins by adopting the old error of 1772 as the date of his birth, and naming his father Anton, may safely be left to the reader. That the story may possibly have some foundation in truth is not denied, but the probabilities are all against it. Just in these years, Max Friedrich is busy with his trick-track, his balls, his new operettas and comedies, and with his notion making the theater a school of morals. The truth seems to be, and it is the only hypothesis that suggests itself, corresponding to the established facts, that Johann van Beethoven had now determined to make an organist of his son as the surest method of making his talents productive. The appointment of Neefe necessarily destroyed Ludwig's hopes of being Van den Eden's successor, but Neefe's other numerous employments would make an assistant indispensable, and to this place the boy might well aspire. It will be seen in the course of the narrative that Beethoven never had a warmer, kinder, and more valuable friend than Neefe proved throughout the remainder of his Bonn life. That, in fact, his first appointment was obtained for him through Neefe, although this is the first hint yet published that the credit does not belong to a very different personage. What then so natural, so self-evident, as that Neefe, foreseeing the approaching necessity of some one to take charge of the little organ in the chapel at times when his duties to the Grossmann Company would prevent him from officiating in person, should gladly undertake the training of the remarkable talents of Van den Eden's pupil, with no wish for any other remuneration than the occasional services which the youth could render him. Dr. Wegeler remarks, Neefe had little influence upon the instruction of our Ludwig, who frequently complained of the too severe criticisms made on his first efforts in composition. The first of these assertions is evidently an utter mistake. In 1793, Beethoven himself, at all events, thought differently. I thank you for the counsel which you gave me so often in my progress in my divine art. If I ever become a great man, yours shall be a share of the credit. This will give you the greater joy, since you may rest assured, etc. Thus he wrote to his old teacher. As to the complaint of harsh criticism, it may be remarked that Neefe, reared in the strict Leipzig school, must have been greatly dissatisfied with the direction which the young genius was taking under the influences which surrounded him, and that he should labor to change its course. He was still a young man, and in his zeal for his pupil's progress may well have criticized his childish compositions with a severity which, though no more than just and reasonable, may have so contrasted with injudicious praise from other quarters as to wound the boy's self-esteem and leave a sting behind, especially if Neefe indulged in a tone at all contemptuous, a common fault of young men in like cases. Probably in some conversation upon this point, Beethoven may have remarked to Wegeler that Neefe had criticized him in his childhood rather too severely. But to return from the broad field of hypothesis to the narrow path of facts. On this day, June 20, 1782, Neefe writes of himself and the Grossmann Company, we entered upon a journey to Münster, whither the Elector also went. The day before my predecessor, court organist van den Eeden, was buried. I received permission, however, to leave my duties in the hands of a vicar and go along to Westphalia and thence to the Michaelmas fair at Frankfurt. The Dusseldorf documents prove that this vicar was Ludwig van Beethoven, now just 11.5 years of age. In the course of the succeeding winter, Niefe prepared that very valuable and interesting communication to Kramer's magazine, which has been so largely quoted. In this occurs the first printed notice of Beethoven, one which is honorable to head and heart of its author. He writes under date of March 2nd, 1783, Louis van Beethoven, son of the tenor singer mentioned, a boy of 11 years, and of most promising talent. He plays the clavier very skillfully and with power, reads at sight very well, and, to put it in a nutshell, he plays chiefly the well-tempered clavichord of Sebastian Bach, which Herr Niefe put into his hands. Whoever knows this collection of preludes and fugues in all the keys, which might almost be called the non plus ultra of our art, will know what this means. So far as his duties permitted, Herr Niefe has also given him instruction in thorough bass. He is now training him in composition, and for his encouragement has had 9 variations for the pianoforte written by him on a march by Ernst Christoph Dressler, engraved at Mannheim. The youthful genius is deserving of help to enable him to travel. He would surely become a second Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart were he to continue as he has begun. The allusion to Mozart, who had not then produced those immortal works upon which his fame now principally rests, speaks well for the insight of Niefe and renders his high appreciation of his pupil's genius the more striking. Had this man, then, really so little influence upon its development as Wegeler supposed? That C.P.E. Bach's works were included in Niefe's course of instruction is rendered nearly certain by the following facts. He was himself a devout student of them. The only reference to his father made by Beethoven in all the manuscripts examined for this work, an official document or two accepted, is upon an unfinished copy of one of Bach's cantatas in these words, written by my dear father. And one of the works used by him in compiling his Materialien für Kontrapunkt in 1809 was Bach's Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen. The unlucky remark of Wegeler, founded too, possibly upon some expression of Beethoven's, in a moment of spleen, but certainly not injustice, has cast a shadow upon the relation between Niefe and his pupil. Writer after writer has copied without examining it. Does it bear examination? Possibly, if it be supposed to relate only to execution upon the pianoforte and organ, but in no other case. It is self-evident that serious study in the severe school of the Bachs was necessary to counteract the influence of the light and trivial music of the Bonn stage upon the young genius, and to Niefe the credit of seeing this and acting accordingly must be given. The reader's attention is called particularly to the words, "He is now training him in composition, and for his encouragement has had 9 variations of the pianoforte written by him on a march by Dressler engraved at Mannheim," in Niefe's notice of Beethoven above cited, and the date of the article from which it is taken, March 2nd, 1783. Is it not perfectly clear that these variations have been recently composed and very recently printed? Yet upon the title stands Par un jeune amateur, Louis van Beethoven, âgé de 10 ans. If this were a solitary case of apparent discrepancy between the boy's age and the year given, it would attract and deserve no notice. But it is one of many, and adds its weight to the evidence of that falsification already spoken of. A second work belonging to this period is a 2-part fugue in D for the organ. To return to the young organist, who, since the publication of Wegeler's Notizen, has always been supposed to have been placed at that instrument by the Elector Max Franz in the year 1785, as a method of giving him pecuniary aid without touching his feelings of pride and independence. The place of assistant to Neefe was no sinecure, although not involving much labor. It brought with it much confinement. The old organ had been destroyed by the fire of 1777, and a small chamber instrument still supplied its place. It was the constantly recurring necessity of being present at the religious services which made the position onerous. On all Sundays and regular festivals, says the court calendar, High Mass at 11 a.m. and Vespers at 3, sometimes 4 p.m. The Vespers will be sung throughout in Capellis Solemnibus by the musicians of the Electoral Court. The Middle Vespers will be sung by court clergy and musicians chorally as far as the Magnificat, which will be performed musically. On all Wednesdays, in Lent, the Miserere will be sung by the chapel at 5 p.m., and on all Fridays, the Stabat Mater. Every Saturday at 3 p.m., the litanies at the altar of Our Lady of Loreto. Every day throughout the year, 2 masses will be read, the one at 9, the other at 11. On Sundays, the latter at 10. Such a program gave the organist something at least to do, and when Neefe left Bonn for Münster, June 20, 1782, he left his pupil no easy task. Before the close of the theatrical season of the next winter, 1782-83, the master was obliged to call upon the boy for still further assistance. In the winter of 1784, writes the widow Neefe, my husband of blessed memory was temporarily entrusted with the direction of the church music as well as other music at court, while the electoral chapel master L. was absent on a journey of several months. The date is wrong, for Lucchesi's petition for leave of absence was granted April 26, 1783. Thus overwhelmed with business, Neefe could no longer conduct at the pianoforte the rehearsals for the stage, and Ludwig van Beethoven, now 12 years old, became also cembalist in the orchestra. In those days, every orchestra was provided with a harpsichord or pianoforte, seated at which the director guided the performance, playing the score. Here, then, was in part the origin of that marvelous power, with which in later years Beethoven astonished his contemporaries, of reading and playing the most difficult and involved scores at first sight. The position of cembalist was one of equal honor and responsibility. Handel and Matheson's duel grew out of the fact that the former would not leave the harpsichord on a certain occasion before the close of the performance. Gassmann placed the young Salieri at the harpsichord of the Imperial Opera House as the best possible means of training him to become the great conductor that he was. This was the high place of honor given to Haydn when in London. In Ludwig van Beethoven's case, it was the place in which he, as Moselle says of Salieri, could make practical use of what he learned from books and scores at home. Moreover, it was a place in which he could, even in boyhood, hear to satiety the popular Italian, French, and German operas of the day, and learn to feel that something higher and nobler was necessary to touch the deeper feelings of the heart. A place which, had the Elector lived 10 years longer, might have given the world another, not merely great, but prolific, nay, inexhaustible, operatic composer. The cembalist's duties doubtless came to an end with the departure of the Elector for Münster in May or June, and then he had time for other pursuits, of which composition was one. A song, Schilderung eines Mädchens, by him was printed this year in Bosler's Blumenlese für Liebhaber, and a rondo in C for pianoforte, anonymous, which immediately follows, was also of his composition. A more important work, which before the close of the year was published by Bosler, with a magniloquent dedication to Max Friedrich, was the 3 sonatas for pianoforte, according to the title, if true, composed by Ludwig van Beethoven, aged 11 years. The reader can judge whether or not the 11 should be 12. To turn for a moment to the Beethoven family matters. This summer, 1783, had brought them some sorrow again. The child, Franz Georg, now just 2.5 years old, died August 16th. This was another stroke of bad fortune which not only wounded the heart, but added to the pecuniary difficulties of the father, who was now losing his voice, and whose character is described in an official report made the next summer by the words of tolerable conduct. If the duties of NIFA during the last season had been laborious in the coming one, 1783-84, they were still more arduous. It was the first under the new contract by which the Elector assumed all the costs of the theater, and a woman, Mademoiselle Grossmann, had the direction. It was all important to singers, actors, and whoever was concerned that the result of the experiment should be satisfactory to their employer. And as the opera was more to his taste than the spoken drama, so much more that difficult was Nifa's task. Beside his acting as chapel master in the place of Lucchesi, still absent, there was every forenoon rehearsal of opera, as Madame Grossmann wrote to Councillor T., at which, of course, Nifa had to be present. There was ever new music to be examined, arranged, copied, composed, what-not, all which he must attend to. In short, he had everything to do which could be imposed upon a theatrical music director with a salary of 1,000 florins. It therefore became a busy time for his young assistant, who still had no recognition as member of the court chapel, not even as accessist. The last accessist organist was Muris, 1778, and consequently no salary from the court. But he had now more than completed the usual year of probation to which candidates were subjected, and his talents and skill were well enough known to warrant his petition for an appointment. The petition has not been discovered, but the report made upon it to the Privy Council has been preserved, together with the following endorsement. High Lord Steward Count von Salm, referring to the petition of Ludwig van Beethoven for the position of assistant court organist, is of the humble opinion that the grace ought to be bestowed upon him, together with a small compensation. The endorsement is dated Bonn, February 29, 1784. The report upon the petition is as follows. Most Reverend Archbishop and Elector, most gracious Lord, your electoral grace has graciously been pleased to demand a dutiful report from me on the petition of Ludwig van Beethoven to your grace under date the 15th of the current month. Obediently and without delay, I report the suppliant's father was for 29 years, his grandfather for 46, in the service of your most reverend electoral grace and your electoral grace's predecessors. That the suppliant has been amply proved and found capable to play the court organ as he has done in the absence of organist Nifa, also at rehearsals of the plays and elsewhere, and will continue to do so in the future, that your grace has graciously provided for his care and subsistence, his father no longer being able to do so. It is therefore my humble judgment that for these reasons the suppliant well deserves to have graciously bestowed upon him the position of assistant at the court organ and an increase of remuneration. Commending myself to the good will of your most reverend electoral grace, I am your most reverend grace's most humble and obedient servant, Sigismund Altograf zu Salm und Reifferscheid, Bonn, February 23, 1784. The action taken is thus indicated. Ad supplicant. Ludwig van Beethoven. On the obedient report the suppliant's submissive prayer granted. Beruhet, Bonn, February 29, 1784. Again on the cover. Ad supplicant. Ludwig van Beethoven. Granted. Beruhet. Signed, Bonn, February 29, 1784. The necessity of the case, the warm recommendation of Salm Reifferscheid, very probably, too, the elector's own knowledge of the fitness of the candidate, and perhaps the flattery in the dedication of the sonatas, for these were the days when dedications but half disguised petitions for favor, were sufficient inducements to his transparency at length to confirm the young organist in the position which Neefa's kindness had now for nearly 2 years given him. Opinions differ as to the precise meaning of the word beruhet, translated granted in the above transcripts, but this much is certain. Beethoven was not appointed assistant organist in 1785 by Max Franz at the insistence of Count Waldstein, but at the age of 13 in the spring of 1784 by Max Friedrich, and upon his own petition supported by the influence of Neefa and of Salm Reiferscheid. The appointment was made, but the salary had not been determined on when an event occurred which wrought an entire change in the position of theatrical affairs at Bonn. The Elector died on April 15, and the theatrical company was dismissed with 4 weeks' wages. There was no longer a necessity for a second organist, and fortunate it was for the assistant that his name came before Max Friedrich's successor, in the report soon to be copied, as being a regular member of the court chapel, although without salary. Luchesi returned to Bonn. Neefa had nothing to do but play his organ, cultivate his garden outside the town, and give music lessons. It was long before such a conjunction of circumstances occurred as would have led the economical Max Franz to appoint an organist adjunct. Happy was it, therefore, that one of the deceased elector's last acts secured young Beethoven the place. The excellent Frau Karth, born in 1780, could not recall to memory any period of her childhood down to the death of Johann van Beethoven, when he and his family did not live in the lodging above that of her parents. This fact, together with the circumstance that no mention is made of the Beethovens in the account of the great inundation of the Rhine in February 1782, when all the families dwelling in the Fischer house of the Rheingasse were rescued in boats from the windows of the first story, added to the strong probability that Beethoven's position was but the first formal step of the regular process of confirming an appointment already determined upon. These points strongly suggest the idea that to Ludwig's advancement his father owed the ability to dwell once more in a better part of the town, that is, in the pleasant house number 462, Wenzelgasse. The house is very near the Minorite church, which contained a good organ, concerning the pedal measurements of which, as we have seen, Beethoven made a memorandum in a notebook which he carried with him to Vienna. In the Neuen Blumenlese für Klavierliebhaber of this year, Part 1, pages 18 to 19, appeared a rondo for pianoforte in A major, Das Segre van Beethoven, and Part 2, page 44, the Arioso an einem Saugling von Herrn Beethoven, un concert pour le clavecin und fortepiano, composé par Ludwig van Beethoven, âgé de 12 ans. 32 pages manuscript written in a boy's hand may also belong to this year, and judging by the handwriting to the period, may also be assigned a movement in 3 parts of 4 pages formerly in the Artaria collection without title, date, or remark of any kind. The widow Karth perfectly remembered Johann van Beethoven as a tall, handsome man with powdered head. Ries and Simrock described Ludwig to Dr. Müller as a boy powerfully, almost clumsily built. How easily fancy pictures them. The tall man walking to chapel or rehearsal with a little boy trotting by his side, through the streets of Bonn, and the gratified expression of the father as the child takes the place and performs the duties of a man. End of chapter 4. Section 9, Chapter 5, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 5. Maria Theresia. Appearance and character of Elector Max Franz. Musical culture in the Austrian Imperial family. A royal violinist. His admiration for Mozart. His court music. Maria Theresia was a tender mother, much concerned to see all her children well provided for in her lifetime, and as independent as possible of her eldest son, the heir to the throne. This wish had already been fulfilled in the case of several of them. The youngest son, Maximilian, born in Vienna December 8, 1756, was already chosen coadjutor to his paternal uncle, Duke Karl of Lorraine, Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. But to provide a more bountiful and significant support, Prince Kaunitz formulated a plan which pleased the maternal heart of the monarch, and whose execution was calculated to extend the influence of the court of Vienna in the German Empire. It was to bestow more ecclesiastical principalities upon the Archduke Maximilian. His eyes fell first upon the Archbishopric and Electorate of Cologne, and the Archbishopric and Principality of Munster. These two countries had one and the same regent, Maximilian Friedrich, descended from the Sorbian family of Königsegg-Rothenfels, counts of the empire. In view of the advanced age of this ruler, his death did not seem far distant, but it was thought best not to wait for that contingency, but to secure the right of succession at once by having the Archduke elected coadjutor in Cologne and Munster. Their possession was looked upon as a provision worthy of the son of an empress queen. As Elector and Lord of the Rhenish shore, simultaneously co-director of the Westphalian Circuit, a dignity associated with the Archbishopric of Munster, he could be useful to his house, and oppose the Prussian influence in the very part of Germany where it was largest. Thus, Dohm begins the 7th chapter of his Denkwürdigkeiten, where, in a calm and passionless style, he relates the history of the intrigues and negotiations, which ended in the election of Maria Theresia's youngest son of August 7, 1780, as coadjutor to the Elector of Cologne, and on the 16th of the same month to that of Munster, and secured him the peaceful and immediate succession when Max Friedrich's function should cease. The news of the election at Cologne reached Bonn on the same day about 1:00 p.m. The Elector proceeded at once to the Church of the Franciscans, used as the chapel since the conflagration of 1777, where a musical Te Deum was sung, while all the city's bells were ringing. Von Kleist's regiment fired a triple salvo, which the cannon on the city walls answered. At noon a public dinner was spread in the palace, one table setting 54, another 24 covers. In the evening, at 8:00, followed the finest illumination ever seen in Bonn, which the Elector enjoyed riding about in his carriage. After this came a grand supper of 82 covers, then a masked ball, to which every decently clad subject, as well as any stranger, was admitted, and which did not come to an end till nearly 7:00. Max Franz was in his 28th year when he came to Bonn. He was of middle stature, strongly built, and already inclining to that corpulence which in his last years made him a prodigy of obesity. If all the absurdities of his eulogists be taken for truth, the last Elector of Cologne was endowed with every grace of mind and character that ever adorned human nature. In fact, however, he was a good-looking, kindly, indolent, somewhat choleric man, fond of a joke, affable, a hater of stiff ceremony, easy of access, an honest, amiable, conscientious ruler who had the wisdom and will to supply his own deficiencies with enlightenment and skillful ministers, and the good sense to rule, through their political foresight and sagacity, with an eye as much to the interests of his subjects as his own. In his boyhood he was rather stupid, Swinburne dismisses him in 2 lines. Maximilian is a good-natured, neither here nor there kind of youth. The brilliant, witty, shrewdly observant Mozart wrote to his father, November 17, 1781, "To whom God gives an office, he also gives an understanding." This is really the case with the Archduke. Before he became a priest, he was much wittier and more intellectual, and talked less, but more sensibly. You ought to see him now. Stupidity looks out of his eyes. He talks eternally, always in falsetto. He has a swollen neck. In a word, the man is completely transformed. His mother had supplied him with the best instructors that Vienna afforded, and had sent him traveling pretty extensively for an archduke in those days. One of his journeys was to visit his sister Marie Antoinette in Paris, where his awkwardness and breaches of etiquette caused as much amusement to the anti-Austrian party as they did annoyance to the Queen, and afterwards to his brother Joseph, when they came to his ears. In 1778, he was with Joseph in the campaign in Bavaria. An injury to his knee, caused by a fall of his horse, is the reason alleged for his abandonment of a military career, upon which he was prevailed upon, so the Historisches Taschenbuch, 2, Vienna, 1806, expresses it, to become a candidate for the coadjutorship of Cologne. If he had to be prevailed upon to enter the church, the more to his credit was the course he pursued when once his calling and election were sure. The rigid economy which he introduced at court immediately after his accession in 1784 gave rise to the impression that he was penurious. It may be said in his defense that the condition of the finances required retrenchment and reform, that he was simple in his tastes and cared nothing for show and magnificence except upon occasions when, in his opinion, the electoral dignity required them. Then, like his predecessors, he was lavish. His personal expenses were not great, and he waited until his revenues justified it before he indulged, to any great extent, his passion for the theater, music, and dancing. Stout as he was a passionate dancer. And his table. He was, through the nature of his physical constitution, an enormous eater, though his drink was only water. The influence of a ruler upon the tone and character of society in a small capital is very great. A change for the better had begun during the time of Max Friedrich, but under his successor a new life entered Bonn. New objects of ambition were offered to the young men. The church and cloister ceased to be all in all. One can well understand how Wegeler, in his old age, as he looked back half a century to the years when he was student and professor, and such a half-century, with its revolutionary and Napoleonic wars, its political, religious, and social changes, should write, noticing page 59, "In fact, it was a beautiful and in many ways active period in Bonn, so long as the genial Elector, Max Franz, Maria Theresia's youngest son and favorite, reigned there. How strongly the improved tone of society impressed itself upon the characters of the young is discernible in the many of them who in after years were known as men of large and liberal ideas, and became distinguished as jurists, theologians, and artists, or in science and letters. These were the years of Beethoven's youth and early manhood, and though his great mental powers were in the main exercised upon his art, there is still to be observed, though all his life, a certain breadth and grandeur in his intellectual character, owing in part, no doubt, to the social influences under which it was developed. It is highly honorable to the young Max Franz that he refused to avail himself of a privilege granted him in a papal bull, obtained for him by his mother, that of deferring the assumption of priestly vows for a period of 10 years, but chose rather, as soon as he had leisure for the step, to enter the seminary in Cologne to fit himself for consecration. He entered November 29, rigidly submitted himself to all the discipline of the institution for the period of 8 days. When on December 8th, the Nuntius Spellisoni ordained him subdeacon, after another 8 days on the 16th, deacon, and on the 21st, priest, thus showing that if there be no royal road to mathematics, there is a railway with express train for royal personages in pursuit of ecclesiastical science. Returning to Bonn, he read his first Mass on Christmas Eve in the Florian Chapel. The cause of science and education the Elector had really at heart. In 1785 he had established a botanic garden. Now he opened a public reading room in the palace library, and sent a message to the theological school in Cologne that, if the improved course of instruction adopted in Austria was not introduced, he should found other seminaries. On the 26th of June, he was present at the opening of a normal school, and on August 9th came the decree raising the Bonn Hochschule to the rank of a university by authority of an imperial diploma. Upon the suppression of the Jesuits in 1774, Max Friedrich devoted their possessions and revenues to the cause of education. New professorships were established in the gymnasium, and in 1777 an academy was formed. This was the first step. The second was to found an independent institution called the Lyceum. And at his death, an application was before the emperor for a university charter. Max Franz pushed the matter, obtained the charter from his brother, and Monday, the 20th of November, 1786, was the day appointed for the solemn inauguration of the new institution. The court calendar for the next year names 6 professors of theology, 6 of jurisprudence, civil and ecclesiastical, 4 of medicine, and 10 of philology, and other branches of learning. In later editions, new names are added. In that of 1790, Wegeler is professor of midwifery. Though economical, Max Franz drew many a man of superior abilities, men of letters and artists, to Bonn. And but for the bursting of the storm which was even then gathering over the French border, his little capital might well have had a place in German literary history not inferior to that of Weimar. Nor are instances wanting in which he gave generous aid to young talents struggling with poverty. Though he did so much for Beethoven, as is usually thought, is at least doubtful. This man, not a genius, not overwhelmingly great mentally, nor, on the other hand, so stupid as the stories told of his boyhood seem to indicate, but honest, well-meaning, ready to adopt and enforce wise measures devised by skillful ministers, easy, jocose, and careless of appearances, very fond of music, and a patron of letters and science. This man, to whom in that period of vast intellectual fermentation the Index Expurgatorius was a dead letter, gave the tone to Bonn society. That solid musical education which she had received from her father, Maria Theresia, bestowed upon her children, and their attainments in the art seem to have justified the time and labor spent. In 1749, at the age of 7 and 6, Christina and Maria Elizabeth took part in one of the festive musical pieces. Marie Antoinette was able to appreciate Gluck and lead the party in his favor in later years at Paris. Joseph is as much known in musical as in civil and political history. When emperor, he had his daily hour of music in his private apartments, playing either of several instruments or singing, according to the whim of the moment, and Maximilian, the youngest, acquired a good degree of skill both in singing and in the treatment of his favorite instrument, the viola. Beethoven once told Schindler that the Elector thought very highly of Matheson. In his reminiscences of a visit to Vienna in 1783, J.F. Reichhardt gives high praise to the musical interest, skill, and zeal of Emperor Joseph and his brother Archduke Maximilian. And a writer in Kramer's magazine, probably NIFA, tells of a remarkable concert which took place at court in Bonn on April 5, 1786, at which the Elector played the viola, Duke Albrecht the violin, and the fascinating Countess Belderbusch the clavier most charmingly. Maximilian had become personally acquainted with Mozart in Salzburg in 1775, where the young composer had set Metastasio's Il Re Pastore to music, to be performed in his honor April 23rd, from which time, to his credit be it said, he ever held the composer and his music in kindest remembrance. When in 1781 Mozart determined to leave his brutal Archbishop of Salzburg and remain in Vienna, the Archduke showed at all events a desire to aid him. Yesterday, writes the composer, November 17, 1781, the Archduke Maximilian summoned me to him at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When I entered, he was standing before a stove in the first room awaiting me. He came towards me, and I asked him if I had anything today. Nothing, your Royal Highness. If I had, it would always be a grace to wait upon your Royal Highness. No, I do not wish to constrain anyone. Then he said that he was minded to give a concert in the evening for the court of Württemberg. Would I play something and accompany the aria? I was to come to him again at 6 o'clock, so I played there yesterday. Mozart was everything to him, continues Jan. He signalized him at every opportunity, and said if he were Elector of Cologne, Mozart would surely be his chapelmaster. He had also suggested to the Princess of Württemberg that she appoint Mozart a music teacher, but received reply that if it rested with her, she would have chosen him. But the Emperor, for him there is nobody but Salieri, cries out Mozart peevishly, had recommended Salieri because of the singing she had to take him, for which she was sorry. Jan gives no reason why Mozart was not engaged for Bonn. Perhaps he would have been had Luchesi resigned in consequence of the reduction of his salary, but he kept his office of chapelmaster and could not well be dismissed without cause. Mattioli's resignation was followed by the call of Joseph Reichert to the place of concertmaster, but for Mozart no vacancy occurred at that time. Maximilian was in Vienna during most of the month of October 1785 and may have desired to secure Mozart in some way. But just at that time, the latter was, as his father wrote, over head and ears busy with the opera Le Nozze di Figaro. Old chapelmaster Bono could not live much longer, which gave him hope, should the opera succeed, of obtaining a permanent appointment in Vienna. And in short, his prospects seemed just then so good that his determination, if he should really receive an offer from the Elector, to remain in the great capital rather than to take his young wife so far away from home and friends as the Rhine then was, and in a manner bury himself in a small town where so few opportunities would probably be given him for the exercise of the vast powers which he was conscious of possessing, need not surprise us. Was it the good or the ill fortune of the boy Beethoven that Mozart came not to Bonn? His marvelous original talents were thus left to be developed, without the fostering care of one of the very greatest of musical geniuses, and one of the profoundest of musical scholars. But on the other hand, it was not oppressed, perhaps crushed, by daily intercourse with that genius and scholarship. Maximilian, immediately after reaching Bonn as Elector, ordered full and minute reports to be made out concerning all branches of the administration, of the public and court service, and of the cost of their maintenance. Upon these reports were based his arrangements for the future. Those relating to the court music are too important and interesting to be overlooked, for they give us details which carry us instantly into the circle which young Beethoven has just entered, and in which, through his father's connection with it, he must from earliest childhood have moved. They are 3 in number, the first being a list of all the individuals consulting to the court chapel, the second a detailed description of the singers and players, together with estimates of their capabilities. The third consists of recommendations touching a reduction in salaries. A few paragraphs may be presented here as most intimately connected with significant personages in our history. They are combined and given in abstract form the first 2 documents. Among the tenors we find J. van Beethoven, age 44, born in Bonn, married. His wife is 32 years old, has 3 sons living in the Electorate, age 13, 10, and 8 years, who are studying music, has served 28 years, salary 315 florin. His voice has long been stale, has been long in the service, very poor, of fair deportment, and married. Among the organists, Christian Gottlob Neefe, aged 36, born at Chemnitz, married. His wife is 32, has served 3 years, was formerly chapel master with Seiler, salary 400 florin. Christian Neefe, the organist, in my humble opinion, might well be dismissed, inasmuch as he is not particularly versed on the organ. Moreover, is a foreigner, having no merit in whatever, and of the Calvinistic religion. Ludwig van Beethoven, aged 13, born at Bonn, has served 2 years, no salary. Ludwig Beethoven, a son of the Beethoven sub number 8, has no salary, but during the absence of the chapel master Lucchesi he played the organ, is of good capability, still young, of good and quiet deportment, and poor. One of the items of the 3rd report proposing reductions of salaries and removals has a very special interest as proving that an effort was made to supplant Neefe and give the post of court organist to young Beethoven. It reads, Item. If Neefe were to be dismissed, another organist would have to be appointed, who, if he were to be used only in the chapel, could be had for 150 florins. The same is small, young, and the son of a court musici, and in case of need has filled the place for nearly a year very well. The attempt to have Neefe dismissed from the service failed, but a reduction of his salary to the pittance of 200 florins had already led him to look about him to find an engagement for himself and wife in some theatre, when Maximilian, having become acquainted with his merits, notwithstanding his Calvinism, restored his former allowance by decree dated February 8, 1785. When Joseph Reicher came to Bonn in Mattioli's place is still undetermined with exactness, but a decree raising him from the position of concertmaster to that of concert director and increasing his salary to 1,000 florins bears date June 28, 1785. In the general payroll of this year's Reich's salary is stated to be $666, 52 albus. Tenorist Beethoven's $200, Beethoven, June, $100. End of chapter 5. Section 10 of The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 6. Beethoven Again. The Young Organist. A First Visit to Vienna. Death of Beethoven's Mother. Sympathetic Acquaintances. Dr. Wegler's Notizen. Some questions of chronology. Schindler records, and on such points as testimony is good, that he had heard Beethoven attribute the marvelous development of Mozart's genius, in great measure, to the consistent instruction of his father, thus implying his sense of the disadvantages under which he himself labored from the want of regular and systematic musical training through the period of his childhood and youth. It is, however, by no means certain that had Ludwig van Beethoven been the son of Leopold Mozart, he would ever have acquired that facility of expression which enabled Wolfgang Mozart to fill up the richest and most varied scores almost as rapidly as his pen could move, and so has hardly to need correction, as if the development of musical idea was to him a work of mere routine, or perhaps, better to say, of instinct. Poeta nasciter non fit, not only in respect to his thoughts, but to his power of clothing them in language. Many a man of profoundest ideas can never by any amount of study and practice acquire the art of conveying them in a lucid and elegant manner. On the other hand, there are those whose thoughts never rise above the ordinary level, but whose essays are very models of style. Handel said of the elder Telemann that he could compose in 8 parts as easily as he, Handel, could write a letter, and Handel's own facility in composition was something astonishing. Beethoven, on the contrary, as his original scores prove, earned his bread by the sweat of his brow, but no amount of native genius can compensate for the want of thorough training. If, therefore, it be true that nature had in some degree limited his powers of expressing his musical as well as his intellectual ideas, so much greater was the need that, at the age which he had now reached, he should have opportunity to prosecute interruptedly a more profound and systematic course of study. Hence the death of Maximilian Friedrich, which must have seemed to the Beethovens at first a sad calamity, proved in the end a blessing in disguise, for while it did not deprive the boy of the pecuniary benefits of the position to which he had just been appointed, it gave him 2 or 3 years of comparative leisure, uninterrupted, save by his share of the organist's duties, for his studies, which there is every reason to suppose he continued under the guidance of his firm friend Neefe. These 3 years were a period of theatrical inactivity in Bonn. For the carnival season of 1785, the Elector engaged Bohm and his company, then playing alternately at Cologne, Aix-la-Chapelle, and Dusseldorf. This troupe, during its short season, may have furnished the young organist with valuable matter for reflection. For in the list of newly studied pieces, from October 1783 to the same month in 1785, thus including the engagement in Bonn, are Gluck's Alcesta and Orpheus, 4 operas of Salieri, the Armida among them, Sarti's Fra du Litiganti and L'Incognito in German translation, Holzbauer's Gunther von Schwarzburg, and 5 of Paisiello's operas. These were, says the report in the Theatre Calendar 1786, in addition to the old and familiar French operettas, Zamir et Azor, Sylvain, Lucille, De Prachtige, Der Hausfreunde, etc., etc. The 3 serious Vienna operas, Alcesta, Orpheus, and Armida, in such broad contrast to the general character of the stock pieces of the Rhenish companies, point directly to Maximilian and the Bonn season. The Elector of Hesse-Kassel, being then in funds by the sale of his subjects to George III for the American Revolutionary War just closed, supported a large French theatrical company, complete in the 3 branches of spoken and musical drama and ballet. Max Franz, upon his return from Vienna in November 1785, spent a few days in Cassel, and upon the death of the Elector and the dismissal of the actors, a part of the company was engaged to play in Bonn during January and February 1786. The performances were thrice a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and with but 2 or 3 exceptions, consisted of a comedy, followed by a light opera or operetta. The list contains 8 of Grietry's compositions, 3 by Desades, 2 by Philidor, and 1 each by Sacchini, Champagne, Pergolesi, Gossec, Frizzieri, Mancini, and Schwarzendorf, called Martini, all of light and pleasing character, and enjoying then a wide popularity not only in France but throughout the continent. Meantime, Grossmann had left Frankfurt and with Claus, previously a manager in Hamburg, had formed a new company for the Cologne, Bonn, and Dusseldorf stages. This troupe gave the carnival performance in 1787, confining them, so far as it appears, to the old round of familiar pieces. Each of these companies had its own music director. With Baum was mayor, composer of the Irrlicht and several ballets, with the French company Jean-Baptiste Rochefort with music master, and Grossmann had recently engaged Bergmüller of the Beloma company, composer of incidental music for Macbeth. Hence, during these years, Neefe's public duties extended no farther than his service as organist, for Luchesi and Reiche relieved him from all the responsibilities of the church and concert room. That the organ service was at this time, in part, performed by the assistant organist is a matter of course. There is also an anecdote related by Wegeler on the authority of Franz Ries, which proves it. On Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday of Holy Week, portions of the Lamentations of Jeremiah were included in the chapel service, recited by a single voice, accompanied by the pianoforte, the organ being interdicted, to the familiar Gregorian chant tune. On one occasion, in the week ending March 27, 1785, the vocalist was Ferdinand Heller. Too good a musician to be easily disconcerted, the accompanist Ludwig van Beethoven, now in his 15th year. While the singer delivered the long passages of the Latin text to the reciting note, the accompanist might indulge his fancy, restricted only by the solemnity fitted to the service. Wegeler relates that Beethoven asked the singer, who sat with unusual firmness in the tonal saddle, if he would permit him to throw him out, and utilized the somewhat too readily granted permission to introduce so wide an excursion in the accompaniment while persistently striking the reciting note with his little finger, that the singer got so bewildered that he could not find the closing cadence. Father Ries, the first violinist, then music director of the Electoral chapel, still living, tells with details how chapel master Luchesi, who was present, was astonished by Beethoven's playing. In his first access of rage, Heller entered a complaint against Beethoven with the Elector, who commanded a simpler accompaniment, although the spirited and occasionally waggish young prince was amused at the occurrence. Schindler adds that Beethoven in his last years remembered the circumstance and said that the Elector had reprimanded him very graciously and forbidden such clever tricks in the future. The date is easily determined. In Holy Week, 1784, neither Maximilian nor Luchesi was in Bonn. In 1786, Beethoven's skill would no longer have astonished the chapel master. Of the other characteristic anecdotes related of Beethoven's youth, there is not one which belongs to this period, May 1784 through April 1787, although some have been attributed to it by previous writers. Nothing is to be added to the record already made, except that on the authority of Stephan von Breuning, the youth was once a pupil of Franz Ries on the violin, which must have been at this time, that, according to Wegeler, his composition of the song Wenn jemand eine Reise dort fell in that period, and that he wrote 3 pianoforte quartets, the original manuscript of which bore the following title, Trois quartets pour clavecin, violino, viola e basso, 1785, composé par de Ludwig van Beethoven, age 13. The reader will remark and understand the discrepancy here between the date and the author's age. Were these quartets intended for publication and for dedication to Max Franz, as the sonatas had been for Max Friedrich? During their author's life they never saw the light, but the principal themes, even an entire movement, became parts of future works. They were published in 1832 by Artaria and appear as numbers 75 and 77, Series 10 in the complete works. One family event is recorded in the parish register of St. Remigius, the baptism of Maria Margareta Josepha, daughter of Johann van Beethoven, on May 5, 1786. There is a letter from Bonn, dated April 8, 1787, in Kramer's magazine, 1385, which contains a passing allusion to Beethoven. It affords another glimpse of the musical life there. Our resident city is becoming more and more attractive for music lovers through the gracious patronage of our beloved Elector. He has a large collection of the most beautiful music and is expending much every day to augment it. It is to him, too, that we owe the privilege of hearing often virtuosi on various instruments. Good singers come seldom. The love of music is increasing greatly among the inhabitants. The pianoforte is especially liked. There are here several Hammerklavier by Stein of Augsburg, and other correspondingly good instruments. The youthful Baron van Gunenau plays the pianoforte right bravely, and besides young Beethoven, the children of the chapel master deserve to be mentioned because of their admirable and precociously developed talent. All of the sons of Herr von Moschow play the clavier well, as you already know from earlier letters of mine. This young genius deserves support to enable him to travel, wrote Niefe in 1783. In the springtime of 1787, the young genius was at length enabled to travel. Whence or how he obtained the means to defray the expenses of his journey, whether aided by the Elector or some other Maecenas, or depended upon small savings from his salary, and, hardly possible, from the savings from his music lessons painfully and carefully hoarded for the purpose, does not appear. The series of papers at Dusseldorf is at this point broken, so that not even the petition for leave of absence has been discovered. The few indications bearing on this point are that he had no farther aid from the Elector than the continued payment of his salary. What is certain is that the youth, now 16, but passing for a year or two younger, visited Vienna, where he received a few lessons from Mozart. Ries in Notizen, page 86. That his stay was short, and that on his way home he was forced to borrow some money in Augsburg. When he made the journey is equally doubtful. Schindler was told by some old acquaintances of Beethoven that on the visit 2 persons only were deeply impressed upon the lifelong memory of the youth of 16 years, the Emperor Joseph and Mozart. If the young artist really had an interview with the Emperor, it must have occurred before the 11th of April, or after the 30th of June, for those were the days which began and ended Joseph's absence from Vienna upon his famous tour to the Crimea with the Russian Empress Catherine. If before that absence, then Beethoven was at least 3 months in the Austrian capital and had left Bonn before the date of Niefe's letter to Kramer's magazine. In which case, how could the writer, in speaking of his young colleague, have omitted all mention of the fact? How, too, could so important a circumstance have been unknown to or forgotten by Dr. Wegeler, and have found no place in his Notizen, which, moreover, were prepared under the eyes of both Franz Ries and Madame von Breuning? It will soon be seen that Beethoven was again in Bonn before July 17, a date which admits the bare possibility of the reported meeting with Joseph after his return from Russia. If an opinion, which indeed is little more than a conjecture, may be hazarded in relation with the visit, it is this: that if at any time the missing archives of Maximilian's court should come to light, it will be found that not until after the busy week for organists and chapel musicians, ending with Easter, was leave of absence granted to Beethoven, and that too with no farther pecuniary aid from the Elector than possibly a quarter or 2 of his salary in advance. In 1787, Easter Monday fell upon the 9th of April, the day after the date of Niefe's letter, making due allowance of time for the necessary preparations for so important a journey, as in those days it was from Bonn to Vienna. It may be reasonably conjectured that sometime in May the youth reached the latter city. Let another conjecture find place here. It is that Johann van Beethoven had not yet abandoned the hope of deriving pecuniary profit from the precocity of his son's genius, that he still expected the boy, after replacing his hard organ style of playing by one more suited to the character of the pianoforte, to make his dream of a wonder child in some degree a reality. Hence, at what fearful cost to the father in his poverty, we know not, Ludwig is sent to the most admirable pianist, the best teacher then living, Mozart. But enough of conjecture. The oft-repeated anecdote of Beethoven's introduction to Mozart is stripped by Professor Jahn of Seyfried's superlatives and related in these terms. Beethoven, who as a youth of great promise came to Vienna in 1786, but was obliged to return to Bonn after a brief sojourn, was taken to Mozart and at that musician's request played something for him which he, taking it for granted that it was a showpiece prepared for the occasion, praised in a rather cool manner. Beethoven, observing this, begged Mozart to give him a theme for improvisation. He always played admirably when excited, and now he was inspired too by the presence of the master, whom he reverenced greatly. He played in such a style that Mozart, whose attention and interest grew more and more, finally went silently to some friends who were sitting in an adjoining room and said vivaciously, "Keep your eyes on him. Some day he will give the world something to think about." Ries, Notizen, page 86, merely says, during his visit to Vienna he received some instruction from Mozart, but the latter, as Beethoven lamented, never played for him. Contrary to the conjecture above mentioned as to Johann van Beethoven's object in sending his son to Vienna, it seems from the connection in which Ries introduces this remark that the instruction given by Mozart to the youth was confined to composition. The lessons given were few, a fact which accounts for the circumstance that no member of Mozart's family, in after years, when Beethoven had become world-renowned, has spoken of him. If it be considered that poor Mozart lost his beloved father on May 28, 1787, and that his mind was then fully occupied with his new operatic subject, Don Giovanni, it will not be thought strange that he did not exhibit his powers as a pianist to a youth just beginning with him a course of study in composition, especially as the pupil in his eyes was a little undersized boy of 14, as there is every reason to believe. That pupil's power of handling a theme, since Mozart probably knew nothing of his 5 years' practice at the organ and in the theater, may well have surprised him, but in execution as a pianist he probably stood far, far below the master when at the same age, below the little Hummel, at the very time an inmate of Mozart's family, and certainly below Caesarius Scheidel, forgotten name, aged 10, who had played a pianoforte concerto between the parts of an oratorio no longer ago than preceding 22nd of December in the grand concert of the Society of Musicians. Had not Beethoven's visit been so abruptly, unexpectedly, and sorrowfully brought to an end, he would doubtless have had nothing to regret on the score of his master's playing. In some written talks to Beethoven in the years of his deafness, still preserved are found two allusions at least made by his nephew to this personal acquaintance with Mozart. In the first case, the words are these: "You knew Mozart. Where'd you see him?" In the other, 2 or 3 years later, "Was Mozart a good pianoforte player? It was then still in its infancy." Of course, Beethoven's replies are wanting, and herewith is exhausted all that, during the researches for this work, has been found relating to his first visit in Vienna. The Vienna newspapers of the time contained notices of the wonder children, Hummel and Scheidel, but none whatever of Beethoven. That the youth in passing through Augsburg must have become acquainted with the pianoforte maker Stein and his family is self-evident. There is something in a conversation book which seems to prove this, and also to add evidence to the falsification of his age. It is this: in the spring of 1824, Andreas Streicher and his wife, the same Steins Mädel, whose appearance at the pianoforte when a child of 8.5 years is so piquantly described by Mozart, called upon Beethoven on their way from Vienna into the country. A few sentences of the conversation, written in the hand of the composer's nephew, are preserved. The topic for a time is the packing of movables and Beethoven's removal into country lodgings for the summer, and at length they come upon the instruments manufactured by Streicher, after which Call writes, Frau von Streicher says that she is delighted that at 14 years of age you saw the instruments made by her father, and now see those of her son. True, it may be said that this refers to Beethoven's knowledge of the Stein Hammerklavier, then in Bonn. But to anyone thoroughly conversant with the subject, these words are like Iago's trifles light as air, confirmation strong of the other view. His introduction to the family of the advocate Dr. Scheiden in Augsburg is certain. Reichardt was in that city in 1790 and wrote of Frau Nanette von Scheiden as being, of all the women he knew, those of Paris not excepted, far and away the greatest pianoforte player, not excelled perhaps by any virtuoso in skill and certainty. Also a singer with much expression and excellent declamation, in every respect an amiable and interesting woman. The earliest discovered letter of Beethoven to Scheiden, and dated Bonn, September 15, 1787, proves the friendship of the Scheidens for him and fully explains the causes of his sudden departure from Vienna and the abrupt termination of his studies with Mozart. I can easily imagine what you must think of me, and I cannot deny that you have good grounds for an unfavorable opinion. I shall not, however, attempt to justify myself until I have explained to you the reasons why I hoped my apologies will be accepted. I must tell you that from the time I left Augsburg, my cheerfulness as well as my health began to decline. The nearer I came to my native city, the more frequent were the letters from my father urging me to travel with all possible speed, as my mother was not in favorable state of health. I therefore hurried forward as fast as I could, although myself far from well. My longing once more to see my dying mother overcame every obstacle and assisted me in surmounting the greatest difficulties. I found my mother still alive, but in the most deplorable state. Her disease was consumption, and about 7 weeks ago, after much pain and suffering, she died. She was such a kind, loving mother to me, and my best friend. Ah, who was happier than I when I could still utter this sweet name, Mother, as it was heard? And to whom can I now speak it? Only to the silent image resembling her, evoked by the power of the imagination. I have passed very few pleasant hours since my arrival here, having during the whole time been suffering from asthma, which may, I fear, eventually develop into consumption. To this is added melancholy, almost as great an evil as my malady itself. Imagine yourself in my place, and then I shall hope to receive your forgiveness for my long silence. You showed me extreme kindness and friendship by lending me 3 carillons in Augsburg, but I must entreat your indulgence for a time. My journey cost me a great deal, and I have not the smallest hopes of earning anything here. Fate is not propitious to me in Bonn. Pardon my detailing you so long with my chatter. It was necessary for my justification. I do entreat you not to deprive me of your valuable friendship. Nothing do I wish so more as in some degree to become worthy of your regard. I am, with the highest respect, your most obedient servant and friend, L. V. Beethoven, court organist to the Elector of Cologne. The Bonn Intelligenzblatt supplies a pendant to this sad letter. 1787, July 17. Died Maria Magdalena Koverich. Named Van Beethoven, aged 49 years. When Ferdinand Ries, some 30 years later, presented his father's letter of introduction to Beethoven in Vienna, the latter read the letter through and said, "I cannot answer your father just now, but do you write to him that I have not forgotten how my mother died. He will be satisfied with that." Later, adds Ries, I learned that the family being greatly in need, my father had been helpful to him on this occasion in every way. A petition of Johann van Beethoven, offered before the death of his wife, describing his pitiable condition and asking aid from the Elector, has not been discovered. But the substance of it is found in a volume of Geheimstaats Protocol for 1787, in form following. Your Electoral Highness has taken possession of this petition. July 24, 1787. Court musician makes obedient representation that he has got into a very unfortunate state because of the long-continued sickness of his wife, and has already been compelled to sell a portion of his effects and pawn others, and that he no longer knows what to do for his sick wife and many children. He prays for the benefaction of an advance of 100 Reichsdaler on his salary. No record is found in the Dusseldorf archives of any grant of aid to the distressed family. Hence, so far as now appears, the only successful appeal for assistance was made to Franz Ries, then a young man of 32 years, who generously aided in every way his unfortunate colleague. Where then was the Breuning family? Where Graf Wallstein? To these questions the reply is that Beethoven was still unknown to them, a reply which involves the utter rejection of the chronology adopted by Dr. Wegeler in his Notizen of that part of the composer's life. This mistake, if indeed it proved to be such, is one which had been adopted without hesitation by all who have written upon the subject. The reader here for the first time finds Wegeler's account of Beethoven's higher intellectual development and his introduction into a more refined social circle placed after, instead of before, the visit to Vienna, and his introduction to the Breunings and Waldstein dated at the time when the youth was developing into the man, and not at a point upon the confines of childhood and youth. This demands some explanation. The history of Beethoven's life would be so sadly imperfect without the Notizen of Dr. Wegeler, which bear in every line such an impress of perfect candor and honesty, that they can be read only with feelings of gratefulest remembrance of their author, and with fullest confidence in their authenticity. But no more in his case than in others can the reminiscences of an aged man be taken as conclusive evidence in regard to facts and occurrences of years long since past, when opposed to contemporary records or involving confusion of dates. Some slight lapse of memory, misapprehension, or unlucky adoption of another's mistake may lead astray and be the abundant source of error. Still, it is only with great diffidence and extreme caution that one can undertake to correct an original authority so trustworthy as Dr. Wegeler. Such corrections must be made, however, for only by this can many a difficulty be removed. An error in the doctor's chronology might easily be occasioned by the long-accepted false date of Beethoven's birth, insensibly influencing his recollections, and certainly when Dr. Wegeler, Madame von Breuning, and Franz Ries, all alike venerable in years as in character, sit together discussing in 1837-8 occurrences of 1785-8, with nothing to aid their memories or control their reminiscences but an old court calendar or two, they may well to some extent have confounded times and seasons in the vague and misty distance of so many years, the more easily because the error is one of but 2 or 3 years at most. Bearing upon the point in question is the fact that Frau Karth, who distinctly remembers the death of Madame van Beethoven, has no recollections of the young Breunings and Waldstein until after the event. Some words of Dr. Wegeler in an unprinted letter to Beethoven, 1825. Inasmuch as the house of my mother-in-law was more your domicile than your own, especially after you lost your noble mother, seem to favor the usually accepted chronology, but if Beethoven was thus almost a member of the Breuning family as early as 1785 or 1786, how can the tone of the letter to Dr. Schaden be explained? Or how account for the fact that when he reached Bonn again and found his mother dying and his father in a very unfortunate state, and compelled to sell a portion of his effects and pawn others, and knew not what to do, it was to Franz Ries he turned for aid? The good doctor is certainly mistaken as to the time when Beethoven found Maecenasis in the Elector and Waldstein, why not equally so in relation to the Breuning family? If now his own account of his intimacy with the young musician, given in the preface to the Notizen, be examined, it will be found to strengthen what has just been said. Born in Bonn in 1765, I became acquainted in 1782 with the 12-year-old lad, who, however, was already known as an author, and lived in most intimate association with him uninterruptedly until September 1787. And still he could forget that friend's absence in Vienna only a few months before. When, to finish my medical studies, I visited the Vienna schools and institutions. After my return in October 1789, we continued to live together in an equally cordial association until Beethoven's later departure for Vienna towards the close of 1792, whither I also immigrated in October 1794. For more than 2 years then, and just at this period, Dr. Wegeler was not in Bonn. Let still another circumstance be noted. Nothing has been discovered, either in the Notizen or elsewhere, which necessarily implies that Wegeler himself intimately knew the Breunings until after his return from Vienna in 1789. Moreover, in those days when the distinctions of rank were so strongly marked, it is, to say the least, exceedingly improbable that the son of an immigrant Alsatian shoemaker should have obtained entry upon the supported terms of intimacy in a household in which the oldest child was some 6 years younger than himself, and which belonged to the highest social, if not titled rank, until he, by the force of his talents, culture, and high character, has risen to its level, that after so rising the obscurity of his birth was forgotten, and the only daughter became his wife, is alike honorable to both parties. It is unnecessary to pursue the point farther. The reader, having his attention drawn to it, will observe for himself the many less prominent but strongly corroborating circumstances of the narrative, which confirm the chronology adopted in it. At all events, it must stand until new and decisive facts against it be found. My journey cost me a great deal, and I have not the smallest hope of earning anything here. Fate is not propitious to me in Bonn. In poverty, ill, melancholy, despondent, motherless, ashamed of, and depressed by his father's ever-increasing moral infirmity, the boy, prematurely old from the circumstances in which he had been placed since his 11th year, had yet to bear another sling and arrow of outrageous fortune. The little sister, now a year and a half old, but here in the notice from the Intelligenzblatt, died November 25. Margaret, daughter of the court musician Johann van Beethoven, aged 1 year. And so faded the last hope that the passionate tenderness of Beethoven's nature might find scope in the purest of all relations between the sexes, that of brother and sister. Thus, in sadness and gloom, Beethoven's 7th year ended. End of chapter 6. Section 11 of The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 7. The von Breuning family. Beethoven brought under refining influences. Count Waldstein. His Maecenas. The young musician is forced to become head of the family. In 1527, the year in which the administration of the office of Hachmeister of the Teutonic Order was united with that of the Deutschmeister, whose residence had already been fixed at Mergentheim in 1525, this city became the principal seat of the order. From 1732 to 1761, Clemens August was Hach und Deutschmeister of the Order, according to the French edition of the court calendar of 1761. Christoph von Breuning was Councillor d'Etat de Referendaire, having succeeded his father-in-law von Meyerhofen in the office. Beethoven's friends, the von Breunings. Christoph von Breuning had 5 sons: Georg Joseph, Johann Lorenz, Johann Philipp, Emanuel Joseph, and Christoph. Lorenz became Chancellor of the Archdeanery of Bonn and the Freiheitliches-Stift at Neuss. After the death of his brother, Emanuel, he lived in Bonn, so that, as head of the family, he might care for the education of the latter's children. He died there in 1796. Johann Philipp, born 1742 at Mergentheim, became canon and priest at Kerpen, a place on the old highway from Cologne to Aix-la-Chapelle, where he died June 12, 1831. Christoph was court councillor at Dillingen. Emanuel Joseph continued in the electoral service at Bonn. At the early age of 20 years, he was already court councillor, Councillor Actuel. He married Helena von Kirch, born January 3, 1750, daughter of Stefan von Kirch, physician to the Elector. Her brother, Abraham von Kirch, canon and scholaster of the Archdeanery of Bonn, died in Koblenz in 1821. A high opinion of the intellect and character of Madame von Breuning is enforced upon us by what we learn of her influence upon the youthful Beethoven. Court Councillor von Breuning perished in a fire in the Electoral Palace on January 15, 1777. The young widow, she had barely attained her 28th year, continued to live in the house of her brother, Abraham von Kirch, with her 3 children, to whom was added a 4th in the summer of 1777. Immediately after the death of her father, his brother, the Canon Lorenz von Breuning, changed his residence from Neuss to Bonn, and remained in the same house as guardian and tutor of the orphan children. These were Christoph, born May 13, 1771, a student of jurisprudence at Bonn, Göttingen, and Jena, municipal councillor at Bonn, notary, president of the city council, professor at law, School of Koblenz, member of the Court of Review in Cologne, and finally, Geheimer Oberrevisionsrat in Berlin. He died in 1841. Eleanor Bridget, born April 23, 1772. On March 28, 1802, she was married to Franz Gerhard Wegeler of Boyle an der Aar and died on June 13, 1841 at Koblenz. Stefan, born August 17, 1774. He studied law at Bonn and Göttingen, and shortly before the end of the electorship of Max Franz, was appointed to an office in the Teutonic Order at Mergentheim. In the spring of 1801, he went to Vienna, where he renewed his acquaintance with Beethoven. They had simultaneously been pupils of Ries in violin playing. The Teutonic Order, offering no chance of advancement to a young man, he was given employment with the War Council and became court councillor in 1818. He died on June 4, 1827. His first wife was Julie von Vering, daughter of Ritter von Vering, a military physician. She died in the 11th month of her wedded life. He then married Constanze Rucherwitz, who became the mother of Dr. Gerhard von Breuning, born August 28, 1813, author of Aus dem Schwarz-Spanier Hause. Lawrence, called Lenz, the posthumous child, born in the summer of 1777, studied medicine and was in Vienna in 1794 through 97, simultaneously with Wegeler and Beethoven. He died on April 10, 1798, in Bonn. Madame von Breuning, who died on December 9, 1838, after a widowhood of 61 years, lived in Bonn until 1815, then in Kerpen, Boyle an der Aar, Cologne, and finally with her son-in-law Wegeler in Koblenz. The acquaintance between Beethoven and Stefan von Breuning may have had some influence in the selection of the young musician as pianoforte teacher for Eleanor and Lorenz, an event, in consideration of circumstances already detailed and of the ages, real and reputed, of pupils and master, which may be dated at the close of the year 1787, and which was perhaps the greatest good that fate, now become propitious, could have conferred upon him. For he was now so situated in his domestic relations, and at such an age, that introduction into so highly refined and cultivated a circle was of the highest value to him both morally and intellectually. The recent loss of his mother had left a void in his heart which so excellent a woman as Madame von Breuning could alone in some measure fill. He was at an age when the evil example of his father needed a counterbalance, when the extraordinary honors so recently paid to science and letters at the inauguration of the university would make the strongest impression, when the sense of his deficiencies in everything but his art would begin to be oppressive, when his mental powers, so strong and healthy, would demand some changes, some recreation from that constant strain in the one direction of music to which almost from infancy they had been subjected, when not only the reaction upon his mind of the fresh and new intellectual life now pervading Bonn society, but his daily contact with so many of his own age, friends and companions, now enjoying advantages for improvement denied to him, must have cost him many a pang. When a lofty and noble ambition might be aroused to lead him ever onward and upward, when, the victim of a despondent melancholy, he might sink into the mere routine musician, with no lofty aims, no higher object than to draw from his talents means to supply his necessities and gratify his appetites. There must have been something very engaging in the character of the small, pock-marked youth, or he could not have so won his way into the affections of the widow von Breuning and her children. In his Notizen, Wegeler writes, "In this house reigned an unconstrained tone of culture in spite of youthful willfulness. Christoph von Breuning made early essays in poetry, as was the case, and not without success, with Stefan von Breuning much later. The friends of the family were distinguished by indulgence in social entertainments, which combined the useful and the agreeable. When we add that the family possessed considerable wealth, especially before the war, it will be easy to understand that the first joyous emotions of Beethoven found vent here. Soon he was treated as one of the children of the family, spending in the house not only the greater part of his days, but also many nights. Here he felt that he was free. Here he moved about without constraint. Everything conspired to make him cheerful and develop his mind. Being 5 years older than Beethoven, I was able to observe and form a judgment of these things." It must not be forgotten that besides Madame von Breuning and her children, the scholastic Abraham von Kerech and the canon Lorenz von Breuning were members of the household. The latter, especially, seems to have been a fine specimen of the enlightened clergy of Bonn, who, according to Risbeck, formed so striking a contrast to the priests and monks of Cologne. And it is easy to trace Beethoven's lifelong love for ancient classics, Homer and Plutarch at the head, to the time when the young Breunings would be occupied with them in the original, under the guidance of their accomplished tutor and guardian. The uncle, Philip von Breuning, may also have been influential in the intellectual progress of the young musician, for to him at Kepern, the family von Breuning and their friends went annually for a vacation of 5 or 6 weeks. There, too, Beethoven several times spent a few weeks right merrily, and was frequently urged to play the organ, as Wegeler tells us in the Notizen. There let him be left enjoying and profiting by his intimacy with that family, and returning their kindness in some measure by instructing Eleanor and Lenz in music, while a new friend and benefactor is introduced. Count Waldstein's arrival in Bonn. Emanuel Philipp, Count Waldstein, and Württemberg van Dux, and his wife, a daughter of Emanuel Prince Liechtenstein, were parents of 11 children. The fourth son was Ferdinand Ernst Gabriel, born March 24, 1762. Uniting in his veins the blood of many of the houses of the Austrian Empire, there was no career, no line of preferment open to younger sons of titled families which was not open to him, or to which he might not aspire. It was determined that he should seek activity in the Teutonic Order, of which Max Franz was Grand Master. According to the rules and regulations of the order, the young nobleman came to Bonn to pass his examinations and spend his year of novitiate. Could the time of his arrival there be determined with certainty? The date would have a most important bearing, either to confirm or disprove the chronological argument of some of our earlier pages. But one may well despair of finding so unimportant an event as the journey of a young man of 25 from Vienna to Rhine anywhere upon record. One thing bearing directly upon this point may be read in the Wiener Zeitung of July 2, 1788. A correspondent in Bonn says that on the day before yesterday, that is June 17, 1788, our gracious sovereign, as Hach und Deutschmeister, gave the accolade with the customary ceremonies to the Count von Waldstein, who had been accepted in the Teutonic Order. Allowing for the regular year of novitiate, the Count was certainly in Bonn before the 17th of June, 1787. The misfortune of two unlucky Bohemian peasants, strange as it may seem, gives us, after the lapse of a century, a satisfactory solution of the difficulty. Someone reports in the Wiener Zeitung of May 19, 1787, that on the 4th of that month, two peasant houses were destroyed by fire in the village of Lichwitz belonging to Ausseg, and adds, Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, moved by a noble spirit of humanity, hurried from Dux, took charge of affairs, and was to be found wherever the danger was greatest. It was between May 4 and June 17, 1787, that Waldstein parted from his widowed mother and journeyed to the place of his novitiate. His name may easily have become known to Wegeler before the latter's departure from Bonn to Vienna. Here follows what the good doctor says of the Count. To what degree correct or mistaken, the reader can determine for himself. The first, and in every respect the most important, of the Maecenases of Beethoven was Count Waldstein, Knight of the Teutonic Order, and, what is of greater moment here, the favorite and constant companion of the young Elector, afterwards commander of the order at Würzburg and chancellor of the Emperor of Austria. He was not only a connoisseur, but also a practitioner of music. He it was who gave all manner of support to our Beethoven, whose gifts he was the first to recognize worthily. Through him, the young genius developed the talent to improvise variations on a given theme. From him, he received much pecuniary assistance bestowed in such a way as to spare his sensibilities, it being generally looked upon as a small gratuity from the Elector. Beethoven's appointment as an organist, his being sent to Vienna by the Elector, were the doings of the Count. When Beethoven, at a later date, dedicated the great and important Sonata in C major, Opus 53, to him, it was only a proof of the gratitude which lived on in the mature man. It is to Count Waldstein that Beethoven owed the circumstance that the first sproutings of his genius were not nipped. Therefore, we owe this Maecenas Beethoven's later fame. Frau Karth remembered distinctly the 17th of June, upon which Waldstein entered the order, the fact being impressed upon her mind by a not very gentle reminder from the stock of a sentinel's musket, that the palace chapel was no place for children on such an occasion. She remembered Waldstein's visit to Beethoven in the years following in his room in the Wenzelgasse, and was confident that he made the young musician a present of a pianoforte. To save his line from extinction, the Count obtained a dispensation from his vows, and married, May 9, 1812, Maria Isabella, daughter of Count Rzuski. A daughter, Ludmila, was born to him, but no son. He died on August 29, 1823, and the family of Waldsteins of Dux disappears. While all that Wegeler says of this man's kindness in obtaining the place of organist for Beethoven, and of his influence upon his musical education, is one grand mistake, there is no reason whatever to doubt that those qualities which made the youth of a favorite with the Breunings, added to his manifest genius, made their way to the young Count's heart, and gained for Beethoven a zealous, influential, and active friend. Still, in June 1778, Waldstein possessed no such influence as to render a petition for increase of salary offered by his protege successful. That document has disappeared, but a paper remains, dated June 5th, concerning the petition, which is endorsed by Berruhet. Whatever this word may here mean, it is certain that Ludwig's salary as organist remained at the old point of 100 thalers, which, with the 200 received by his father, the 3 measures of grain, and the small sum that he might earn by teaching, was all that Johann van Beethoven and 3 sons, now respectively in their 18th, 15th, and 12th years, had to live upon, and therefore so much the more necessity for the exercise of Waldstein's generosity. Ludwig, the head of the family. After the death of the mother, says Frau Karth, a housekeeper was employed, and the father and sons remained together in the lodgings of the Wenzelgasse. Karl was intended for the musical profession. Johann was put apprentice to the court apothecary, Johann Peter Hittorf. 2 years, however, had hardly elapsed when the father's infirmity compelled the eldest son, not yet 19 years of age, to take the extraordinary step of placing himself at the head of the family. One of Stefan von Breunig's reminiscences shows how low Johann van Beethoven had sunk, to wit, that of having seen Ludwig furiously interposing to rescue his intoxicated father from an officer of police. Here again the petition has disappeared, but its contents are sufficiently made known by the terms of the decree dated November 20, 1789. His Electoral Highness, having graciously granted the prayer of the petitioner, and dispensed henceforth wholly with the services of his father, who was to withdraw to a village in the Electorate, it is graciously commanded that he be paid, in accordance with his wish, only 100 Reichsthaler of the annual salary which he has heretofore, beginning with the approaching New Year, and that the other 100 thaler be paid to the suppliant's son, besides the salary which he now draws, and the 3 measures of grain for the support of his brothers. It is probable that there was no intention to enforce this decree, in respect of the withdrawal of the father from Bonn, and that this clause was inserted in terrorem, in case he misbehaved himself. For he continued, according to Frau Karth, to dwell with his children, and his first receipt, still preserved, for the reduced salary, is dated at Bonn, a circumstance, however, which alone would prove little or nothing. End of section 11. Section 12, Chapter 8, The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 8, The National Theatre of Max Franz, Beethoven's Artistic Associates, Practical Experience in the Orchestra, the Ritter Ballet, the operatic repertory of 5 years, opera under Elector Max Franz. Early in the year 1788, the mind of the Elector, Max Franz, was occupied with the project for forming a company of Hofschauspieler. In short, with the founding of a national theater, upon the plan adopted by his predecessor in Bonn and by his brother Joseph in Vienna. His finances were now in order. the administration of public affairs, in able hands and working smoothly, and there was nothing to hinder him from placing both music and theater upon a better and permanent footing, which he now proceeded to do. The Klass troupe, which had left Cologne in March, played for a space in Bonn, and on its dispersal in the summer, several of its better actors were engaged, and added to others who had already settled in Bonn. The only names which it is necessary to mention here are those of significance in the history of Beethoven. Josef Reiche was director, Niefe, pianist and stage manager for opera. In the orchestra were Franz Ries and Andreas Romberg, violin, Ludwig van Beethoven, viola, Bernhard Romberg, violoncello, Nikolaus Simrach, horn, and Anton Reiche, flute. A comparison of the lists of the theatrical establishment with that of the court chapel, as printed in the court calendars for 1778 and the following years, shows that the two institutions were kept distinct, though the names for the greater part appear in both. Some of the singers in the chapel played in the theatrical orchestra, while certain of the players in the chapel sang upon the stage. Other names appear in but one of the lists. As organist, the name of Beethoven appears still in the court calendar, but as viola player he had a place in both the orchestras. Thus, for a period of full 4 years, he had the opportunity of studying practically orchestral compositions in the best of all schools, the orchestra itself. This body of 31 members, under the energetic leadership of Reiche, many of them young and ambitious, some already known as virtuosos and still keeping their places in musical history as such, was a school for instrumental music such as Handel, Bach, Mozart, and Haydn had not joyed in their youth. That its advantages were improved both by Beethoven and others of the younger men, all the world knows. One fact worthy of note in relation to this company is the youth of most of the new members engaged. Maximilian seems to have sought out young talent, and when it proved to be of true metal, gave it a permanent place in his service, adopted wise measures for its cultivation, and thus laid a foundation upon which, but for the outbreak of the French Revolution and the consequent dispersion of his court, would in time have risen a musical establishment one of the very first in Germany. This is equally true of the new members of his orchestra. Reiche himself was still rather a young man, born in 1757. He was a virtuoso on the violoncello and a composer of some note, but his usefulness was sadly impaired by his sufferings from gout. The cousins Andreas and Bernhard Romberg, Maximilian had found at Münster and brought to Bonn. They had in their boyhood, as virtuosos upon their instruments, Andreas violin, Bernhard cello, made a tour as far as Paris, and their concerts were crowned with success. Andreas was born near Münster in 1767, and Leideber, Tonkunste Berlins, adopts the same year as the date also of Bernhard's birth. They were, therefore, 3 years older than Beethoven, and now just past 21. Both were already industrious and well-known composers, and must have been a valuable addition to the circle of young men in which Beethoven moved. The decree appointing them respectively court violinist and court violoncellist is dated November 19, 1790. Anton Reiche, a fatherless nephew of the concertmaster, born at Prague, February 27, 1770, was brought by his uncle to Bonn. He had been already for some years in that uncle's care, and under his instruction had become a good player of the flute, violin, and pianoforte. In Bonn, Reiche became acquainted with Beethoven, who was then organist at court. "We spent 14 years together," says Reiche, "united in a bond like that of Orestes and Pylades, and were continually side by side in our youth. After a separation of 8 years, we saw each other again in Vienna, and exchanged confidences concerning our experiences." At the age of 17, composing orchestral and vocal music for the Electoral Chapel, a year later, flautist in the theater, at 19 both flautist and violinist in the chapel, and so intimate a friend of Beethoven, who was less than a year his junior? Were Reich's laurels no spur to the ambition of the other? The names of several of the performers upon wind instruments were new names in Bonn, and the thought suggests itself that the Elector brought with him from Vienna some members of the Harmonie Musik, which had high praise for Reichardt, and it will hereafter appear that such a band formed part of the musical establishment in Bonn, a fact of importance in its bearing upon the questions of the origin and date of various known works both of Beethoven and of Reicha, and of no less weight in deciding where and how these men obtained their marvelous knowledge of the powers and effects of this class of instruments. The arrangements were all made in 1788, but not nearly enough to admit of the opening of the theater until after the Christmas holidays, namely, on the evening of January 3rd, 1789. The theater had been altered and improved. An incendiary fire threatened its destruction the day before, but did not postpone the opening. The opening piece was Der Baum der Diana by Vincenzo Martin. It may be thought not very complimentary to the taste of Maximilian that the first season of his National Theatre was opened thus, instead of with one of Gluck's or Mozart's masterpieces. It suffices to say that he, in his capacity of Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, had spent a good part of the autumn at Mergentheim, and only reached Bonn on his return of the last day of January. Hence he was not responsible for that selection. The season, which opened on January 3rd, 1789, closed on May 23rd. Within this period the following operas were performed, Beethoven taking part in the performances as a member of the orchestra: Der Baum der Diana, the Operette de Diana Martin; Romeo and Julie, Georg Benda; Ariadne, duodrama by Georg Benda; Das Mädchen von Fresati, a Fresatana, Paisiello; Julie, de Sede; Die Drei Pächter, Le Toy Fermier, de Sede; Die Entferlung aus dem Serail, Mozart; Nina, de Larjak; Trofinio's Zauberhöhle, the Grotta di Trofonio, Salieri; Der eifersüchtige Liebhaber, the Amant Jaloux, Grieti; Der Schmaus, Il Convivo, Cimarosa; Der Alchemist, Schuster; Das Blendwerk, La Falsa Magie, Gierci. The second season began October 13, 1789, and continued until February 23, 1790. On the 24th of February, news reached Bonn of the death of Maximilian's brother, the Emperor Joseph II, and the theater was closed. The repertory for the season comprised Don Giovanni, Mozart, which was given 3 times; Die Colonie, the Isola di Amore, Sacchini; Der Barbier von Sevilla, Il Barbiere di Sevilla, Paisiello; Romeo and Julie, Georg Benda; Die Hochzeit des Figaro, Le Nozze di Figaro, Mozart, given 4 times; Nina, de Larjak; Die schöne Schüsterin, Umlauf; Ariadne, Georg Benda; Die Pilgrimme von Mecca, Gluck; Der König von Venedig, Il Re Teodoro, Paisiello; Der Alchemist, Schuster; Das listige Bauernmädchen, La Finta Grenadiniere, Paisiello; Der Doktor und Apotheker, Dittersdorf. A letter to the Berliner Annalen des Theaters mentions 3 operas which are not in the list of the theatrical calendar, and indicates that the theater was opened soon after the receipt of the intelligence of the death of Joseph, and several pieces were performed, among them Il Marchese Tulipano by Paisiello. The writer also mentions performances of Anfossis or Sarti's Avaro Innamorato, Pergolesi's Serva Padrona, and La Villanella di Spirito, composer unmentioned, by an Italian company headed by Madame Bianchi. The third season began October 23rd, 1790, and closed on March 8, 1791. Between the opening and November 27, performances of the following musical dramatic works are recorded: König Theodor in Venedig, Il Re Teodoro, Paisiello, Die Wilden, Azimia, Daliaric, Der Alchemist, Schuster, Kein Dienst bleibt unbelohnt, unknown, Der Barbier von Sevilla, Paisiello, Die schöne Schusterin, Umlauf, Lila, Martini, Die Geizigin in die Falle, Schuster, Nina, Daliaric, Dr. Myrner, Schuster. On March 8th, the season closed with a ballet by Horschelt, Pyramus und Thisbe. The reporter in the theater calendar says, on Quinquagesima Sunday, March 6, the local nobility performed in the Ridotto Room, a characteristic ballet in Old German costume. The author, His Excellency Count Waldstein, to whom the composition and music do honor, had shown in it consideration for the chief proclivities of our ancestors for war, the chase, love, and drinking. On March 8th, all the nobility attended the theater in their old German dress, and the parade made a great, splendid, and respectable picture. It was also noticeable that the ladies would lose none of their charms, were they to return to the costumes of antiquity. Before proceeding with this history, a correction must be made in this report. The music to the Ritter Ballet, which was the characteristic ballet referred to, was not composed by Count Waldstein, but by Ludwig van Beethoven. We shall recur to it presently. Owing to a long-continued absence of the Elector, the principal singers, and the greater parts of the orchestra, the fourth season did not begin till the 28th of December, 1791. Between that date and February 20, 1792, the following musical works were performed: Doctor und Apotheker, Dittersdorf, Robert und Kuliste, Guglielmi, Felix, Monsigny, Die Dorfdeputierten, Schubauer, Im Truben ist gut Fischen, Frau du Litiganti, Il Terzo Gode, Sarti, Das Rote Käppchen, Dittersdorf, Lila, Martini, Der Barbier von Sevilla, Paisiello, Ende gut, alles gut, music by the Electoral Captain de Antoine, Die Entführung aus dem Serail, Mozart, Die beiden Sevillarden, The Deux Petits Sevillards, Daliaric. The fifth season began in October 1792. Of the 9 operas given before the departure of Maximilian and the company to Munster in December, Die Müllerin by de la Borde, König Axer in Ormus by Salieri, and Hieronymus Nicker by Dittersdorf were the only ones new to Bonn, and in only the first 2 of these could Beethoven have taken part, unless at rehearsals. For at the beginning of November he left Bonn, and, as it proved, forever. Probably Salieri's masterpiece was his last opera within the familiar walls of the court theater of the Elector of Cologne. Beethoven's 18th birthday came around during the rehearsals for the first season of this theater, his 22nd just after the beginning of the 5th. During 4 years, 1788 to 1792, he was adding to his musical knowledge and experience in a direction wherein he has usually been represented as deficient, as active member of an operatic orchestra. And the catalogue of works performed shows that the best schools of the day, save that of Berlin, must have been thoroughly mastered by him in all their strength and weakness. Beethoven's titanic power and grandeur would have marked his compositions under any circumstances, but it is very doubtful if, without the training of those years in the Electoral Toxel Kammer und Theater, as member of the orchestra, his works would have so abounded in melodies of such profound depths of expression, of such heavenly serenity and repose, and of such divine beauty as they do, and which give him rank with the two greatest of melodists, Handel and Mozart. End of section 12. Section 13, Chapter 9, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 9. Gleanings of Musical Fact and Anecdote. Haydn in Bonn. A Rhine Journey. Abbe Sterkel. Beethoven extemporizes. Social and Artistic Life in Bonn. Eleonora von Breuning. The Circle of Friends. Beethoven leaves Bonn forever. The Journey to Vienna. As a pendant to the preceding sketches of Bonn's musical history, a variety of notices belonging to the last 3 years of Beethoven's life in his native place are here brought together in chronological order. Most of them relate to him personally, and some of them, though errors of date, have been looked upon hitherto as adding proofs to the precocity of his genius. Professor Dr. Wertzer communicated to the Kölnische Zeitung of August 30th, 1838, the following pleasant anecdote. In the summer of the year 1790, or 1791, I was one day on business in Godesberger Brunnen. After dinner, Beethoven and another young man came up. I related to him that the church of Marienforst, a cloister in the woods behind Godesberg, had been repaired and renovated, and that this was also true of the organ, which was either wholly new or at least greatly improved. The company begged him to give them the pleasure of letting them hear him play on the instrument. His great good nature led him to grant our wish. The church was locked, but the prior was very obliging and had it unlocked for us. Beethoven now began to play variations on themes given him by the party, in a manner that moved us profoundly. But what was much more significant, poor laboring folk, who were cleaning out the debris left by the work of repair, were so greatly affected by the music that they put down their implements and listened with obvious pleasure. Sit ietere levis. The greatest musical event of the year, 1790, in Bonn, occurred just at its close, the visit of Joseph Haydn on his way to London with Johann Peter Salomon, whose name so often occurs in the preliminary chapters of this work. Of this visit, Diaz had recorded Haydn's own account. In the capital of Bonn, he was surprised in more ways than one. He reached the city on Saturday, Christmas, December 25, and set apart the next day for rest. On Sunday, Salomon accompanied Haydn to the court chapel to listen to Mass. Scarcely had the two entered the church and found suitable seats when High Mass began. The first chords announced a product of Haydn's muse. Our Haydn looked upon it as an accidental occurrence, which had happened only to flatter him. Nevertheless, it was decidedly agreeable to him to listen to his own composition. Toward the close of the Mass, a person approached and asked him to repair to the oratory, where he was expected. Haydn obeyed, and was not a little surprised when he found that the Elector Maximilian had him summoned, took him at once by the hand, and presented him to the virtuosi with the words, "Here I make you acquainted with the Haydn whom you all revere so highly." The Elector gave both parties time to become acquainted with each other, and to give Haydn a convincing proof of his respect, invited him to dinner. This unexpected invitation put Haydn into an embarrassing position, for he and Solomon had ordered a modest little dinner in their lodgings, and it was too late to make a change. Haydn was therefore fain to take refuge in excuses, which the Elector accepted as genuine and sufficient. Haydn took his leave and returned to his lodgings, where he was made aware in special manner of the good will of the Elector, at whose secret command the little dinner had been metamorphosed into a banquet for 12 persons, to which the most capable musicians had been invited. Was the young musician of one of these most capable musicians, Sunday evening, March 6, came to the performance of Beethoven's music to the Ritterballet, before noticed, but without his name being known? Bosser's Musikalische Correspondence of July 13, 1791, contains a list of the cabinet, chapel and court musicians of the Elector of Cologne. Names designated by an asterisk were solo players who may justly be ranked with virtuosi. 2 asterisks indicated composers. 4 names only, those of Joseph Reiche, Perna, and the 2 Rombergs, have the 2 stars. Beethoven has none. Herr Ludwig van Beethoven plays pianoforte concertos. Herr Neefe plays accompaniments at court and in the theater and at concerts. Concertante violas are played by virtuoso violinists. That is all, except that we learn that the Elector is losing interest in the instrument on which Beethoven played in the orchestra. His Electoral Highness of Cologne seldom plays the viola nowadays, but finds amusement in the pianoforte with operas, etc., etc. At Mergentheim, the capital of the Teutonic Order, a grand meeting of commanders and knights took place in the autumn of 1791, the Grand Master Maximilian Francis presiding, and the sessions continuing from September 18 to October 20, as appears from the records at Vienna. The Elector's stay there seems to have been protracted to a period of at least 3 months. During his visit there of equal length 2 years before, time probably dragged heavily, so this time ample provision was made for theatrical and musical amusement. Among the visiting theatrical troupes was one called the Hauslerische Gesellschaft, which played in summer at Nuremberg, in winter in Münster and Eichstätt. The entrepreneur was Baron von Below, the chapelmaster Weber, the elder, and among the personnel were Herr Weber, the younger, and Madame Weber. From Max Weber's biography of his father, it appears that these Webers were the brother and sister-in-law of Karl Maria von Weber, then a child of some 5 years. The troupe, says the reporter of the theater calendar, performs the choicest pieces and the grandest operas. So the father, Franz Anton von Weber, must have found himself at length in his own proper element, and still more so a year later when he himself became the manager. This company for a time migrated to Mergentheim and resumed the title of Gefürchtliches Hoftheater. Beethoven soon came thither also. Did he, when in after years he met Carla Maria von Weber, remember him as a feeble child at Mergentheim? Had his intercourse there with Fridolin von Weber, pupil of Joseph Haydn, any influence upon his determination soon after to become also that great master's pupil? Simonetti, Maximilian's favorite and very fine tenor concert singer, and some 25 members of the Electoral Orchestra with Franz Ries as conductor. Reiche was too ill, including Beethoven, the 2 Rombergs, and the fine octet of wind instruments, formed an equally ample provision for the strictly musical entertainments. Actors, singers, musicians, Simonetti and the women singers excepted, most of them still young, all in their best years and at the age for its full enjoyment, made the journey in 2 large boats up the Rhine and Main. Before leaving Bonn, the company assembled and elected Lux king of the expedition, who was distributing the high offices of his court conferred upon Bernhard Romberg and Ludwig van Beethoven the dignity of and placed them in his service as kitchen boys, scullions. It was the pleasantest season of the year for such a journey, the summer heats being tempered by the coolness of the Rhine, and the currents of air passing up and down the deep gorge of the river. Vegetation was at its best and brightest, and the romantic beauty of its old town and villages had not yet suffered either by the desolations of the wars soon to break out upon them or by the restless and romance-destroying march of modern improvements. Koblenz and Mayence were still capitals of states, and the huge fortress, Rheinfels, was not yet a ruin. When Riesbeck passed down the Rhine 10 years before, his boat had a mast and sail, a flat deck with a railing, comfortable cabins with windows and some furniture, and in a general way, in style, was built like a Dutch yacht. In boats like this, no doubt, the jolly company made the slow and, under the circumstances, perhaps tedious journey against the current of the arrowy Rhine. But a glorious time, and merry they had of it. Want of speed was no misfortune to them, and in Beethoven's memory the little voyage lived bright and beautiful, and was to him a fruitful source of loveliest visions. The Bingelach was then held to be a dangerous, as it certainly was a difficult pass for boats ascending, for here the river suddenly contracted to half its previous width, plunged amid long lines of rugged rocks into the gorge. So leaving the boats to their conductors, the party ascended to the Niederwald, and there King Glux raised Beethoven to a higher dignity in his court. Wegeler does not state what it was, and confirmed his appointment by a diploma, or letters patent, dated on the heights about Rudesheim. To this important document was attached, by thread raveled from a sail, a huge seal of pitch, pressed into the cover of a small box, which gave to the instrument a right imposing look, like the golden bull at Frankfurt. This diploma, from the hand of his comic majesty, was among the articles taken by the professor to Vienna, where Wegeler saw it, still carefully preserved in 1796. At Aschaffenburg on the Main was the large summer palace of the Electors of Mainz, and here dwelt Abbe Sterkel, now a man of 40 years, a musician from his infancy, one of the first pianists of all Germany, and without a rival in this part of it, except perhaps Vogler of Mannheim. His style, both as composer and pianist, had been refined and cultivated to the utmost, both in Germany and Italy, and his playing was in the highest degree light, graceful, pleasing. As Ries described it to Wegeler, somewhat ladylike. Ries and Simrock took the young Romberg and Beethoven to pay their respects to the master, who, complying with the general request, sat himself down to play. Beethoven, who up to this time, says Wegeler, had not heard a greater celebrated pianoforte player, knew nothing of the finer nuances in the handling of the instrument. His playing was rude and hard. Now he stood with attention, all on a strain by the side of Sterkel, for this grace and delicacy, if not power of execution, which he now heard, were a new revelation to him. After Sterkel had finished, the young Bonn concert player was invited to take his place at the instrument, but he naturally hesitated to exhibit himself after such a display. The shrewd Abbé, however, brought him to it by a pretense of doubting his ability. A year or two before, Chapelmaster Vincenzo Regini, a colleague of Sterkel, in the service of the Elector of Mayence, had published Dodici Arietta, one of which, Vienna, Vieni, Amore, was a melody with 5 vocal variations to the same accompaniment. Beethoven, taking this melody as his theme, had composed, dedicated to the Countess of Hatzfeld and published, 24 variations for the pianoforte upon it. Some of these were very difficult, and Sterkel now expressed his doubts if their author could himself play them. His honor thus touched, Beethoven played not only these variations, so far as he could remember them, Sterkel could not find them, but went on with a number of others no less difficult, all to the great surprise of the listeners, perfectly, and in the ingratiating manner that had struck him in Sterkel's playing. Once in Mergenheim, the merry monarch and his jolly suspects had other things to think of and seemed to have made a noise in the world in more sense than one. At all events, Karl Ludwig Juncker, chaplain at Kirchberg, the residence of Prince Hohenlohe, heard of them and then went over to hear them. Juncker was a dilettante composer and the author of some half-dozen small works upon music, musical almanacs published anonymously and the like, all now forgotten, save by collectors, as are his pianoforte concertos. But at that time he was a man of no small mark in the musical world of Western Germany. He came over to Mergentheim, was treated with great attention by the Electors musicians, and showed his gratitude in a long letter to Boseler's correspondence, November 23, 1791, in which superlatives somewhat abound, but which is an exquisite piece of gossip and gives the liveliest picture that exists of the Capella. We have room for only a portion of it. Here I was also an eyewitness to the esteem and respect in which this chapel stands with the Elector. Just as the rehearsal was to begin, Ries was sent for by the prince, and upon his return brought a bag of gold. "Gentlemen," said he, "this being the Elector's name day, he sends you a present of 1,000 thalers. And again I was eyewitness of this orchestra's surpassing excellence. Herr Wienerberger, Kapellmeister at Wallenstein, laid before it a symphony of his own composition, which was by no means easy of execution, especially for the wind instruments, which had several solo concertanti. It went finely, however, at the first trial, to the great surprise of the composer. An hour after the dinner music the concert began. It was opened with a symphony of Mozart, then followed a recitative and air sung by Simonetti. Next a violoncello concerto played by Herr Romberger, Bernhard Romberg. Fourthly, a symphony by Pleyel. Fifthly, an air by Righini, sung by Simonetti. Sixthly, a double concerto for violin and violoncello played by the two Rombergs. And the closing piece was the symphony of Wienerberger, which had very many brilliant passages. The opinion already expressed as to the performance of this orchestra was confirmed. It was not possible to attain a higher degree of exactness. Such perfection in the pianos, fortes, rinfornzantos, such a swelling and gradual increase of tone, and then such an almost imperceptible dying away from the most powerful to the lightest accents. All this was formerly to be heard only in Mannheim. It would be difficult to find another orchestra in which the violins and basses are throughout in such excellent hands. The members of the chapel, almost without exception, are in their best years, glowing with health, men of culture and fine personal appearance. They form truly a fine sight, when one adds the splendid uniform in which the Elector had clothed them, red and richly trimmed with gold. I heard also one of the greatest of pianists, the dear, good Beethoven, some compositions by whom appeared in the Spires Blumenlese in 1783, written in his 11th year. True, he did not perform in public. Probably the instrument here was not to his mind. It is one of Spath's make, and at Bonn he played upon one by Steiner, but what was infinitely preferable to me, I heard him extemporize in private. Yes, I was even invited to propose a theme for him to vary. The greatest of this amiable, light-hearted man, as a virtuoso, may, in my opinion, be safely estimated from his almost inexhaustible wealth of ideas, the altogether characteristic style of expression in his playing, and the great execution which he displays. I know, therefore, no one thing which he lacks that conduces to the greatness of an artist. I have heard Vogler upon the pianoforte, his organ playing, I say nothing, not having heard him upon that instrument, have often heard him by the hour together, and never failed to wonder at his astonishing execution. But Beethoven, in addition to the execution, has greater clearness and weight of idea, and more expression. In short, he is more for the heart, equally great, therefore, as an adagio or allegro player. Even the members of this remarkable orchestra are without exception his admirers, and all ears when he plays. Yet he is exceedingly modest, and free from all pretension. He, however, acknowledged to me that upon the journeys which the Elector had enabled him to make, he had seldom found in the playing of the most distinguished virtuosos that excellence which he supposed he had a right to expect. His style of treating his instrument is so different from that usually adopted that it impresses one with the idea that by a path of his own discovery he has attained that height of excellence whereon he now stands. Had I acceded to the pressing entreaties of my friend Beethoven, to which Herr Winterberger added his own, and remained another day in Mergentheim, I have no doubt he would have played to me hours, and the day thus spent in the society of these two great artists would have been transformed into a day of the highest bliss. Ut didinque mentis excellis. But sometimes at the very door would turn back and excuse himself on the plea that today it was impossible to give a lesson. Tomorrow he would give two, to which, as upon other occasions when reasoning with him was of no avail, the good lady would shrug her shoulders with the remark, "He has his raptus again," an expression which the rapt Beethoven never forgot. Most happy was it for him that in Madame von Breuning he had a friend who understood his character thoroughly, who cherished affection for him, who could and did so effectually act as peacemaker when the harmony between him and her children was disturbed. Schindler is a witness that just for this phase of her motherly care, Beethoven, down to the close of his life, was duly grateful. In his later days he still called the members of this family his guardian angels of that time, and remembered with pleasure that many reprimands which he had received from the lady of the house. She understood, said he, how to keep insects off the flowers. By insects he meant certain friendships which had already begun to threaten danger to the natural development of his talent and a proper measure of artistic consciousness by awakening vanity in him by their flatteries. He was already near to considering himself a famous artist, and therefore more inclined to give heed to those who encouraged him in his illusions, than such as set before him the fact that he had still to learn everything that makes a master out of a disciple. That is well said, is very probable in itself, and belongs in the category of facts as to which Schindler is a trustworthy witness. Stefan von Breuning became so good at violinist as to play occasionally in the Electoral Orchestra. As he grew older, and the comparative difference in age between him and Beethoven lessened, the acquaintance between them became one of great intimacy. Frau Karth says he was a frequent visitor in the Wenzelgasse, and she had a lively recollection of the noise they used to make with their music in the room overhead. Lenz, the youngest of the Breunings, was but 15 when his teacher left Bonn, but a few years after he became a pupil of Beethoven again in Vienna and became a good pianist. For him the composer seems to have cherished a warm affection, one to which the 7 years' difference in their age gave a peculiar tenderness. It had been supposed that Beethoven at one time indulged a warmer feeling than mere friendship for Eleonora von Breuning, but this idea is utterly unsupported by anything which has been discovered during the inquiries made for this work. Beethoven's remarkable powers of improvising were often exhibited at the Breuning house. Wegeler has an anecdote here. Once, when Beethoven was improvising at the house of the Breunings, on which occasions he used frequently to be asked to characterize in the music some well-known person, Father Ries was urged to accompany him upon the violin. After some hesitation he consented, and this may have been the first time the two artists improvised a duo. Beethoven had in common with all men of original and creative genius a strong repugnance to the drudgery of forcing the elements of his art into dull brains and awkward fingers, but that this repugnance was extraordinary, as Wegeler says, does not appear. A Frau von Beverwurde, one of his Bonn pupils, assured Schindler that she never had any complaint to make of her teacher in respect to either the regularity of his lessons or his general course of instruction, nor is there anything now to be gathered from the traditions at Vienna which justifies this epithet. Ries's experience is not here in point, for his relations to Beethoven's were those of like little Hummel to Mozart. He received such instruction gratis as the master in leisure moments felt disposed to give. There was no pretense of systematic teaching at stated hours. The occasional neglect of a lesson at Baron Westphal's, as detailed in the anecdote above given, may be explained on other ground than that of extraordinary repugnance to teaching. Beethoven was, in 1791 through 92, just at the age when the desire for distinction was fresh and strong. He was conscious of powers still not fully developed. His path was diverse from that of the other young men with whom he associated, and who, from all that can be gathered now on the subject, had little faith in that which he had chosen. He must have felt the necessity of other instruction, or at all events of better opportunities to compare his powers with those of others, to measure himself by a higher standard, to try the effect of his deviations from the beaten track were not wild and capricious. Waldstein, we know from Wegeler, and this is confirmed by his own words, had faith in him and his works, and it will be seen that another, Fischenich, had also. But what would be said of him and his compositions in the city of Mozart, Haydn, and Gluck? To this, add the restlessness of an ambitious youth, to whom the routine of duties, which must long since in great measure have lost the charm of novelty, had become tedious, and the natural longing of young men for the great world, for a wider field of action, had grown almost insupportable. Or Beethoven's raptus may just then have had a very different origin. Jeanette de Anrath, or Fräulein Westerhold, was perhaps the innocent cause. Two young ladies, whose names are preserved by Wegeler, of the many for whom he says his friend at various times indulged transient but not the less ardent passions. The former was from Cologne, whence she occasionally came to Bonn to pass a few weeks with Eleonora von Breuning. She was a beautiful, vivacious blonde, of good education, says Wegeler, and amiable disposition, who enjoyed music greatly and possessed an agreeable voice, wherefore several times teased our friend by singing a song, familiar at the time, beginning Mich heute Nacht waren sie du Tränen, und dieses nicht verhindern können, ist zu empfindlich für mein Herz. For the favored rival was the Austrian recruiting officer in Cologne, Karl Greth, who married the young lady, and died on October 15, 1827, as Field Marshal General Commander of the 23rd Regiment of Infantry and Commandant at Temesvar. The passion for Miss de Anrath was eclipsed by a subsequent fancy for a Fräulein von Westerhold. The court calendars of these years name Hochfürstlich Münsterliche Oberst Stallmeister Senior Exzellenz der Hochwohlgeborene Herr Friedrich Rudolf Anton Freiherr von Westerhold-Giesenberg, Kölnischer und Hochstift Münsterliche Geheimrat. This much betitled man, according to Niefe, Spazier's Berlin Musical Zeitung, played the bassoon himself and maintained a fair band among his servants, particularly players of wind instruments. He had two sons, one of whom was a master of the flute, and two daughters. The elder daughter, the younger, was still a child. Maria Anna Wilhelmina was born on July 24th, 1774, married Baron Friedrich Clemens von Elverfeld, called von Beverfo de Verres, on April 24th, 1792, and died on November 3rd, 1852. She was an excellent pianist. In Münster, Niefe heard the fiery mad von Elverfeld play a difficult sonata by Sarti, not Sarti, with a rapidity and accuracy that were marvelous. It is not surprising that Beethoven's talent should have met with recognition and appreciation in this musical family. He became the young woman's teacher, and as the chief equerry, Count Westerhold had to accompany the Elector on his visits to Münster, where, moreover, he owned a house. There is a tradition in the family that young Beethoven went with them before the young lady's marriage in 1790. She it was with whom Beethoven was now in love. He had the disease violently, nor did he let concealment, like a worm in the bud, feed upon his cheek. 40 years afterward, Bernhard Romberg had anecdotes to relate of this Werther love. The strong doubt that any such feeling for Eleonora von Breuning was ever cherished by Beethoven has already been expressed. The letters to her from Vienna, printed by Wegeler, and other correspondence still in manuscript, confirm this doubt by their general tone, but that a really warm friendship existed between them and continued down to the close of his life, with a single interruption just before he left Bonn, of the cause of which nothing is known, so much is certain. Among the few souvenirs of youthful friendship which he preserved was the following compliment to him on his 20th birthday, surrounded by a wreath of flowers. Zu Beethovens Geburtstag von seiner Schülerin. Glück und langes Leben wünsch ich ihr heute dir, aber auch daneben wünsch ich etwas mir. Mir in Rücksicht deiner wünsch ich deine Huld, dir in Rücksicht meiner Nachsicht und Geduld. 1790. Von ihrer Freundin, Ju Schülerin, Lurchen von Breuning. Another was a silhouette of Fräulein von Breuning. Referring to Beethoven's allusion to this in a letter to Wegeler, 1825, the latter says, "In 2 evenings, the silhouettes of all the members of the von Breuning family and more intimate friends of the house were made by the painter Niesen of Bonn. In this way I came into the possession of that of Beethoven which is here printed. Beethoven was probably in his 16th year at the time, far more probably in his 19th, the reader will say." To the point of Beethoven's susceptibility to the tender passion, let Wegeler again be cited. "The truth as I have learned to know it, and also my brother-in-law Stephan von Breuning, Ferdinand Ries, and Bernhard Romberg, is that there was never a time when Beethoven was not in love, and that in the highest degree. These passions, for the Misses de Anrath and Westerhold, fell in his transition period from youth to manhood, and left impressions as little deep as were those made upon the beauties who had caused them. In Vienna, at all events, so long as I have lived here, Beethoven was always in love, and occasionally made a conquest which would have been very difficult, if not impossible, for many an Adonis." A review of some of the last pages show that for the most part, after 1789, the life of Beethoven was a busy one, but that the frequent absences of the Elector, as recorded in the newspapers of the day, left many a period of considerable duration during which, except for the meetings of the orchestra for rehearsal and study, he had full command of his time. Thus he had plenty of leisure hours and weeks to devote to composition, to instruction in music, for social intercourse, for visits to Kerpen and other neighboring places, for the indulgence of his strong propensity to ramble in the fields and among the mountains, for the cultivation in that beautiful Rhine region of his warm passion for nature. The new relations to his father and brothers, as virtual head of the family, were such as to relieve his mind from anxiety on their account. His position in society, too, had become one of which he might justly be proud, owning as it was to no adventitious circumstances, but simply to his genius and high personal character. Of illness in those years we hear nothing, except Wegeler's remark, Notizen 11, when the famous organist Abbe Vogler played in Bonn, 1790 or 1791, "I sat beside Beethoven's sickbed. A mere passing attack, or Wegeler would have vouchsafed it a more extended notice in his subsequent remarks upon his friend's health." Thus, these were evidently happy years, in spite of certain characteristic and gloomy expressions of Beethoven in letters hereafter to be given, and years of active intellectual, artistic, and moral development. The probability that in July 1792 it had been proposed to Haydn to take Beethoven as a pupil has been mentioned, but it is pretty certain that the suggestion did not come from the Elector, who, there is little doubt, was in Frankfurt at the coronation of his nephew Emperor Franz, July 14, at the time of Haydn's visit. The indefatigable Karajan is unable to determine precisely when the composer left London or reached Vienna, but it is known he was in the former city after July 1st and in the latter before August 4th. Whatever arrangements may have been made between the pupil and master, they were subject to the will of the elector, and here Waldstein may well have exerted himself to his protégé's advantage. At all events, the result was favorable, and the journey determined upon. Perhaps, had Haydn found Maximilian in Bonn, he might have taken the young man with him. As it was, some months elapsed before his pupil could follow. Some little space must be devoted to the question, whence the pecuniary resources for so expensive a journey to and sojourn in Vienna were derived. The good-hearted Niefe did not forget to record the event in very flattering terms when he wrote next year in Spatier's Berliner Musikszeitung. In November of last year, Ludwig van Beethoven, assistant court organist and unquestionably now one of the foremost pianoforte players, went to Vienna at the expense of our Elector, to Haydn, in order to perfect himself under his direction more fully in the art of composition. In a note, he adds, "Inasmuch as this Ludwig van Beethoven, according to several reports, is said to be making great progress in art and owes a part of his education to Herr Niefe in Bonn, to whom he has expressed his gratitude in writing, it may be well, Herr Niefe's modesty interposing no objection, to append a few words here, since, moreover, they redound to the credit of Herr Beethoven. I thank you for your counsel very often given me in the course of my progress in my divine art. If ever I become a great man, yours will be some of the credit. This will give you the greater pleasure, since you can remain convinced, etc." At the expense of our Elector, so says Niefe. So too, Fischinich says of Beethoven, whom the Elector has sent to Haydn in Vienna. Maximilian, then, has determined to show favor to the young musician. This idea is confirmed by Beethoven's noting in the small memorandum book previously referred to the reception, soon after reaching Vienna, of 25 ducats, and his disappointment that the sum had not been 100. A receipt for his salary, 25 thaler, for the last quarter of this year, still in the Dusseldorf archives, is dated October 22nd, and seems at first sight to prove an advance per favor, but many others in the same collection show that payments were usually made about the beginning of the second month of each quarter. There is also a paper in the Dusseldorf collection, undated, but clearly only a year or two after Beethoven's departure, by which important changes are made in the salaries of the Elector's musicians. In this list, Beethoven does not appear among those paid from the Landrentmeisterei, that is, the revenues of the state, but is to receive from the Chatouille, the privy purse, 600 florins, a sum equivalent to the 100 ducats which he had expected in vain. It is true these changes were never carried out, but the paper shows the Elector's intentions. With such facts before us, how is Beethoven to be relieved of the odium of ingratitude to his benefactor? By the circumstance that for anything that appears, the good intentions of the Elector, excepting in an increase of salary hereafter to be noted, and the transmission of the 25 ducats, were never carried out, and the young musician, after receiving his quarterly payment 2 or 3 times, was left entirely dependent upon his own resources. Maximilian's justification lies in the sea of troubles by which he was so soon to be overwhelmed. That the 100 ducats were not advanced to Beethoven before leaving Bonn is easily accounted for. In October 1792, the French revolutionary armies were approaching the Rhine. On the 22nd, they entered Mayence. On the 24th and the 25th, the archives and funds of the court at Bonn were packed up and conveyed down the Rhine. On the 31st, the Elector, accompanied by the Prince of Neuwied, reached Kleve on his first flight from his capital. It was a time of terror. All the principal towns of the Rhine region, Treves, Koblenz, etc., even Cologne, were deserted by the higher classes of the inhabitants. Perhaps it was owing to this that Beethoven obtained permission to leave Bonn for Vienna just then, instead of waiting until the approaching theatrical and musical season had passed. But with the treasury removed to Dusseldorf, he had to content himself with just sufficient funds to pay his way to Vienna, and the promise of more to be forwarded thither. Beethoven's departure from Bonn called forth lively interest on the part of his friends. The plan did not contemplate a long sojourn in the Austrian capital. It was his purpose, after completing his studies there, to return to Bonn, and thence to go forth on artistic tours. This is proved by an autograph album, dating from his last days in Bonn, which some of his intimate friends, obviously those with whom he was wont to associate at the Zehrgarten, sent him with on his way, now preserved in the Imperial Library at Vienna. The majority of the names are familiar to us, but many, which one might have expected to find, notably those of the musicians of Bonn, are missing. Eleonora von Breuning's contribution was a quotation from Herder. Freundschaft mit dem Guten, wachset wie der Abendschatten, bis des Lebens Sonne sinkt. Bonn, Den 1, November 1792. Ich wäre Freundin Eleonora Breuning. Most interesting of all the inscriptions in the album, however, is that of Count Waldstein, which was first published by Schindler, Volume 1, page 18, from a copy procured for him by Alois Fuchs. It proves how great were the writer's hopes, how strong his faith in Beethoven. Dear Beethoven, you are going to Vienna in fulfillment of your long frustrated wishes. The genius of Mozart is mourning and weeping over the death of her pupil. She found a refuge, but no occupation, with the inexhaustible Haydn. Through him she wishes to form a union with another. With the help of assiduous labor, you shall receive Mozart's spirit from Haydn's hands. Your true friend, Waldstein, Bonn, October 29, 1792. The dates in the album prove that Beethoven was still in Bonn on November 1, 1792, and indicated that it was the last day of his sojourn there. In Deuten's Journal of Travels, as translated and augmented by John Highmore, London, 1782, a Bedecker's or Murray's Handbook of that time, the post road from Bonn to Frankfurt on the Main is laid down as passing along the Rhine via Andernach to Koblenz, and thence crossing the river to Ehrenbreitstein via Montabaur, Limburg, Verges, and Koningstein, corresponding to the route advertised in the intelligence blot a few years later. Time 25 hours, 43 minutes. This was the route taken by Beethoven and some unknown companion. Starting from Bonn at 6 a.m., they would, according to Deutens and Highmore, dine at Koblenz about 3 p.m. and be in Frankfurt about 7 the next morning. The first 3 pages of the memorandum book above cited contain a record of the expenses of this journey, as far as Verges. One of the items is this: Trinkgeld, pourboire, at Koblenz, because the fellow drove like the devil right through the Hessian army at the risk of a cudgeling, 1 small thaler. This army marched from Koblenz on November 5, but on the same day a French corps, having advanced from Mayence beyond Limburg, took possession of Weilburg. The travelers could not therefore have journeyed through Limburg later than the night of the 3rd. We conclude, then, that it was between November 1st and 3rd that Beethoven bade farewell to Bonn, and at Ehrenbreitstein saw Father Rhine for the last time. The temptation is too strong to be resisted to add here the contents of the 3 pages of the memorandum book devoted to this journey, and the reasonings, fancies, if the reader prefers the term, drawn from them, upon which is founded the assertion that Beethoven had a traveling companion. This is probably in itself, and is confirmed by, first, 2 handwritings. Second, the price paid for post horses. Thus, the first entry is for a station and a quarter at 50 Stuber, the regular price being 1 florin, or 40 Stuber per horse for a single passenger. There were therefore 2 horses, and 10 Stuber extra per post for the second passenger. Third, the word us in the record of the Trinkgeld at Koblenz. Fourth, the accounts seized at Verges, but they would naturally have been continued to Vienna, and they had been noted down by Beethoven from motives of economy. Fifth, the payment of 2 florins for dinner and supper is certainly more than a young man, not overburdened with money, would in those days have spent at the post house. We may suppose, then, that the companions have reached the end of their journey in common and sit down to compute and divide the expenses. Beethoven hands his blank book to his friend, who writes thus, page 1, from Bonn to Ramagen, 1 1/4 Stadt at 50 Stuber, 3 florins. From Ramagen to Andernach, 1 1/2 Stubers, 3.45. Tip 45. Tolls 45. From Andernach to Koblenz, 1 Stuber, 3. Tips to Andernach, 50. To Koblenz, blank. Tolls to Andernach, 42. Tolls to Koblenz, blank. These last 3 items are not carried out, and Beethoven now takes the book and adds the items of the tolls to Andernach thus. Sinzig, 7 Stuber, Reinecke, 5 Stuber. Preissig, 10 Stuber, Nurich, 4 1/2 Stuber. These 26 Stuber, changed into kreuzers, make up the 42 in the column above. On the next page he continues, page 2, Koblenz tolls, 30. Rotenhanen, Red Cox, 24. Koblenz to Montabaur, 2 Reichstaler and 1/2 Deutschmark. Tolls for Koblenz, 48. Tip, because the fellow drove like the devil right through the Hessian army at the risk of a cudgeling, 1 small thaler. Ate dinner, 2 florins. Post from Montabaur to Limburg, 3 florins, 57. 10 times road money, 15. Page 3, supper in Limburg, 2 florins. In Limburg, 12 batzen. Tips, 14. Grease money, 14. Tip for postilion, 1 florin. The other hand now writes, the same money for meals and tips besides 12 road money to Vierges. The entries of the second and third pages are now changed into florin currency and brought together, making 22 florins and 14. Add the expenses on the first page to the sum, and we have a total of about 35 florins from Bonn to Verges for 2 young men traveling day and night, and no doubt as economically as was possible. The next entries are by Beethoven's hand in Vienna, and we are left to imagine his arrival in Frankfurt and his departure thence via Nuremberg, Regensburg, Passau, and Linz in the public post coach for Vienna. Proof will be found hereafter that he was in that city on or before November 10th, and that Schindler, Volume 1, page 19, therefore confounds this journey with that of 1787, and is all wrong when he says they traveled very slowly, and the money which they had taken along was exhausted before they had traversed half the journey. End of section 13.